Exhaling a shaky breath, she skimmed her forefinger over Vlad's shaft. It jerked with the slight contact. She gasped and eased her fingers back, but Xander grasped her wrist before she could pull away completely. He drew her hand back to Vlad's semi-erect dick. Only stubbornness kept it that way. He wanted to see her confidence build as it had when he'd kissed her. I said. Xander used his hold on her hand to urge her to fist Vlad's cock. Take his penis in your hand. With trembling fingers, she stroked him, from the base of the head and back. The softness of his dick faded, with the blood rushing to his shaft. It thickened in her loose grip. A small grin flitted across her mouth. Maybe over the knowledge that she'd gotten him hard. Maybe over the power rush. Women had told him that was what it felt like to bring him pleasure. All he knew was that he enjoyed making women work to bring him to release. Xander, on the other hand, enjoyed hearing his lovers beg to come. To each their own. One thing was for sure, though. Gwen would become addicted to both. They'd make sure of it. He gets harder than that. Thicker, too. Xander turned her chin toward him and stared into her eyes. He rubbed his thumb over her lips. So thick that these pretty lips will be stretched wide when you take him into your mouth. Is that what you want me to do? Xander chuckled. I don't care what you do to him, my mate. Vlad belongs to you. Just as I belong to you. Gwen's voice lowered, turning husky. This foreplay was turning her on, too. Exactly what they wanted. Yes. Xander moved behind where she knelt next to Vlad on the bed and drew her silk boxers down, letting them pool around her knees, then ran his hands over her ass. And while you're enjoying your gift from the goddess, I'll be feasting on mine. Glancing over her shoulder, Gwen watched as Xander squeezed her butt cheeks and nipped at her lush flesh. Her chest rose and fell on deeper breaths, and the scent of her arousal grew. Xander kept up the teasing for another few moments before dragging his tongue down the crack of her ass. He prodded her rear opening with his tongue, no doubt getting her used to being stimulated there. With two mates, Gwen would need to accept them both at the same time. Oh, God. Gwen hung her head as Xander moved his fingers between her thighs while he continued to tease her ass. Her grip on Vlad's cock lessened. She lifted her ass, pushing against Xander's face. He growled and pulled her closer. Although Vlad enjoyed the show, he had no intention of being left out of this. Gwen, look at me. She lifted her head slightly, staring at him from behind the wisps of brown hair that had fallen into her face. A drowsy look of desire darkened her brown eyes, but she focused on him even as Xander stimulated her. My patience is running thin. If you want this chance to explore my body, do it. Now. Any longer and I'll take this control back. Vlad planned on it anyway, but not yet. He wanted Gwen to familiarize herself with his dick before he fucked her mouth. She held his gaze for another long moment before turning her attention to his cock. Using a single finger, she followed the thick vein running the length of his erection. Energy skipped to his balls with her simple stroke. He fisted the sheets and fought the urge to direct her. What he'd told her was the truth. While he enjoyed being worshipped, he wasn't a submissive, in bed or out. If Gwen needed to be led into this lesson and shown how to pleasure him, he'd do so. Watching his innocent mate transform into a siren had its own benefits. Gwen dragged a nail along his shaft, sending more energy to his balls, then turned her exploration to the head of his cock. She traced the ridge before pressing the pad of her finger to the tip. The pressure drew pre-cum forth. She captured the first drop on her finger and brought it to her mouth. Her eyes rolled back and her jaw slackened. Her response to his taste was the best damn sight he'd ever seen. He opened his mouth to ask if she enjoyed it, but never got the question out. She bent closer and licked his dick before drawing the head of his cock into her mouth. She curled her tongue around his shaft before releasing him. He inhaled sharply and she smiled. The sight of her pleased grin satisfied him. The small sign of confidence was what he wanted. His true mate had no idea of her strength. He intended to show her while he made up for thinking her too young and sweet to handle the grittier aspects of life. That's good, Gwen. Very good. He's hard, aroused. Look at how tight his balls are. Xander leaned over her. He kept one hand between her legs, teasing her cleft, and pressed the other into the bed next to Vlad's hip. "Now work his seed free, and I'll let you come too." Chapter 27. The sight of Gwen touching Vlad not only aroused Xander, but it felt right, natural. The act of sharing a lover with Vlad was what Xander had been missing in his sex life for centuries. Having the woman between them be his true mate, their true mate, heightened the excitement. His Pax goddess had known what he'd needed all along. He shouldn't be surprised. She wanted the best for her descendants. They were her only connection to the human world. Unfortunately, his goddess's influence and manipulation of their bond didn't make this easier. Claiming Gwen in the bedroom was one thing. Establishing her as the alpha female of his pack was another. It was also a concern that had no place in this moment. He nipped Gwen's shoulder, right over her mate mark. Her shiver and moan in response to the playful bite tempted him to explore her sensitivity. But tonight's lesson wasn't about teasing her until she trembled and begged for release. His and Vlad's goal was to get her used to giving and receiving stimulation. With the full moon rapidly approaching, they didn't have an endless amount of time to prep her, mentally and physically, for their claiming. He turned his head and pressed his open mouth to her neck. The softness of her skin made his lips tingle. It was an odd reaction, but a pleasant one. He brushed his lips over her throat, to her ear, to experience more of the slight stimulation. "You do want to pleasure Vlad, don't you, Gwen?" he asked to encourage her to move. She'd frozen in place at his words, maybe embarrassed, maybe unsure of herself. Without holding a piece of her soul, Xander couldn't be positive of her inner thoughts. "Yes, I want to make Vlad feel good." Her breathy answer brought a grin to Xander's lips. "Then bring him to release." Xander moved his fingers to Gwen's clit and circled the hard bud. "He'll moan your name, then lick his cum off your lips and chin." "How?" She glanced into Xander's face. "I've never done this before. I don't want to ruin this by doing the wrong thing." She'd been doing fine on her own until Xander had spoken. Disrupting her was a necessity, though. He wanted her to be prepared for what he was going to do to her. The shock of feeling pressure on her anus might send her into a panic, and he'd promised her he wouldn't do anything to frighten her. "Use your hand and mouth on Vlad's cock. Pump him hard. Suck him. And then let him fuck your mouth." Xander reached across the bed and opened the bottom drawer of the nightstand. The box of never-before-used sex toys he'd bought on a whim sat in the same spot he'd left it months ago, when he'd moved into this home. He set the box on the nightstand and lifted the lid. Gwen's stifled gasp jerked his cock. If the sight of these untouched toys shocked her, her lessons in loving two males would push her boundaries. He couldn't wait. He selected the smallest butt plug from the collection and held it up for her to see. "And while Vlad's fucking your mouth, I'll give you a taste of the ecstasy you'll find at our hands." Her chest rose and fell on quicker breaths, and her eyes widened. "Together? You're going to love me at the same time, aren't you?" "Yes. You are ours to enjoy." Xander dragged the black, teardrop-shaped object across her lower lip. "Any way we want you." "I want that, but I—" Gwen shifted her gaze to Vlad's dick and swallowed hard. "I don't know if I can take you both." "You can, and you'll love having us inside you." Vlad captured her hand and urged her to fist his shaft. "But I don't want you to focus on that right now." She stroked him, softly at first before tugging on his length. "You want me to focus on you?" "Yes. I want you to give me what I need." Vlad lifted his ass, pushing his penis through her fisted grip. No doubt he wanted Gwen to work him harder, faster. Xander couldn't blame him. He needed to orgasm too, but Gwen would come apart for him first. Gwen took Vlad's hint and pumped him until pre-cum leaked from the head of his cock. She bent closer and licked it off, tearing a groan from Vlad. Xander watched them together a moment more, then moved behind Gwen. The arousal glistening on her cleft tempted him to feast on her. She tasted of heady and rich wine. He could get drunk on her, slowly eating her out until she writhed and begged him to fuck her with his tongue or his fingers. He wanted to see her thrash and buck, trying to reach the peak. First, though, he had a goal. Using his index and middle finger, he spread her lower lips, then brushed his thumb over her opening, pushing slightly. More of her sweetness flowed for him, and her muffled moan encouraged him to stimulate her more. He didn't resist the urge. He pushed his fingers into her body. Another low moan escaped her mouth, followed by Vlad's muttered curse. "That's it, Gwen. Relax your throat, and swallow my dick." Xander wanted to watch her take Vlad's cock into her mouth. He craved seeing her lips stretch tight around Vlad's girth. The tiny waves caressing Xander's fingers as he stroked her sex stopped him. Responsive and sensitive, Gwen was ready to come. He eased his fingers from her body and dragged the edge of the butt plug through her wetness. She shifted away from the cold metal, but never paused in her worship of Vlad. His packmate's satisfied groan reflected the effect Gwen's attention was having on him. Her reaction encouraged Xander. Although unsure of what was going to happen, she trusted him to make it good for her and would keep her promise to make Vlad feel good at the same time. With a hand on her hip to hold Gwen in place, Xander rolled the plug through her arousal, slickening the surface, then mapped a path with the tip of the toy to her rear opening. And waited. After a moment, she pushed her bottom against the toy. It was all the encouragement he needed. He circled the rim with the tip, pushing slightly into her opening, then easing away. All the while he listened to her. Each time Xander put pressure on her anus, she inhaled sharply and tensed her bottom as if prepping herself for pain. No, this wouldn't do. Xander wanted her prepared, but she was thinking too much. It was time for her to feel. He opened the mental pathway to Vlad. The curtain separating them slipped aside without resistance, and Vlad's pleasure swamped Xander, adding to the moment and the lust already gripping him. Fuck her mouth, Vlad. I thought you'd never ask. It hadn't been a request, but Xander wouldn't argue the point. What they were doing to Gwen was more important. He also didn't know if the distinction mattered, at least not here between the three of them. Enough, Gwen. Vlad gathered her hair and tugged, stopping her from going back down on him. He eased out from under her and knelt in front of her, his cock in her face. Eyes pinched, she studied him. Did I do something wrong? The vulnerability in her voice reminded Xander of his mate's inexperience. They had their work cut out for them. It wouldn't stop them. They'd unleashed the confident woman he'd caught glimpses of since meeting Gwen. Starting here. Now. No. Vlad wrapped the length of Gwen's hair around his palm and moved his other hand to the back of her head. You've pushed me to the point of no return. Using his hold on her hair, Vlad filled her mouth, slowly until her nostrils flared before easing back. Now, I need to come. Gwen's eyes drifted shut, and her jaw slackened, giving Vlad what he wanted. Control. Over her. Vlad took it. He released her hair and moved his hands to her face. With her head immobile, he fucked her mouth, slowly at first before quickening the pace. Xander used the moment to push Gwen's boundaries. He stroked her cleft and teased her clit, until she pushed her bottom against his hand each time he circled her opening. The unspoken plea prompted him to act. He thrust his fingers inside her core, at the same time he pushed the metal plug into her anus. On a gasp, she tensed. Her inner muscles squeezed tightly around his fingers. Xander didn't give her the chance to escape this. He stroked her, working her body until she writhed against his hand, fucking herself, and the sound of her moans were once again muffled, no doubt by Vlad's cock. Xander cut a quick glance at Vlad. The mix of reverence and stark lust in Vlad's face mirrored what Xander felt. Only difference was that Vlad would be getting off soon. Xander wouldn't. Or at least he wouldn't be spilling his seed inside Gwen's pussy or ass. Both were off limits until they were inside their sacred circle. He'd promised to claim her body as an alpha would under the influence of their pack's magic, ensuring she belonged to him. And Vlad. You're beautiful with Vlad's cock in your mouth. Xander ran his free hand over her ass to where the butt plug stretched her rear opening. But when we claim your body in the ceremonial circle, he'll fill you here. He tapped the base of the plug and she shivered. He grinned. Her sensitivity would make their encounters pleasurable. And I'll fill your pussy. The wash of arousal over his prodding fingers and her low, muffled groan suggested she liked the idea. We'll work in sync. Vlad adjusted his grip on her head, so his thumbs brushed the corners of her mouth where her lips were stretched wide around his dick. Thrusting into you, filling you, stretching you, Until we're both ready to come. Vlad glanced at Xander, catching his gaze. Lust burned in Vlad's expression. The tendons in his neck stood out. Rough breaths sawed past his lips. He hovered on the brink, but he was holding his release back. What? Xander spoke the question into Vlad's mind. I can't hold out much longer. I've waited too long for Gwen. Are you joining us or not? Gwen's ass and pussy were off limits tonight, but that didn't mean Xander couldn't tease her with the promise of more. Seeing his cum dripping off her ass would be nice too. The thought turned into a compulsion. Xander shoved at his pants, freeing his rigid dick. He fisted the throbbing length and used his hold on it to stroke it through Gwen's cleft, wetting the head of his cock. The warmth of Gwen's body tempted him to fill her, here and now. He couldn't. He knew that. Penetration wasn't the only way to get off, though. Xander grabbed Gwen's hips, holding her in place, and thrust forward, slipping his length along her cleft. Her lower lips cradled his erection. Warmth surrounded him, welcomed him. Gwen whimpered around Vlad's dick, and Vlad cursed. Both pleasurable sounds spurred Xander to move faster. He leaned over her body and tortured them both. Each stroke of his cock along her wet cleft sparked the primal need to feel Gwen's body convulsing around him. He ignored the craving. Soon he'd enjoy feeling her break apart around him. You're beautiful like this, Gwen. Xander brushed his stubble-covered cheek over her back. The cotton shirt she'd worn to bed prevented the skin-to-skin contact he desired, but there was no stopping this to undress her. Vlad wasn't the only one who'd been waiting for this moment. Held between your mates, bringing us to the brink. She'll look even better with our seed covering her body. Vlad fisted the base of his cock and stroked in rhythm to Gwen's sucking. Sweat slickened his brow and his arm shook. He was ready to explode, but he held himself back, waiting for Xander. That was clear from the intensity on Vlad's face. Yes, she will. Xander was ready to enjoy the sight, too. Xander slid his hand under her shirt and roughly gripped her breast. She jerked, and his cock pushed slightly into her sex. A single thrust and he'd fill her. He shifted his hips so the head of his dick rubbed her clit instead. Then he teased her nipple, rolling and pinching the hard tip, until Gwen trembled with her release, and Vlad cursed as his gripped him. Once both of Xander's lovers found their peaks, he let his claim him. He fisted his length, tugging it hard, and covered Gwen's ass with his seed. Just in time. The door to the bedroom opened and the scent of an unmated female wolf-shifter swept into the room. So, the rumor is true. Corey's sharp tone cut through the room. Their pack's top dominant female slammed the door behind her and planted a hand on her cock tip. I hope it's worth risking the Shifter Council's wrath. Chapter 28. The scent of Gwen's embarrassment and her startled gasp stirred Xander's protective instincts along with his regret. His mate's first contact with the top dominant female of his pack would leave a lasting impression on Corey, and set the tone for their future interactions. Unfortunately, there was little to be done about it. His mate had reacted as a human would to Corey's intrusion, not as the mate of an alpha. Gwen would learn to curb her emotions, though. She had to. Trusting in Vlad to ensure Gwen's mate-bite remained hidden and to comfort her, Xander climbed off the bed. Their angry pack-mate needed to be dealt with before she looked at either Gwen or Vlad with animosity in her eyes. Female or not, Corey would regret doing so. There were many ways she could be punished without laying a single finger on her. With a rough tug, Xander yanked up his pants and advanced on Corey. You dare disturb me while I'm in bed with a lover? Shaking her head, Corey snorted. Her thick, purple-dyed hair swayed with the move. Naturally pure white, Corey's hair mirrored that of her strongest wolf, an Arctic whose brutality was well known among their species, and feared by those shifters weaker than her. I waited until you were done. I had no interest in getting pulled into the sex. She held up a fine-boned hand that matched the rest of her tall, delicate frame. Her wolves lent her strength, not the model-worthy body human males salivated over. Don't get me wrong. Fucking the two of you always left me satisfied, but I have more important things to discuss than how long you're going to make me beg before allowing me to climax. While Corey's statement would likely bother Gwen as it painted a picture of his and Vlad's past sexual encounters, it comforted Xander. Corey was here on pack business, not for pleasure. That distinction kept Gwen out of the picture a little while longer. It would give him and Vlad more time to prep her for her position as alpha female, and the pack to accept her. Then why are you here? Xander closed the distance between him and Corey. And you better have a good reason. While his door was always open, he demanded the same respect he gave his packmates, and he'd never barge into their bedrooms without purpose. Xander took another step, invading her personal space and forcing her to look up to meet his gaze. Because Vlad and I have finally found a reason to reconnect, and your presence here is ruining our reunion. Brows furrowed and lips thinned, Corey met his gaze with a look of defiance on her face. Had she not been the top dominant female of the pack, Xander wouldn't have allowed her direct stare. Being the shifter who ran interference and settled disagreements with the other females in the pack granted Corey certain rights, however. Vlad's return is the reason I'm here. He's a wanted man, and once the Shifter Council learns of his return, they'll send their enforcers here to collect him. Corey stood on her tiptoes and got up in Xander's face. Fire burned in her pale blue eyes. And do I have to remind you? Why is Vlad a wanted man? Gwen asked, interrupting Corey and stirring Xander's wolves. The trio of dominant animals who shared Xander's body and soul looked at their mate not with protectiveness, but respect. Xander felt the same wave of pride. Here was the strength of will he'd caught glimpses of since reconnecting with his true mate in this lifetime. It had only taken a threat to one of her true mates to bring it forth. Corey whipped her head in Gwen's direction and growled. Being in my alpha's bed doesn't give you the right to interrupt me, little girl. I've spent many nights there and could be sharing it permanently if I wanted to be Xander's mate. Gwen cocked her head slightly to the side. For one, Xander would never allow anyone to decide who will be his mate for him. For another, I have every right to interrupt you. Yeah? Corey laughed. Why is that? I'm Vlad's beloved human. Gwen spoke before Xander could prevent her from revealing something damning. That's a powerful bond that goes both ways, and if he's threatened, I'll do what I can to protect him. A small smile flitted across Corey's face. She chuckled. That's very sweet of you, but there's nothing a human can do in this case. Maybe not, but I have contacts in Shifter affairs. If Vlad is being threatened on unfounded claims, the Shifter Council is violating the terms of their agreement with the human government. Gwen leaned forward, a serious expression on her face. I guarantee you the higher-ups in Shifter affairs will want that information. Corey's amused grin faded. She straightened her spine, then assessed Gwen with calculating eyes. Unfortunately, Vlad is not being threatened on unfounded claims, and it's actually Shifter affairs who reported him. What? Gwen's eyes widened. Why would they do that? Corey shook her head, her purple hair swaying. I don't think this is a discussion we should be having in front of a human. Corey turned toward the door. I'll go put on a pot of coffee and— Stop! Vlad's order boomed through the room, halting Corey mid-step. She glanced over her shoulder and raised a pale brow. Anything concerning me can be discussed here. In front of a human? Corey glanced from Vlad to Xander and back. Her brows pinched. Since when did a lover you're willing to share hold such a valued role? Vlad climbed off the bed, putting himself between Corey and Gwen. Since she managed the impossible and mended my strained friendship with Xander, she and I will now be staying on Winchester Pack lands permanently. Really? Corey slowly turned her head and met Xander's eyes. And where will they be building a home? I didn't think there was any land left for Vlad to purchase. Or are we redrawing property lines? There'll be no redrawing of territories. They'll be sleeping under my roof. Xander lowered his voice to a growl. In my bed. Following in our neighbor's footsteps, huh? Corey wrinkled her nose. You seriously want the Shifter Council to come down on us, don't you? Xander let a snarl slip free and leaned close to Corey, allowing her to see his displeasure in his expression. Think carefully about what you're accusing me of. I'm sorry. She averted her eyes. But this needs to be addressed. You don't know everything. I think I should leave. Gwen draped a blanket over her shoulders and hurried to the door. This is pack business, and I'm not a pack member. Xander snagged Gwen's arm before she could escape. She jerked her head toward him. Anxiety flashed in her eyes. It was the same look that had dominated her features at the gas station when he'd been arguing with Vlad. Damn it. Was she frightened of him? He hadn't laid a hand on Corey, wouldn't either. This wasn't the time to uncover the reasoning behind Gwen's fear, however. The situation would spiral out of control, more than it already had. "You will stay here, in my bedroom where you belong." Xander brushed his thumb over the softness of her skin. A wave of contentment flowed through him. It wasn't the right time or place, but he was grateful for the effect it had on him. Corey's attitude had stirred his darker instincts that wanted to threaten Corey through intimidation for her disruption. "Corey, Vlad, and I will discuss this downstairs, so as not to disturb your rest." Gwen gave a sharp nod, then escaped into the bathroom. "Who is she?" Corey asked the moment the door banged shut behind Gwen. "Lena's sister Gwen, and our beloved human." Vlad supplied the basic information anyone would be able to easily gather. It wasn't enough, though. Xander stared at the closed bathroom door and made a decision. Gwen had shown signs of her strength tonight, demanding answers from Corey. His earlier assessment of his mate was correct. She was his perfect complement, and the right female to lead the pack at his side. It would simply take time to build her confidence. In the meantime, he'd shelter her from any negativity that might damage her transformation into an alpha female. Dragging his gaze to Corey, he delivered his first pack command in months. "Gwen is also the female I'm going to soul bond with. She will be treasured and respected by our pack. Any who treat her as less than my equal will answer to me." Chapter 29. With one command, Xander set their path. Vlad fought the smile at the victory. He thought it would have taken longer for his friend to reach this conclusion. The sooner the pack knew of Gwen's importance, the better. Wide-eyed and open-mouthed, Corey stared at Xander. She snapped her jaw closed. "Soul bonding? You've got to be kidding me." "No joke. She's my true mate." Xander glanced past Corey's tall body to where Vlad stood near the bed. "She's also Vlad's. If we can work out the details of our unusual bond, he'll mate her too." Vlad inclined his head. The grin he'd been fighting spread. "We'll work it out. The prize awaiting us is too sweet." "Agreed." Xander dragged the tip of his tongue along his lower lip, as if remembering the taste of their female. Her flavor was a treat Vlad couldn't wait to enjoy too. "Ah," Corey nodded. "I understand now. The human brought you back together. That's a remarkable feat, as you said. But it's not enough to slap some mystical label on it." An amused smile spread over her face. "You're both in lust. Give it a few weeks. The newness will wear off." "No." Vlad moved to stand by Xander. "It won't. Gwen is our gift from our pack's goddess." Corey made a disgusted sound. "Despite what many believe, the idea of true mates is a romanticized myth." She glanced between them, an almost frantic look in her eyes. "Mating across species is unnatural." She shook her head violently, sending her hair whipping around her. "It's just plain wrong." "It's not wrong." Vlad softened his tone. He didn't know where Corey's irrational response came from, but the compulsion to soothe his packmate's fears, even if she would never admit to them, compelled him. "Look at our pack's longtime friends. Rafe, Devon, and Mira all found their true mates among the humans." "No, our goddess would never shame Xander with such a weak—" Corey's words trailed off at Xander's guttural growl. Elongated, sharpened nails extended from Xander's fingers, and fangs filled his mouth. The look of calmness that had slipped over his features after touching Gwen gone. Rage replaced it. He turned his head and focused on Corey, staring at her until she sighed in defeat. "I apologize, but you had to have expected this reaction. This female—" Corey motioned to the bathroom. "Gwen," Xander corrected her. "Gwen is a human who feels as if she should be some kid's nanny or an old person's personal nurse." Corey tipped her head slightly, an imploring look in her eyes. "Gwen doesn't feel as if she's alpha material. That's not meant to be cruel. Just a fact. If I sense that after being in her presence for less than 5 minutes, I can assure you others will come to the same conclusion." Xander didn't react to Corey's assessment. He stared at the bathroom door Gwen had escaped behind. Vlad turned his attention to it also. Although the sound of running water came from inside the room, suggesting Gwen was in the shower, there was no guarantee she wouldn't overhear their conversation. "Maybe we should take this discussion downstairs," Xander finished Vlad's thought. Corey glanced from Xander to Vlad, and finally to the bathroom door. Her features tightened. Sounds good to me. I could use a stiff drink. Me too. Xander turned for the door and they slipped from the room. Vlad banged on the bathroom door. Gwen? The water cut off. Yes? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Clear and calm. Her voice reflected her reply. He breathed a sigh. She hadn't overheard their conversation. There was no reason to worry she'd be hurt by what Corey had said. I'm going downstairs with Xander and Corey. I don't know how long we'll be, but we'll return to you. Don't rush. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. Vlad pressed his palm to the door. He wanted to go to her, hold her. He dropped his hand. We'll be quiet then, so as not to wake you. Okay. No enthusiasm brightened her voice, only acceptance. He inhaled, breathing in the scents in the room. The rich scent of her arousal lingered in the air. She'd been accepting of their touch a few minutes ago. More importantly, she'd put aside her uncertainties revolving around their three-way bond and his commitment to her, and only her. Lust had driven her, maybe curiosity. He knew her touch had little to do with love. Scratch that. The encounter they'd shared had nothing to do with love, or at least on her part. How could she love a male she'd met only a few days ago, or one who'd chosen her sister over her? The wolves who shared his body and soul lowered their heads and backed away, slinking deeper into his psyche. They'd failed their true mate as much as he had. Although they'd urged him to go to her, they hadn't forced his hand, compelling him to love her. They just wanted to watch her, to be close to her, to experience the quietness being around Gwen brought. His wolves didn't fight each other in Gwen's presence. They never had. Damn it. Why hadn't he realized what that meant sooner? He scrubbed a hand over his face. The churning emotions building within him knotted him up. If only she'd responded to him or shown some interest in him. He slammed a door against the regret. If his wolves had coerced him to love her, she would have missed out on Xander, and she needed him. We need to talk, Gwen. I know. I have to tell you about Killer, but not now. Not without Xander. He needs to hear this. Maybe we can talk over breakfast, because I think I'm going to crash as soon as my head hits the pillow. And this is too important. Cereal's okay, right? Or, I can cook something. Maybe omelets. Yes. She exhaled loudly as if in relief. I can make omelets for us. Everyone says mine are unforgettable. I would like that. I'm sure Xander would too. He enjoys good food. So I've heard. Gwen's softly spoken words were muffled by the door, but if Vlad didn't know better, he'd label her tone as annoyed. He waited a moment, but she didn't say more. He cleared his throat. Then we'll talk more at breakfast. Sleep well. Thanks. Silence stretched into an awkward chasm he didn't know how to breach. Although he'd been around Gwen for years, he didn't know her well. Any revelation into her personality wouldn't happen here, with a bathroom door between them. Leaving Gwen to finish her shower, he followed Xander and Corey into the study. Corey was pouring vodka into a row of shot glasses, no juice to water it down. Once done, she grabbed one and downed the drink before reaching for a second, then a third. Vlad grasped her wrist, stopping her from drinking a fourth shot, and Xander snatched the glass from her hand. Talk, Corey. Xander downed the drink he'd taken from her, then set the glass on the bar top. Why is Vlad a wanted man? She locked her pale blue icy eyes on Vlad. The Shifter Council accepted a very large donation from the Pride who'd stepped up to foster Molly. Foster? Anger he hadn't felt in months swamped Vlad, tearing a low growl from his throat. Molly, the 5-year-old lion shifter cub he'd saved from one of the illegal experimental center shifter affairs it raided, deserved their protection and a chance to be a child, growing up as normally as possible. They wanted to mate her off to their leader's son as soon as she matured. Corey dipped her head in acknowledgement. Be that as it may, the Shifter Council is now in a tough position. Without Molly, they are being pressured to repay the money. From what I've heard, that donation helped fund the Shifter Council's new campus. It's supposed to be gorgeous with a huge hall, library, and permanent living quarters for members. Vlad cracked his jaw. How does this involve me? I didn't tell him to ignore both human and shifter laws, which forbid arranged matings. Fostering's not an arranged mating, Corey corrected him. Same damn thing. It didn't matter how they defined it. What they'd done to Molly was wrong. She belonged with her twin, Megan, and those shifters who loved her. not with some group of strangers who only want to profit from her uniqueness. I agree. You know I do. Corey turned pleading eyes on Vlad. But my point is that the Shifter Council needs someone to blame. You know damn well that they won't admit to doing anything wrong. They're certainly not going to pay back that money either. And they've chosen Vlad to take the fall. Xander spoke up. Yes, his integrity is being questioned because he didn't report the details of what went down in Alaska, or the events that led to Gwen fleeing the state with Molly, until it was too late to act. Vlad cursed. Shifter Affairs backed me on Molly's case. It's not always possible to file reports when agents are actively involved in a case. They backed you, yes, Corey nodded. But they also had to disclose the details of her case since Molly was never found. From those, the Shifter Council deemed your retrieval necessary to verify certain facts. Vlad flexed his hands, easing the stiffness in his fingers from clenching them. Corey knew for a fact that Molly was alive and under the protection of the Alexander Pride. There's nothing the Council can do to me. As a Shifter Affairs agent, my first responsibility is to protect the innocent. Molly's life was at risk. I acted, using the information I had available at the time. I'm safeguarded under the vow I took and the agreement the elders of the Council signed, promising to adhere to those rules. Arms crossed, Corey leaned against the wet bar at her back. This isn't your inquiry. No need to get defensive with me. I'm only passing on what I've heard. I want you prepared for them when they come for you, nothing more. They won't come for him. Vlad was granted amnesty along with Devon, Cade, and myself in any wrongdoing associated with Molly's attempted kidnapping and rescue. Xander refilled the 4 empty shot glasses, slid a glass to Corey and another to Vlad, before taking one for himself. I personally looked into the situation after we returned from Alaska 4 months ago. I didn't want any issues to follow us home, especially considering the number of shifters we killed. My source says the Council isn't making an official claim against Vlad, but they do want him brought before them. Corey wrapped her long fingers around the glass and met Xander's gaze. Alone, Xander. They want him retrieved and brought in for questioning alone. Once they have him, she shrugged. You know how it is. Stories get fabricated or exaggerated, and it'd be his word against theirs. They can lock him up, punish him, whatever. And there's nothing you or the humans can say about it. Xander shook his head. I would never allow a member of my pack to be taken alone, by force or otherwise. The Council knows this. They'd never try it. The Council also thinks I'm not an active member of the pack. Vlad had gone to great lengths to make it clear that he was a lone wolf. Our reputation is well known. We never, ever give up on our packmates. Xander raised his gaze to Vlad's. A hard look of determination shone in his friend's brown eyes. No matter what it takes to bring them back into our fold or how long it takes to mend any broken ties. Xander's statement directly reflected their strained friendship. Vlad inclined his head. Or how stubborn our packmates are? Yes, Xander smirked. We are a stubborn pack. It makes us resilient, strong, and unstoppable. Don't forget foolish. Corey grabbed the half-empty vodka bottle and refilled her glass. You go and enter into some menage mating between you, Vlad, and Gwen, and even those sympathetic members of the Council won't be able to save you from the majority of the Council elders' bigotry. Let them think what they will. Xander chugged his drink, then slammed the glass down. But if they try to make some kind of example out of Vlad, or threaten my relationship with Gwen, they'll regret it. As Alpha, Xander was engineered to protect his pack or those considered friends of the pack, but this protectiveness toward Vlad was personal. They shared a tie because of Gwen. He and Xander weren't mates, per se. They were partners, equals. Hurting either of them would affect Gwen, and neither of them would stand for that. Vlad would take on heaven and hell to protect Xander, too. Corey glanced between them, her brows pinched. You're not gay. No, we're not. Vlad tilted the glass until the vodka reached the rim before tipping it in the other direction. He needed a moment to put his thoughts into words. But we are bonded. Through Gwen, Xander added. Groaning, Corey rubbed at her eyes. This will piss off the Council, don't you realize that? They fear the fundamentals of our culture are being destroyed. First Mira and her audacity to mate a human, then the Jaeger and Kagan alphas and their unusual matings. Now you? None of those matings would have been possible without the goddess's influence. Xander dropped his elbows on the tabletop and leaned over the counter, separating him from Corey. Some members of our species might be upset with the pairings, but they can't deny them. Both the Jaeger and Kagan alphas have stood in their sacred circles and received the blessings of their pack spirits, and immortality was bestowed upon Josh so he could mate Mira. The babies she carries are proof of the goddess's acceptance. You can't convince idiots they're wrong, no matter how much evidence you stack in front of them. Zane walked into the room and closed the door Vlad had left open with a hard tug, shaking the pictures on the wall. They'll look at the proof you present and tell you it's fake. Vlad faced Xander's twin, a nearly identical version of Xander, but with shorter hair and a thinner build. Music fascinated Zane more than fighting or pack politics, yet when Zane spoke, it was best to listen. His intelligence and judgment had been honed by 7 centuries of careful study of those around him. How much of our conversation did you hear? Vlad asked Zane. His attention had been on Corey and Xander, not on the world around him. He had his wolves to watch for danger, and they'd never considered another packmate a threat. Enough to know the shifter community won't believe you and my twin share the same true mate any more than they believe Mira is pregnant. From what Devin said, Mira's belly's getting bigger by the day. Vlad couldn't believe anyone would think she wasn't with child. Royals didn't gain weight once their immortality kicked in. Nobody on the council or in our species can claim otherwise. They're not denying she's with child. Zane crossed the room, joining them at the bar area, and picked up a shot of vodka. He downed it, then held the glass up for Corey to refill. But many believe Cade fathered her babies, not Josh, and the Alexander Pride leader is merely allowing Mira to live with Josh. That's ridiculous. Vlad shook his head in dismay. Cade is wickedly possessive of his friends and family. He'd be even more so with his mate, especially a mate pregnant with his offspring. Those who aren't driven by fear would agree with you. Zane leaned against the counter next to Xander. But, as Corey said, many shifters, royals and singles alike, fear the changes happening around them. The ideology of the purists is gaining strength and popularity. So are the demands that we pull out of our peaceful agreement with the humans and return to the way things were before we entered into the treaty with them. And they think the only way to make our species pure and strong again is if our leaders support the old ways. Corey set the vodka on the bar behind her. A serious and worried expression tightened her features. Those ancient beliefs didn't allow for menages or humans as mates. And, according to the purist ideology I've heard, they think it's time to forcefully remove those dissenters, replacing them with leaders who will accept their beliefs. They may try. Xander gripped Corey's shoulder, squeezing gently before releasing her. They won't succeed. Our species is committed to this path. There's no going back. Too many humans know about us. They won't let us slink into the shadows where we might become a threat to them. With us in plain sight, they can keep an eye on the danger in their midst. Corey turned her concerned eyes to Xander. I agree with you, but as you said, until they realize the futility, they'll try, and I don't want to lose my alpha in the process. Xander wrapped his hand around the back of Corey's neck and drew her close. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Then it's time to make a stand. She dropped her head to his chest, accepting the comfort Xander offered. And how will we do that? By securing their support. Xander turned his gaze to Vlad. And while I'm meeting with the council, Vlad will be in charge of the pack. Chapter 30. Warmth and the scent of man surrounded Gwen, stirring her from the nightmare of helplessly watching as Vlad was shot. She snuggled closer to the lover in front of her, drawn by the heat he gave off, while her other lover adjusted his body to spoon hers. Seconds passed with only the sound of the heartbeat under her ear, breaking the quiet of the night. Neither man in bed with her touched her sexually or suggestively. They were keeping the promise Vlad had given, allowing her to sleep. She wasn't all that surprised. For dominant shifters, honor meant something. She rubbed her cheek against the muscled chest she used as a pillow. Xander or Vlad, she couldn't tell. She hadn't gotten the chance to memorize every inch of their bodies. She would, though. They were hers, sins and all, and she was theirs. Which meant Xander and Vlad would do anything to protect her, including bullying their packmates into respecting her. The reminder of the conversation she'd overheard constricted her chest, making it hard to draw in air. No, she didn't want to go there, not now. She hadn't decided how to deal with Xander's order. The man at her back brushed his lips over her neck, sending sparks skipping over her skin. Whatever you're thinking that has upset you, let it go for the night. If it really necessitates your anger, it'll be there in the morning to deal with. If not, then it wasn't worth the time or emotions you spent on it. Vlad's rich, seductive voice caressed her as if it had a living touch, and his words drained the tension from her body. They were exactly what she needed when she needed them. Glancing over her shoulder, she came face to face with a man who'd haunted her dreams for years. The wash of moonlight from the open window enhanced his perfectly sculpted features, tanned skin and hazel eyes. Under the cast of night especially, he looked wickedly hot and dangerous. He could shatter her as easily as he uplifted her. Still, he mesmerized her, exactly as he had when she was 17. Her obsessive crush had never faded, never would. I didn't know you were so wise. The other agents I spoke to about you only ever described you as brooding, dark, and unpredictable. It was why he'd earned the nickname Vader. A smirk and the slight lines by his eyes spoke of his amusement. At her words, no doubt. She couldn't imagine why. Many of his fellow agents whispered about not setting off the crazy, unstable shifter, while he was in the same room, to his face. Or at least, that was what she'd heard. She talked to everyone she could about Vlad, too. All those people couldn't have exaggerated Vlad's moodiness. Did you ask many people about me? Cockiness added to the amusement. It brought a smile to her face. She liked Vlad this way, teasing her. Heck, she liked his attention, plain and simple. She turned her head and rested her cheek on Xander's chest so as to hide her smile. Vlad didn't need to know how his focus on her made her feel incredibly special. It would add to the power he held over her. Yes, but I also asked about everyone on my stepdad's task force. I wanted to know about the men who were watching his back. You were protective of your stepfather. Xander's chest vibrated with the deep timbre of his voice. Her eyes closed as the spell Xander's words cast wove around her. He could make her feel encased in his strength simply by talking to her. Contentment settled over her. Was this the peace Shifter spoke about experiencing while in the presence of their true mate? If so, she could finally understand why they fought so hard to keep it, and the one who made it possible. Or both incredibly hot men in her case. Of course, it's how I was raised. Family and friends should be treasured and protected. If she hadn't been taught to hold those values close, she might have cut Lena out of her life after she started sleeping with Vlad. Which is why you would have gone back with the bear shifters to try to save the shifter who protected you. Vlad stated what she'd already alluded to, but there was a sense of understanding in his statement, as if he finally figured out the reason behind it. She couldn't be certain, nor did she care at the moment. This was the perfect time to talk about Eli. Lust didn't rule them, and pack issues didn't distract them. She also wouldn't be fighting embarrassment when Xander and Vlad realized her unforgettable omelets were really just scrambled eggs with a slice of cheese slapped on top. Pushing up, she sat on bent legs between her lovers. Both Xander and Vlad had worn mesh shorts to bed. The black activewear looked wrong on her kilt-loving mate, but she'd bet Xander had donned them for her benefit, so as not to overwhelm her senses. The desire to tug them off beat at her, but the gratefulness of his consideration kept the naughty urge at bay. It allowed her this chance to breach a topic which might or might not send Xander over the edge. Killer. I need to talk to you about him. Gwen focused on Xander. While Vlad would care about saving his packmate, it affected Xander intimately. What about him? Xander asked. He's Eli, your little brother. Dante showed me a picture of him. He's the same man who saved me, protected me. She laid a hand on Xander's tight, tense abs. I swear it, Xander. I won't ever forget his face. It was the first thing I saw when I woke after my fever broke. The gash over his lip made him look dangerous. I was terrified. Hating her first thoughts about Eli, she dropped her gaze to Xander's perfectly sculpted stomach. Until he spoke, his voice was kind, if not a little rough. His muscles flexing under her palm, Xander moved into a sitting position. Eli saved you. Yes. Vlad sat up too. That's why he called you his little sister. He smelled my claim on you and identified you as Pack. Shifters often call female packmates we aren't sexually involved with little sisters, even if they are of no blood relation to us. She moved her other hand to Vlad's thigh, slipping her fingers under the edge of his shorts. The need to connect with him, too, if only through skin-to-skin contact, consumed her. I hadn't understood it at the time, but it makes sense now, especially after hearing Dante refer to me the same way. Xander slid his hand to the back of her neck and turned her face to him. While moonlight drew out Vlad's features, shadows hid Xander's. Gwen couldn't read his expression. Only his piercing brown eyes entrapped her. Is Elias feral? Ugh. That was a point she didn't want to focus on. Even she couldn't be positive after spending months with him. Some days he acted perfectly sane. Others he snarled at her if she got too close to him. His mental state wouldn't change her mind, though. One way or another, Eli was coming home. Does it matter? Yes. I need to know up front so I can provide the means to help him recover. Xander massaged her tense muscles, easing the pressure seizing her body. Remember, my mate, I am friends with a male most shifters wrote off as unsalvageable. I stood by him when others called for his death and helped him cope as best I could. Lowering her gaze, she licked her lips. Although the man who'd held Lena so tenderly hadn't appeared crazed, she could guess who Xander referred to. More than ever, she wanted to talk to her sister about Devon and what she'd experienced while Gwen had been gone. Lena's mate? Yes. Xander bent close and brushed his lips along her jaw. His gentle touch chased away the anxiety brought on by thoughts of what Lena had gone through. He eased back and caught her gaze. I need to act on this information. Tonight. You mentioned Elias often participates in death matches. Those don't happen often. We can't risk missing the next one. I imagine he'll be crazed, knowing he failed in his role to protect you. And they might have to kill him. She'd feared that outcome all along. Xander inclined his head. We won't give them the opportunity. How are we going to stop them? You said yourself these matches don't happen often. What if you can't find him in time? He will. Vlad's statement drew her attention to him. A hard, all-business look replaced the relaxed, amused expression he'd worn a few minutes ago. The circle Xander has walked through in order to find you view him as corrupt and harsh. It's an image he's cultivated carefully over these past few months. If he asks to watch a death match, they'll direct him to one. Trust me, my mate. Xander drew her close and nipped at her lower lip before drawing it into his mouth and sucking gently. I will do everything in my power to bring Elias home. I know that. And she did. Winchesters never gave up on each other. Hadn't he told her that? Good. Xander released her and climbed off the bed. We will return to you as soon as possible. Dante will be close if you need him. Do not go anywhere without him. Vlad's going with you? She was hoping they could talk about their past. Yes. Xander dropped his shorts, giving her a delicious view of his defined ass, before pulling on a kilt. I'm not letting Vlad out of my sight. Why? Gwen sat straighter. Vlad's done quite well on his own for years. That might be true. Xander grabbed his phone and slipped it into the bag he slung around his hips. But his ability to survive has no bearing on my decision. We have worked as a team in our dealings with the corrupted of our kind. It'd be foolish to break that pattern now. Vlad brushed his lips over hers, a chaste kiss that left her weak inside. Trust in your true mates. We will return to you, I promise. He climbed off the bed and joined Xander. The urge built to pull them back into bed with her. Instead, she nodded. An alpha female wouldn't have a problem with her mates leaving her alone for the night. Okay, I'll see you in the morning. Or late afternoon. Depends on how long it takes to find anything out. Xander turned toward the door. With his hand on the knob, he glanced over his shoulder. Sleep well, my mate. Think of us, Vlad added. With that, they left. She stared at the door and fought her disappointment. Without her lovers, her bed felt too cold and lonely. She didn't want to sleep without their bodies pressed to hers. She had to do so, though. Admitting to her unfilled desire would make her look weak, and anyone who commented on it would be punished. The tightness in her chest returned, stronger than before. She rolled her shoulders and cracked her neck. No, she wasn't focusing on the bitterness. She would take Vlad's advice and let it go for now. If it still choked her in the morning, she'd deal with it. Chapter 31. Your mates are going to be pissed with me. Dante's announcement upon pulling into the Shifter Affairs parking lot was the first thing he'd said since agreeing to drive Gwen here. Vlad isn't my mate. Not yet, but he will be. Needing a moment to gather her thoughts, Gwen smoothed the track pants she'd worn. While Xander's house had a supply of spare clothes for visiting shifters of both sexes, all the pieces she'd found were plain, basic items meant to cover a person's nudity. Apparently her alpha mate hadn't considered undergarments a necessary accessory. There hadn't been a single pair of underwear, men's or women's, in any of the rooms she'd searched, including Xander's. Then again, why would he consider them necessary? He didn't wear any under his kilt. Hopefully he'd worn a kilt today. Xander was incredibly sexy in one. His thick, muscular legs tempted her to skim her hands over his thighs. It'd be so easy to slip her fingers under the edge of the kilt and touch his penis. She wanted to feel his length thicken in her hands as she had Vlad's erection. Never had she expected such a natural act to be a huge turn-on. She licked her bottom lip. How much better would it be to kneel in front of her lovers, arousing them both, prepping them for her? Her heartbeat quickened at the fantasy. She shoved it out of her mind. This wasn't the time for such thoughts. Dante's words couldn't be left unchallenged. Vlad has a lot of groveling to do before I ever agree to date him or mate him. A few minutes of... The word sex got stuck in her throat. They hadn't technically engaged in sex, at least not the kind she'd been raised to believe sex meant. In her mother's strict view, the one Gwen couldn't shake, sex involved vaginal penetration between a man and a woman. Anything else was perverted. Gwen had loved her mother dearly, but she'd likely roll over in her grave if she knew her innocent, sweet daughter had two men in her life. Heck, Gwen was now one of those people her mother had gossiped about in church. Of course, her mother had wanted her daughters happy, above all things. Last night, Gwen had been very happy, at least until Xander had ordered Corey to treat Gwen nicely or else. A few minutes of intimacy doesn't make up for his sins. Gwen glared at Dante, fully expecting him to defend Vlad. He slept with my sister for weeks, lusted after her for years more, and constantly talked about winning her back. Dante held her gaze but didn't respond. His silence angered her more. Gwen unbuckled and turned in her seat. Her voice took on a harsh bite. He even considered mating Lena, not me. He ignored me. For years, Dante. While he went on to screw every woman who'd spread her damn thighs for him. She fisted her hands until they shook, wishing those skanky bimbos were here to hurt. How am I supposed to forgive him for that? He shamed me. Every damn time he kissed another woman. You shouldn't. Dante turned off the SUV and faced her. You also shouldn't forgive Xander for his sins. Xander? She straightened, squaring her shoulders. What has he done to me? Nothing in this lifetime. And in my opinion, he didn't do anything to Tabitha either. Some might argue he did, though. He shrugged. Depends on how you look at it. But Elizabeth? Dante shook his head. Yeah, he screwed that poor girl over good. The memory she'd shared. Xander had married Elizabeth instead of mating her. Gwen's chest rose and fell on her quicker breaths. She couldn't stop the anxiety from gripping her. What did he do to Elizabeth? It seemed simpler to refer to the woman she'd once been as somebody else. Otherwise her emotions and thoughts became jumbled. Part of her was glad Elizabeth and Tabitha had died. They weren't the women she was today, and, well, Gwen was partial to this body, flaws and all. Not my sin to share. I have enough of my own. But my advice to you is learn from it, then move on. Dante's gaze drifted to the windshield. He stared at the empty two-lane road leading back to the Winchester Pack and sighed. Of course, maybe if I took my own advice, my woman wouldn't be drinking herself numb every day. Who is she? And what did you do to her? Gwen leaned forward, drawn by the regret in Dante's voice. This was one of the reasons behind his icy exterior, she was sure of it. If she could help him. You're an alpha female at heart. Dante glanced at her. A small grin cut through his impassive appearance. Here you are, wrestling with your own demons, and your first thought is to help me. Just as Hannah's had been, when she'd found Gwen in the bathroom. Gwen nodded. If being alpha female meant being a compassionate person, she could do this. If I wasn't, Xander and Vlad wouldn't keep finding me. I am their gift from the Winchester Pack's goddess. I'm glad you've accepted that they're yours. She sighed. Being with them both last night had felt too right for their connection to be merely lust. Besides, she'd bet her life Xander wouldn't share his mate with just anyone. Yes, they're mine. Taking Dante's advice would be the only way to claim them too. Once she knew the extent of their sins, she would. Walking away from their future, the potential of what they could share, both in bed and out, was not an option. So why hide stuff from them? I'm not hiding anything. Dante motioned to the brand new office building behind them. Don't you think they'd want to know you're here? She shrugged. If they'd been around for me to run my day's itinerary by them, I would have told them where I was going and why. But neither of them had been in the house this morning. You were, so you're the one I approached. They told you they'd be gone for the day. Movement caught her eye. She looked out the window. A beautiful blonde woman in a business suit climbed out of a car. An agent, maybe? Gwen had hoped there'd be female agents working here. They'd be more receptive to her involvement in Eli's case if Gwen could convince them she was vital to his recovery and rehabilitation. Maybe Gwen was being sexist, but her experiences with men left her cautious. She couldn't risk being cut from the informational loop, for her own good. Yep, they're trying to use their illegal connections to find Eli. She opened the door and glanced over her shoulder. But that's not the only avenue to explore. Shifter Affairs is a powerful resource to utilize, if the right agent got involved. Otherwise, the case might sit open for months or years. That's what I'm going to do. It is expected of an alpha female to look after her packmates, and Eli is a Winchester. With a small, pleased grin back on his face, Dante nodded. You'll be sharing everything you've learned today with your mates the first chance you get. Not a question. Dante spoke as if doing so was a guarantee. Of course, but maybe not until after I greet my true mates properly. Naked and on her knees, waiting to arouse them. Gwen bit her lower lip and fought the naughty smile her fantasy elicited. If you plan on seducing them, be prepared to take them both inside you at the same time. I know them too well. They might have played tamely with you last night, but it won't last. Dante narrowed his eyes and studied her. You do know what I mean when I say taking them both inside you, don't you? She ground her teeth. Yes. Xander gave me an idea of how that would work. Good. Dante got out and rounded the SUV. After she got out, he shut the door, hit the button to lock the vehicle, and motioned her forward. She fell into step with him. Just remember, the female body is an amazing thing. You might not think you can fit both of their dicks inside your pussy or your ass at the same time, but you can. You'll freaking love it, too. She stumbled and stared at Dante's back, open-mouthed. His words had been explicitly clear. She couldn't have misunderstood them, but the scenario he described couldn't be possible. Or could it? Dang it, she didn't know. Maybe she was naive. Dante stopped walking and glanced over his shoulder. He raised a brow. Problem? No. Whatever Xander and Vlad did to her would feel good. She trusted them with her body. Her heart? Well, they'd work on that. She flicked her hair back and strode forward. I'm just wishing there'd been a hair tie or something at the house. My hair is too long. Then we'll go shopping before we head back. I'm sure you'll want clothes and girl stuff, too. Dante opened the door to the Shifter Affairs building and handed a card to the guard standing there, who examined it closely before pressing a button to open the next set of doors. A second time she stopped and stared at Dante, until he looked at her with his brow raised. You're offering to take me shopping? Yes. Dante grasped her elbow and led her down the corridor to another set of doors. I don't mind shopping. Really? She couldn't keep the shock out of her voice. Really? I'm used to waiting for females to try on clothes. I spent several months as a servant for an heiress of a crime family. I serviced her sexually, took her shopping, painted her nails, whatever she wanted. He opened the door leading into the main lobby of the secured building, scanned the room and the people scattered about, then stepped aside, allowing Gwen to enter. The door shut with a click, locking them in. Once I collected enough evidence on her, I slit her throat, hung her by her ankles, and let her bleed to death. Gwen gasped. She swept her gaze over the people in the room, who were now eyeing them with caution. A massive guy wearing a beanie and dark sunglasses, who was standing at the receptionist's desk, pivoted on his heel and moved purposely in their direction. With a black t-shirt stretched over a muscled chest, lean hips and powerful jeans-clad legs, the guy didn't appear as menacing as Dante, but the way he approached them, as if their sudden arrival or Dante's casual admittance of murder captured this stranger's attention, set Gwen on edge. If this guy meant to cause trouble, he would. Determination surrounded the man. Nope, Gwen wasn't letting it happen. She stepped in front of Dante. She had no delusions about her ability to protect him, but it was obvious subtlety wasn't his forte. Lucky for them both, she could muddle her way through tough situations when she had to do so. She'd explain away his graphic words before this spiraled out of control. Muscles tensed. She held her ground, but something about this man's walk struck her as familiar. She couldn't put her finger on what. He was built and had a dangerous aura that reminded her of the shifter affairs agents she'd met through her stepdad's unit. There was also a fluid movement to his steps that reminded her of an animal. Yes, he was a shifter. Wolf, if she had to guess. He looked too ordinary to be a feline, and not large enough to be a bear. Heck, she was getting better at deciphering her surroundings and those in it. A few months ago, she never would have picked up the small detail. She'd relied on others to tell her if she was in the presence of humans or shifters. The guy stopped a few feet in front of them. A heavy growth of dark beard covered his neck and face, lending him an unkempt appearance. He was tall, but many shifters were bigger than the average human. No other unique features set him apart from the other people in the room. He could have been anyone. He struck her as someone important, though. If only he'd take off those heavy-tinted sunglasses, or lose the hat. She couldn't even tell the shade of his hair or how long it was. Maybe if she had those details, she'd be able to decide if he truly posed a threat to Dante. The guy didn't appear as if he had any intention of losing either accessory, nor did he act as if he meant her or Dante harm. Nostrils flaring, he stared at them. The moment stretched into an uncomfortable chasm. Finally, one corner of his mouth rose slightly in what appeared to be a smile. It looked more like a sneer to her, but he wasn't calling for the guards to cuff Dante. She relaxed her stance. "May we help you?" "Damn, I forgot to shave, and you don't even recognize me." Her breath caught. The sound of the man's rough voice triggered a flood of memories of when he'd called her childhood home, looking for Lena. "Rick?" "In the flesh." Rick slipped his sunglasses off, hooked them in the neckline of his t-shirt, and grasped her hand, pulling her in for a hug. "How are you, sweetheart?" Dante responded before she could. "She's battered and recovering from 4 months of captivity in one of the fighting camps, but alive." Rick's grip on her tightened. "What?" She couldn't see his face. He held her against his chest. But the sudden stiffness in his body and harder tone no doubt reflected the deadly look she remembered him often wearing. "It's not a big deal. I'm fine." Rick eased out of the hard hug and glared at her. "Not a big deal. Don't feed me any bullshit. I know exactly what happens in those camps, and you are a survivor." She returned his glare, daring him to call her weak. "And that's what I did. Survive." "The goddesses guided Gwen to Eli. He protected her until her males could rescue her. Now we're going to do the same for Eli." Her cheeks warmed. Apparently her connection to Xander and Vlad wasn't a secret any longer. Then again, she did carry both their scents. Every shifter who got near her, as Rick had done, would be able to scent their claim on her. "Males?" Rick asked. She ran her fingers through her hair. Yes. Both the alpha and top dominant of the Winchester pack are..." "Gwen is Xander and Vlad's beloved human." Dante squeezed her shoulder. "She's off limits to everyone." "Except you?" Rick asked. Dante gave a half shrug. "You know me. I don't fuck women unless it's a requirement of a case I'm on. My hand..." "Okay." She held up her hand before he divulged his masturbation habits to everyone within hearing distance. "We don't need to share your private activities here." Both Dante and Rick chuckled. She shook her head. "I'm glad you're both amused." Rick looped his arm around her in a loose hug. "Ah, sweetie, I missed you. You're like the kid..." He cleared his throat. "You're like the kid sister I never had." The hesitation in Rick's statement wasn't lost on her. She wanted to uncover the reason behind it. She knew him well enough to know her questions wouldn't be welcome in front of other men, though. "What are you doing here?" Last she'd heard, Rick had joined a band. They'd been touted by major music studios. She'd never learned if they'd signed, though. She'd gotten picked up by those bear shifters in Alaska. "It's my first day back on the job. They're setting me up with an office and everything." "You're moving here, then?" Dante's voice held suspicion. "I thought you were done with shifter issues." "Yeah, well, got tricked into investigating a shifter death that happened in this neck of the woods a few months back." Annoyance tightening his features, Rick shook his head. "Freaking waste of my time. There's no way I'm finding the killer now. Trail's cold." Dante shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. Won't know until you try." The blonde woman Gwen had spotted in the parking lot a few minutes ago stood by the receptionist's desk, calling out Rick's name. Rick waved his arm. "Over here." A look of relief flashed across the woman's face. She flipped a long braid of hair over her shoulder and moved toward them. "Rick Lyle?" "Yep, that's me." Rick held out a hand. The woman glanced at it a moment, then grinned. "I'm not used to shaking hands with shifters." "I'm used to human customs." Rick glanced from her face to his hand. "Are you going to shake it or not? Because if you dismiss me, I'm going to sit in some dark room and cry." Giggling, she grasped his hand and shook it. "I doubt that, but on behalf of the West Virginia Shifter Affairs Division, welcome." She glanced at Dante, and her smile dimmed. "Dante, it's nice to see you again." "Ella?" Dante tipped his head toward Gwen. "This is Gwen, Stephen Burnett's middle daughter." The other female finally turned her attention to Gwen. She blinked rapidly as if fighting tears, then grasped Gwen's hand, squeezing it gently. "I'm sorry about your father's death. He was a wonderful man who helped me transfer into my role as a Shifter Affairs agent." Memories of watching her stepdad being murdered by the shifters who wanted to kidnap Molly surfaced. She shoved them back. This wasn't the time or place for those thoughts. "Thank you." Gwen studied the empathetic expression on the woman's face. It was the kind of compassionate look people got after they'd lived through hell themselves. Ella would be the perfect one to turn to for help. "This might not be the proper procedure for opening a case with Shifter Affairs, but I need your help freeing a friend from the fighter's compound where I was held prisoner." Ella's gaze mapped Gwen's face. A serious glint replaced the compassion in her blue eyes. "Do you have any details that can help me?" Relief flowed through her. Ella would do everything she could to help. Gwen knew it as surely as she knew her name. "His name is Elias Winchester, but he goes by Killer among the fighters. He's also the undefeated contender of the death matches. I can't say where he's being kept now, but as of 3 days ago, he was being held within 2 hours of Lake Winnipeg, and he was supposed to fight in a match this full moon." Ella inclined her head. "I have some contacts I can reach out to. I think we should be able to find him with a reputation like that." "That's wonderful." Gwen sighed in relief. Between her efforts and Xander's, they'd succeed in bringing Eli home. She was sure of it. "Promise me you'll make sure he's released into my custody?" Ella sighed. "I can promise he'll be evaluated, and if he's salvageable, he can be treated outside of a Shifter Affairs Center. But that's the best I can do." Eli was coming home, whether they had to disobey Shifter Affairs or not. This wasn't the time or place to make demands, though. She nodded. "That's as much as I'd hoped. Thank you." "You're very welcome." Ella smiled. "Is there anything else you need?" "No." Dante laid his hand on Gwen's arm but addressed Ella. "Call my cell with any updates on Eli." "Actually," Gwen shook his hold off, "Hannah Kagan is supposed to have an office here. Do you know if she's in today?" "Yes, I can take you up to her if you'd like," Ella offered. "Wonderful." Gwen glanced at Dante. "You don't mind waiting for me, do you? I'd like to talk to Hannah alone." Dante shrugged. "Sure, you're safe here. I'll wait outside with Rick. Call my cell when you're ready to go." "Perfect." Gwen pressed her lips together to hide her smile. She'd lucked out coming here today. Ella would do everything she could to find Eli, and Hannah would be able to answer the long list of questions Gwen had been compiling, including how both Xander and Vlad would be able to have sex with her the way Dante had suggested they would. Once she knew the details from another woman's point of view, she'd be able to wipe away any of Xander's and Vlad's concerns about their naive, innocent lover. Because one way or another, they were having sex tonight. Chapter 32. From the raised deck off his bedroom, Xander had a perfect view of the ceremonial circle. Lush, green grass had sprouted in the sacred gateway to the realm of the goddesses overnight. The coming winter would stunt the grass's sudden growth, but until then, it would be the perfect place to share Gwen's body with Vlad for the first time. Xander looked forward to the once-in-a-lifetime encounter, but at the moment, the sight of the ceremonial circle filled Xander with dread. Several dominants, including Zane, were gathering in there. Xander had a good idea why they'd decided on the impromptu appearance. Either Zane had told them Xander's plan to mate Gwen and share her with Vlad, or Corey had spilled the details. Going by his packmate's angry expressions, they weren't accepting of Xander's decision. Only Zane stood impassively. Of course, his twin usually did remain neutral in most situations. He was a diplomat, not a leader. Too bad Zane could meet with the Shifter Council's delegates tomorrow. After the harsh reception Xander had gotten when he'd called asking for a special meeting, he would be hard-pressed to keep his tact and patience. It'd be vital he did, though. Instead of granting his request, Brock, the eldest royal wolf shifter on the council, and James, the single wolf shifter representing West Virginia, would be visiting the Winchester Pack to assess Xander's needs. "Do you want me to go with you?" Vlad asked. Xander glanced over his shoulder. Vlad leaned against the wall directly across from the open patio doors, out of sight of their packmates who might be watching. "You can, but I'd rather you find out when our female is coming home. I don't want Gwen here if this is going to turn into a fight." "Already did. Dante's stopping to get Gwen something to eat. That'll delay them, and if necessary he'll keep Gwen inside the house and away from the windows once they arrive." "On top of things as always." Vlad shrugged. "I know how you think." There was no need to express thanks for the foresight or outwardly acknowledge what a relief it was to know he didn't have to deal with everything on his own. As Vlad had said, he knew how Xander thought. Vlad's insight had come in handy earlier in the day, too. Xander's criminal contacts had attempted to con Xander out of money by booking him a deathmatch ticket at a fighting ring that had been burned down when Shifter Affairs raided it. Once Xander had called them on the lie, they had admitted to not knowing where the next match would occur. Had Vlad not been present, they might have wasted valuable time investigating a dead lead. Xander wanted Vlad's assessment of their packmate's visit tonight, too. He trusted his friend's thoughts. "Good. Let's go." Xander vaulted over the railing of the deck and landed in a crouch on the ground below. A thump from behind signaled Vlad's landing, but Xander didn't wait for his friend. He hopped to his feet and headed toward the circle. Connor, a century-old male who ranked below Zane in the pack's hierarchy, broke away from the others. "You abandoned us for months, then come home and upset the peace we found here?" Connor stopped inches from Xander's face and sneered at him. "Fucking selfish is what you are, you—" Xander wrapped his hand around Connor's throat and lifted him until his toes brushed the ground. Connor grasped Xander's wrist and unleashed his claws. The tips of his sharpened nails bit into Xander's skin. Xander ignored the trickle of blood dripping off his forearm and leaned close. "Mind your tongue around your alpha, Connor. Otherwise you'll be regrowing a tongue this full moon after I rip yours out for disrespect." Connor lifted his lip on a snarl, revealing a fang. "You can silence me, but I speak for the pack. Their concerns and opinions will remain the same. One of the males behind me will simply take my place and speak for them." A dark, cold fury slithered through Xander. It wasn't the appropriate response for an alpha. Connor was acting as any honorable dominant, looking out for the welfare of his packmates. Still, Xander wanted to punish him, but with Gwen in his life he held himself in check. He didn't want word of his harsh reprimand to get back to Gwen. It wouldn't matter to his mate that Connor could regrow any body part he lost, including a tongue. All she'd focus on was the minor discomfort he'd be in while he learned his lesson. "You speak for Zane, too? Is that what you're telling me?" Xander squeezed Connor's throat until Connor's nostrils flared, before easing the pressure. "If it is, I'll call you a liar. My twin supports me in all things." "Not all, brother." Zane stepped forward. "I share the pack's concerns." Xander threw Connor away from him and pivoted toward his twin. The worried expression Zane wore cut through the aggression slithering through Xander. Maybe they weren't as close as he'd like them to be, but the twin bond was powerful. They'd die for each other. Xander didn't doubt Zane's loyalty. "Last night, you were on board with my plan to contact the Shifter Council. What changed?" "Corey called her contact at Shifter Affairs today to learn what rumors are being spread. Seems some of the elders on the council want to nip the rash of perverted matings among our species before it becomes acceptable to tie humans or other shifter males to our souls." Xander glanced over his shoulder at the group of dominants who'd come here to confront him. Regret landed hard in Xander's gut. He'd spent the day searching for leads on Eli instead of meeting with his pack, explaining what Gwen meant to him. That had been wrong. They deserved to know his plans. "What have you heard from Zane about me?" Xander asked his packmates, scanning each male's face before focusing on Connor. Disappointment and worry bled through their stony features. Not rage, not disgust. "Nothing. Zane has remained loyal to you as a twin should." Connor once again approached with guarded aggression. Hands clenched and jaw tight, Connor stopped several feet away. close enough to set him apart from the others, but not invading Xander's personal space, and triggering his need to defend himself. Corey, then, Xander nodded. He had ordered her to spread the word about treating Gwen with respect. Corey warned us to keep the fuck away from your little beloved human. Then Zane comes and tells us to be vigilant. We're to increase security on the borders and alert him immediately if any outsider on our pack lands. No explanation, no other details, nothing. Connor flexed his hands. Don't you think it's about time you told us what's going on? Both packmates he'd confided in last night had walked the line between loyalty to him and to the pack. Xander met Zane's eyes, letting him see what it meant to know Zane had his back. Always. Zane inclined his head slightly, and Xander faced Connor. Gwen is my true mate. She's also Vlad's. We will soul bond to her once they figured out how to do so without risking her life. In order for a human to soul bond with a royal, the linking of souls occurred at the point of death. Doubling the number of bonds they had to form with Gwen would undoubtedly increase the danger. A royal human soul bonding didn't always succeed, a tragic outcome that had, until this past year, kept most royals from considering tying a human to them eternally. Rafe's, then Devon's, successful matings had eroded some of the fear associated with human shifter matings, at least for royals. For singles it had always been safer, as it didn't occur at the point of death. For Xander, Vlad, and Gwen, their three-way soul bonding had to happen. After walking through Vlad's soul and experiencing the loneliness Vlad had suffered on the outside, Xander couldn't risk leaving him out. Vlad needed Gwen as much as she did him. Witnessing how Vlad's words to her last night had immediately soothed her after she'd woken upset proved that. So had the intimate encounter they'd shared. Once your human develops a backbone? Connor asked. Fangs bared and claws extended. Vlad lunged at Connor. Fucking ass! Xander slammed his shoulder into Vlad, knocking him away from Connor. He hit the ground hard, landing on his knees. The impact tore a curse from Vlad, but didn't dissuade him. He pushed from the ground and rammed his head into Connor's chest. Connor flew backward. Vlad landed on him, shoving an elbow into his gut. The deliberate move, meant to hurt, not kill, eased Xander. He stepped back, allowing the brawl. Connor enjoyed fighting, and Vlad could use the opportunity to burn off his aggression. In a frenzy no human could match, Vlad and Connor rolled over the soft new grass, crushing the blades. Their elongated claws tore chunks of the dirt free, and their blood dripped, staining the grass. Each held his ground even as they circled and lunged at each other. However, the slight restraint Vlad showed, not pummeling Connor's face and not blocking every punch Connor threw, showed those watching that Vlad was deliberately holding back. Finally, the force of their blows lessened, and their growls turned into grunts. Xander gave a small nod to Zane, a sign his twin would understand. It was time to end this, saving one of their fighting packmates the disgrace of conceding the fight. Enough! Xander fisted Vlad's shirt at the same time Zane grabbed Connor's. They yanked the two males apart. This is over. Not until Connor apologizes. Vlad stared at his opponent. The look on Vlad's face dared Connor to oppose him. It wasn't meant to be disrespectful. Your female can't help who she is. Maybe that's why she needs two mates. Connor shrugged. Oh no. Don't particularly care. She's not mine. But Gwen will become your alpha female, Vlad shot back. As such, she deserves your respect. Respect is earned. Until she proves herself, Gwen will just be the lover sharing our alpha's bed in the pack's eyes. Connor sneered. But Vlad? Maybe he'll be the same thing I always was to Xander. Not looking at Xander, Vlad brushed the grass and dirt from his chest. His confidant, his friend, his partner. Only this time the lover we share will be the keeper of our sanity, and if the goddess allows, the mother of our children. Connor snorted. If you're thinking to follow in the footsteps of the Kagan Pack's alpha couple, you shouldn't count on it. Singles have a lot easier time breeding than we do. Which was also why some royal groups were dying out. Xander dipped his head in acknowledgement. Nothing worth fighting for is easy. As a Winchester, you know this. Connor looked between Xander and Vlad. A true mate is a blessing. If this human is yours, we will come to accept her and protect her as we would any female mated into our pack. As I said, respect is earned, though. No matter what you say or how much you threaten us, Gwen will be treated as our alpha female, if, and only if, she deserves it. As much as Xander would like, he understood this. He always had. It was why he'd failed her twice before. He'd thought to shelter her from the harsh realities of being his true mate. That option was taken away in this lifetime. Understood. But remember, for now she is a mortal human. Losing her will destroy me. I will follow her. He'd have no choice. This was their last chance. If that meant spending his eternity with his true mate in the heavens, then he'd pay someone to take his head. And me. I won't live without her. Vlad stepped next to Xander, a show of solidarity their packmates would understand. Then it's best she's watched 24/7. Connor met the gazes of the other dominants, who each nodded their agreement. We'll set up a schedule so she always has a guard. Added to the protection Dante already provided, Gwen would be safe. The knowledge freed Xander to deal with the threats against their future. He simply had to come up with a way to counter the fear and disgust of those elders who looked upon his and Vlad's mating to Gwen as abhorrent. No ideas came to Xander. He'd come up with something, though. He had no other choice. Chapter 33. Armed with the information she'd gotten from Hannah, Gwen carried an armful of blankets along with a small tube of lube Hannah had insisted was essential, from the house to the ceremonial circle. The bonfire Dante had started brightened the area. More importantly, it warmed the night air. While not exactly cold, she didn't want her lovers to be concerned about how the slightly cooler temperatures affected her. She wanted their entire focus on pleasuring her. Only. Tonight was about passion, nothing else. Dante's advice had been repeating in her mind all day. If she wanted to move on, she had to put aside her hurt feelings and focus on what mattered in this moment. As the day had dragged on and her thoughts kept drifting to sex, she decided satisfying her curiosity was a good place to start. Gwen spread a couple of blankets, then set the others aside to use later, if they spent the night under the stars. The idea of greeting the morning here in the arms of her true mates excited her. She wanted to wake up tomorrow and embrace her role as alpha female, even if her pack balked at the idea of a human alpha female. She'd proved to everyone she could handle the animosity and the challenges. Besides, she wasn't the only human embracing a traditionally shifter role. The contact information for Riley Kagan, the other human alpha female, was already programmed into Gwen's phone. All she had to do was call her for advice. Hannah had promised her sister-in-law would drop everything to help Gwen, just as Hannah would. The three of them might be in different packs, facing different challenges, but they all wanted the same thing: peace for their packmates, their little section of West Virginia, and their mates. They'd succeed in their goals. Gwen didn't doubt it for a second. They might be the weaker sex physically, but their power came from within. It was all about resilience and endurance. Gwen would embrace both and lead the Winchester pack at Xander's and Vlad's sides. First, though, she needed her lovers to come to her. It'd be tough seducing them if they didn't. She knew they were close. Xander's SUV had been parked in the garage when she and Dante had returned from shopping. A cracking of a tree branch yanked her focus to the woods. Wearing only a black kilt, Xander stood at the edge of the forested area. A look of stark hunger burned in his expression, but he made no move to close the distance between them. The reason why became apparent a few moments later. Vlad broke the tree line several feet from where Xander stood, wearing jeans and a simple t-shirt. He looked exactly as he always did when she'd caught glimpses of him around her childhood home. As others had pointed out, Lena hadn't always been around, nor did he go to her when she had been close. Vlad had watched Gwen's bedroom window until he'd caught Gwen's gaze. After she'd slunk away, confused and embarrassed by her attraction to him, he'd left. Going to Lena had almost been an afterthought. Honestly, all his talk about wanting to mate Lena had been just that. Talk. Vlad had never stopped Lena from dating other men or sleeping with them. He'd teased her, saying he'd reclaim her someday. He'd also used Lena as an excuse to avoid any type of commitment, even regular go-to lovers. He'd used women for sex, only. Heck, even when he'd been with Lena, he'd used her for sex. When it came down to working out their troubled relationship, he'd walked and hadn't looked back. Her thoughts zeroed in on one fact all shifter males, especially dominants, faced. Without a true mate tied to their soul, sex, violence, and booze were the best ways to soothe their animals. Vlad had embraced those outlets, fighting and drinking heavily, when not on duty, and fucking any woman he could get his hands on. The sex hadn't meant anything to him. Gwen stepped forward, her gaze locked on Vlad's eyes. How do shifters deal with their aggression and their animals constantly bickering? The desire on Vlad's face faded, replaced by caution. You've been around shifters long enough to know this already. Why ask again? Because. Please answer me. Vlad rolled his neck. We drink. And? Gwen took another few steps forward. What else? Depends on the person. Some embrace violence, others look for non-violent methods. Music soothes some shifters amazingly well. Vlad's careful answer didn't give her the lead-in she needed. What did you do before you realized I was your true mate? She hadn't meant to bring this up. Her goal had been to explore their physical relationship, not mend their emotional issues. But her revelation made too much sense. She needed the confirmation that his sexual encounters since meeting her hadn't meant anything. Vlad ran a hand over his head. Shorter than it had been when she'd first met him, Vlad's hair still offered enough to grip or slip her fingers through the strands. She would do both tonight, if he'd only let go of his stubbornness and tell her the truth. Please answer me. She didn't want to lose this opportunity. Doubt would grow. It'd be harder to put it behind her. Sex! Vlad spat the word. I fucked every female I could, sometimes taking multiple lovers a night when my damn wolves wouldn't leave me alone. Is that what you want to hear? Her throat burned. So did her eyes. This was what she'd wanted to hear, but it still hurt. Her first instinct was to get away from Vlad, so she could deal with the pain in private. That was the easy way out, and she wouldn't take it any longer. She tucked her hair behind her ears and smoothed the oversized t-shirt she'd worn as a nightgown. What did your wolves bug you about that left you so agitated? Vlad studied her for a long moment, then moved toward her. His slow gait gave her plenty of time to run. She relaxed her stance and used the time to memorize the way his shirt stretched over his chest. He'd tucked the cotton tee into his pants. It drew her attention to his narrow hips and how his thighs filled out his jeans. She wanted to pull the shirt free and trace the deep grooves and dips of his abs, then unzip his pants, pulling them slowly down his legs and revealing the thick length she'd licked last night. Her mouth watered with the desire to do so again. Not until she got her answers, though. She dragged her gaze from his groin to his face. His lips curved into an amused smile. Something about it quickened her pulse. He looked like a predator who'd succeeded in cornering his prey. The urge to flee built the longer he watched her with that wicked, pleased grin. If she did, he'd chase her, then claim her. There'd be no more talking, no answers. He would take what belonged to him any way he wanted her. She stepped backward and collided with a hard body. Xander settled his hands on her hips, and she gasped. It's too late to run. You've lured us here. Now we finish this. Xander brushed his lips over her neck. He lowered his voice. Are you ready for us both, my mate? Because that's the only way we'll take you the first time. Together. A cock in your pussy, and another in your ass. Her inner muscles quivered at the graphic description of what her lovers planned for her, but she refused to give in to the lust until she got what she needed. Gaze locked on Vlad, she let him see her conviction. No, I'm not. No. Xander turned her to face him. She splayed her hands against his chest, keeping the slight distance between them. Then why bring us here? No, I'm not ready for both of you. Not until Vlad answers my question. Stepping behind her, Vlad gathered her hair in his hand and used his hold to tip her head back. He stared into her eyes until the anticipation of his kiss quickened her pulse before dipping his head and taking her mouth. He rolled his tongue with hers, slowly at first, then deepened the kiss, demanding she meet his passion. She had no choice but to match him. Held between Xander's and Vlad's bodies, she was at their mercy. While Vlad obliterated her senses with his sensual kiss, Xander caressed her, building her desire into a wanton lust that burned within her. He slid his hands under her shirt, over the softness of her belly to her heavy breasts. Without a bra to confine them, they swayed with the brush of his knuckles across them. Tingles skipped to her nipples, sensitizing them. Xander didn't touch the hard tips, though. He reversed the path and hooked a finger around the waistband of her panties. In a painstakingly slow move, Xander drew her underwear down. Gravity took over, and the silky hipster panties she'd chosen for tonight fell to the ground. She stepped out of them as Xander mapped a path up her inner thigh with his fingertips. The moment he reached the edge of her groin, Vlad broke the kiss. You. Vlad spoke the word against her lips just as Xander dragged his knuckles over her cleft. Her air rushed out on a shaky sigh. It'd be so easy to allow Xander to distract her, but the single word Vlad had spoken confused her. She blinked, bringing Vlad's hazel eyes into focus. The passion in them left her as unbalanced as the look of ownership he wore for her. Neither scared her. They shattered the emotional wall she'd erected around her heart. Me? She asked, needing to be sure they were talking about the same thing. Yes. You. Releasing his hold on her hair, Vlad gripped the hem of her skirt and tugged it over her head, leaving her naked but not cold. The heat both men gave off, along with the crackling fire a few feet away, warmed her skin. My wolves urged me to go to you. Constantly. Xander pushed a single finger into her sex and stroked her. Pressure built deeply in her body. Her knees weakened. She leaned more firmly against Vlad, allowing him to support her. Why? Did they think I was in danger? No. Vlad cupped her breasts, gently squeezing her flesh, before rubbing the pads of his thumbs over her nipples. They wanted me to take your virginity. You didn't want that? Vlad skimmed his open mouth over her neck to the mate mark on her shoulder. His exhaled breath on the raised points loosened her muscles and flooded her core with arousal. I wanted it. Vlad whispered the words as if confessing a sin. I wanted to ravish you, steal your innocence, expose you to my darkest hungers, but you kept dismissing me. Every freaking time you turned away, it killed me, confused me. Still, I kept coming back. Nothing dissuaded me. Not fighting, not other women, not even your sister. Nothing. I just kept torturing myself by wanting things I couldn't have. Fantasizing about spreading your sweet thighs and riding you hard. She turned her head. Her eyelids felt heavy. The desire Xander built within her with his fingers moving inside her left her sensitive and achy. This moment was too important to pass, though. Never again. Do you hear me? You touch another woman and you won't ever touch me again. True mate or not. I won't forgive you. Never again. Vlad leaned in and brushed his lips over hers, stealing her air and her sanity. I'm yours from now until the world ends. His promise left her with a warm feeling, but she needed to secure one more vow. Gwen glanced at Xander. One corner of his mouth rose in a small grin only a man could pull off. It made him appear wickedly hot and satisfied. She couldn't shake the feeling her demanding Vlad's fidelity had pleased Xander. The same applies to you, Xander. I won't share you. Understood, my mate. Xander withdrew his finger from her sex and gripped her hip. But I will share you with Vlad. Vlad moved his hand to her other hip. And I will share you with Xander. Xander got down on his knees and ran his hands up her legs, spreading them wider apart. He dragged his tongue along his lower lip, then raised his gaze to hers. Whether we're together or apart, if either of us needs you, we'll take you. Anytime, anywhere. That'd be fine on their property, but elsewhere, not so great. They'd be arrested for public lewdness or nudity. What if we're somewhere... Kneeling behind her, Vlad slipped a hand between her thighs and stroked her cleft, spreading her folds and teasing her clit with a hard flick. Her eyelids lowered, and a groan escaped her mouth. Trust your mates, Gwen. We'll get you somewhere private if need be. But we will have you. We've waited too long for you. Our souls are dark, damaged. Fighting no longer helps much, and we'd rather die than betray you. Only you can soothe us. Your voice, your touch, your love. Vlad's words brought a smile to her face and made her feel special. Here she was, a human everyone dismissed as too soft, and she had this incredible hold over these two powerful men. No other woman, even her past incarnations, had been able to accomplish what she had done. I want you to love me. Please. I want to belong to both of you tonight. Love the way I was meant to be. in the way of an alpha's mate. The thought dragged her gaze to the woods. She didn't see any of the pack gathered to watch her lose her virginity, but it was dark and she was only human. Vlad turned her head toward him. Tonight is ours alone. No one will watch us. Relief tore a sigh from her throat. While she'd been prepared to have silent witnesses, the knowledge that she wouldn't have to share this moment calmed her. I want your entire focus on what we're going to do to you, my mate. Xander caught her gaze. And if you need an out, you will remember my words to you. The intensity in his expression brought the conversation they'd shared on the plane back to her. If she felt overwhelmed at any point, she should tell them to stop. They would, no matter how much they might need to get off. I remember. Xander nodded, then dipped his head and kissed her inner thigh. Vlad brushed his open mouth over her ass before moving lower. Her legs were shoved farther apart. By Xander or Vlad she couldn't tell. She steadied herself against Xander's shoulders, then released him. There was no need to fear falling over. Neither Xander nor Vlad would allow her to smack into the ground. Eyes closed, she opened herself to every new sensation. It was impossible not to. Xander and Vlad commanded her. She could only feel and experience. There was no room for anything else. Their hands roaming over her skin, and their lips exploring her overwhelmed her senses. Xander pushed his tongue into her sex while Vlad licked her rear, tickling the edge of her opening as Xander had done the previous night. In the back of her mind, she recognized the act as taboo. Then again, so was taking two lovers. The things they'd be able to do together boggled her mind. If she focused on the wickedness of the loving they'd share, she wouldn't be able to enjoy this. Vlad's gentle prodding put pressure on her rear opening, a sensation she felt inside her womb. It added to the tightness building from Xander's fingers stroking her sex and the circling licks to her clit. She swayed, lost to the exquisite feeling spreading through her. She could get used to this attention. Both men's focus was on her, and only her. Xander released her clit and withdrew his fingers. She might have complained, but he stood and captured her mouth in a fierce kiss. Her arousal flavored the melding of their mouths, another taboo act a sweet girl like her should probably shy away from. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and kissed Xander hard. Vlad slipped 2 fingers into her sex and stroked her in sync with the way Xander rolled his tongue with hers. The dual stimulation left her shaky and crazed. She gripped Xander's hair, tugging it, until he groaned. The sound didn't satisfy her, though. She needed more. Releasing his silken strands, she reached between their bodies and fumbled with the button on his kilt. The thread holding the button broke. Xander's kilt slipped down his thighs, falling to the ground with her panties. She fisted Xander's length. Her fingers couldn't close around his girth. Huge. The man was huge. She hadn't gotten to see his erection. In every encounter they'd shared, he'd been clothed. A tiny seed of doubt surfaced. How was she supposed to take Xander in, let alone both of her lovers, at the same time? Xander nipped her lip. Trust your mates, and trust yourself. You were made for us, remember that. Out of all the souls who have passed through the heavens since time began, our goddess chose you to be our perfect match, and for us to be yours. Although Gwen didn't worship the shifter goddesses, she acknowledged their influence and their importance. Gwen also trusted in the greater powers of life. If shifters and their goddesses didn't have a place in this world, they wouldn't exist. Simple as that. I believe in us, in what we're building right now. Do you? The brush of Xander's lips against hers sent a shiver running down her spine. Yes. Xander grasped her wrist and placed her palm on his chest right over his heart. Do you feel our connection to each other, to the ground below us, to the heavens above? Because I do. I feel the power in our bond, and the acceptance. He cupped her face between his hands. Our pack spirit will bless us, tying our bodies together, mine to yours and yours to Vlad's. It's a gift usually only bestowed upon an alpha wolf and his mate, but the spirit will grant the 3 of us this. If Xander had asked if she'd felt his emotions because of the piece of his soul she held, She'd have to say no. But the acceptance he spoke of? Did she feel it? She closed her eyes and opened herself to the world around her, absorbing the sensations and sounds of the night. The fire crackled and snapped as it ate away at the wood used to build the bonfire. An owl hooted in the distance. A warm breeze flowed around her, bringing the scent of burning wood. All those things were expected. They were normal. The low humming in her ears wasn't natural, however. She focused on the pulsating vibration. It traveled from where her palm connected with Xander's chest to the balls of her feet. She glanced into his face. "It's coming from you." "It's coming from the sacred circle Vlad and I cast. I'm just the outlet for it, just as I am the voice of our pack spirit." Xander took Gwen's hand and directed her to stroke his thick erection. "But in this moment, I am yours." Using her hold on Xander's penis, she urged him closer. The head of his erection bumped her clit, sending sparks deep inside her, where she wanted to feel Xander. "And I am yours. Take me, Xander. I want to feel you inside me, to come apart around you, to accept your seed." Vlad eased his hands from where he stroked her core and settled his palms on her hips, reminding her Xander wasn't the only one she'd be loving. She released Xander's shaft and turned her head, meeting Vlad's eyes. "I also want you, Vlad. I've fantasized about having you love me for years. I'm ready for you to make my dreams a reality." Vlad skimmed his fingertips over her cheek. "Now and forever, Gwen. We are yours. No fantasy. This is our reality. The three of us together." Xander used a finger on her chin to turn her face toward him. With his gaze locked to hers, he lifted her and pulled her against his body. His rigid length slid along her wet cleft. The head of his erection poked at her opening. Her muscles tensed. This was actually going to happen. She was going to love these men, both of them, at the same time. "And this time, I will be the first male to fill you up." Xander captured her mouth at the same time the head of his erection breached her sex. She froze, her muscles clenching tight. The reaction annoyed her. She wanted this more than anything. Exhaling, she closed her eyes and gave herself over to the moment. Xander's tongue slipped along hers, rolling deeper with each stroke. She relaxed against Vlad's hard chest and accepted Xander's kiss, giving herself completely to him. The slow rocking of Xander's hips loosened her resistance and slipped his length inside her. Her arousal flowed, easing his entry, but he didn't fill her. He teased her, leaving her shaking in anticipation. She whimpered against his lips and clutched at his back, scraping her nails over his skin. Finally, Xander pulled back so only the tip of his penis breached her body. He broke their kiss. With his gaze locked to hers, he thrust forward on a slow and steady drive that stole her breath. Her inner muscles burned with the pressure, but Xander's focused stare held her entrapped. With his entire attention on her, the tension in her body eased, along with the fiery sensation deep in her core. A different feeling replaced the uncomfortable one. She couldn't tell what it was exactly, but Xander's utter stillness intensified it. She squirmed over Xander's rigid length, and heaviness built. It centered deep inside her. "Xander." She didn't know what she was asking for, but she knew he could give her what she needed. He grinned. "Do you want me to move?" "I need you to love me." She tipped her head back. "Both of you. Together. I want us to come together." "Gwen." Vlad bent his head and kissed her while Xander moved, stroking her slowly. Xander ran his hands over her sides as he kissed her neck, her shoulder, her mate bite. Everywhere his lips and fingertips caressed her, she burned. She groaned against Vlad's mouth. She needed more. His unending kiss didn't give her the chance to voice her desires, though. She'd have to show him. She snagged Vlad's wrists and directed him to her breasts. Taking the obvious hint, he lifted her boobs, squeezing and kneading her plump flesh. She moaned against his mouth, and Xander rolled his hips, stroking her deep inside, farther than his fingers had reached. Her lower belly tightened, not just her core. The pressure left her sensitized. She felt ready to come apart. It was too soon. She couldn't stop the building pressure, though. She ached. Squirming over Xander's erection, she ate at Vlad's mouth, needing to feel his passion any way she could. Vlad groaned against her lips. Releasing her breasts, he moved his hands to her hips. The head of Vlad's erection bumped her rear opening. She froze, prepping herself for the incredible pressure to overwhelm her as he breached her rear opening. The toy Xander had used the night before likely wouldn't come close to resembling the pleasurable pain of accepting Vlad's rigid length. He made no attempt to push inside her, though. He kept kissing her while the head of his erection nudged her rear opening. With a firm grasp, she grabbed his ass cheek and pulled him forward, hoping he'd take the hint. She needed him inside her, too. Xander pulled his erection from her core and roughly tugged her face to his for a devastating kiss that commanded her, not allowing her to think. A slight push on her sex was her only warning. Vlad filled her pussy on a powerful thrust that jerked her body. With a rough shove to her legs, he widened her stance and rode her hard from behind her. Xander held her firmly in place for Vlad's pounding drives. She grunted as the head of his erection bumped her deep inside, sending tingling waves along her core. Xander swallowed every rough sound she made. The heaviness rebuilt. She squirmed helplessly in their arms. She needed to move, to counter Vlad's hard thrusts, to match his passion. Neither of her lovers gave her the chance. It didn't surprise her, not really. They'd warned her she'd be at their mercy. Didn't they know she needed both of them, though? She was going to come, and she didn't want to experience heaven without both of her true mates. Vlad pulled his erection free, and Xander filled her in the next breath. She gasped. Her core clenched around his length. The moment he moved, she'd orgasm. Instead of sending her over the edge, Xander slid one hand to the back of her neck, holding her steady for a kiss, and the other to her hip, then eased his length from her body until only the head of his erection filled her. Her inner muscles quivered, needing to feel his girth, but the intensity of the craving eased the longer Xander loved her mouth. Xander's sensual kiss relaxed her body. She looped her arms around his neck. Something cool touched her rear opening, then pressure built, threatening to tense her body again. Xander's kiss didn't let the anxiety take hold, though. Groaning, Vlad filled her ass. She exhaled loudly and dropped her head to Xander's chest, pain and pleasure mixed. The feeling of fullness was almost too much, yet not enough. She squirmed, and energy zinged through her. "Oh, God." "You feel good, Gwen." Vlad massaged her hip. "So good. Never felt anything better." She smiled with praise. Xander lifted her chin and gazed into her eyes as he, too, filled her. Her mouth opened on a shaky exhale with the pressure of two massive erections inside her body. "You're tight, my mate." Xander grinned and stroked his thumb over her lips. "So wet and hot that I want to stay inside you forever." Xander kissed his way to her mate bite. The first brush of his lips over the raised points skipped energy along her skin. She shivered. "We'll always feel this. It won't matter if Vlad's in your pussy or I am." She appreciated their words and praise, but the fullness of holding both their lengths inside her, along with the heaviness settling in her womb, left her strung tight. She needed to come. They could talk later. "Please, love me." "Always," Xander whispered into her ear. "And forever," Vlad added in a low breath of sound into her other ear. The romanticism of their words rocked her. She whimpered, overwhelmed by the beauty of this moment. She hadn't expected it. After waiting so long to claim her, she'd anticipated a raw and primal encounter that didn't allow for emotions. This intense moment brought so many feelings to the surface. She never wanted to forget any of them. Both men kissed the corners of her mouth, her jaw, her neck, her shoulders. Tears slipped from her eyes. Happiness fueled them, but the soft emotion didn't last. Her lovers moved. In sync, as if they could anticipate each other's actions, they fucked her. In and out they stroked. Slow, then with an increasing speed and strength that left her trembling and whimpering. Her body was strung impossibly tighter. "Xander." The sensation scared and excited her. She wanted to come, yet feared the ecstasy. "Vlad!" "Let go, my mate," Xander urged. "We'll catch you," Vlad added. Trusting in them, she gave herself over to the moment. Their pounding drive shortened and quickened. Each stroke intensified the waves building along her core. They fed on each other before cresting. Her limbs tensed, then shook with the first wave of her release. Xander grunted first, then Vlad. The hot wash of their releases added to the pure ecstasy gripping her. Her body was swept away in a wave of sensation where she floated on a sea of nothingness. Only her lover's hold on her stopped her from drifting away. Her head rolled back, resting against Vlad's chest. Her air escaped on a shaky exhale. She felt shattered, yet never had she felt stronger. Both of her lovers kissed her, one then the other. They rested their heads on her shoulders. They didn't speak. Neither did she. What they'd shared went beyond words. It had been magical, sacred, special. All those words fit, but none encompassed the reality. These men were hers. She wasn't losing them. Ever. Chapter 34. The sudden alertness of Vlad's wolves jerked him awake. He hopped into a crouch and scanned the woods surrounding the ceremonial circle. Xander matched him on the other side of Gwen. He pointed toward where Dante was sprinting across the backyard. "What's wrong?" Gwen's sleepy voice held no fear. She trusted them explicitly. She'd proven that last night. "Dante's coming." Vlad laid a hand on Gwen's thigh. The softness of her skin soothed him, keeping his anxiety at bay. Whatever news brought Dante to them wouldn't be good. He'd never disturb them otherwise. "Zane and Connor have 3 council enforcers, along with 2 council members detained at Corey's house. They're requesting both of you meet them within the hour, or they'll begin searching our lands for Vlad." "The council members are Brock and James?" Xander asked. "Yes." Dante looked from Vlad to Xander. "And you do know that James is rumored to be a member of the Purist movement, don't you?" "No." A tick showed on Xander's jaw. "I didn't." "Shit." Vlad fisted his free hand. They didn't need a male on their lands or in their section of West Virginia who supported the old ways. Their relationship with Gwen wasn't the only non-traditional mating in this area. Both the Kagan and Jaeger packs, along with the Alexander Pride, had embraced love, not tradition, in their choice of mates. "What is the Purist movement?" Gwen asked. "A bunch of idiots stuck in the past." Xander ran a hand over his head. "I'm more concerned about their official purpose for coming here." Dante supplied the reason. "To retrieve Vlad, and take him in for questioning." Gwen pushed to her feet and adjusted the shirt she'd put on before they'd finally drifted off to sleep. Her automatic instinct to hide her mate mark would come in handy. Until they soul-bonded to her, the fewer people who knew the status of her mating, the better. "They're not taking Vlad anywhere. They have no right. I checked with Shifter Affairs yesterday while I was there. The most the Shifter Council can do is ask him to clarify his report, which he is under no obligation to do. His statement has been filed and Vlad's involvement in Molly's case is closed. He's no longer an agent." Gwen curled her fingers around his wrist, as if she could keep him locked to her side. "He's an American citizen and is protected as such. Unless evidence is presented to Shifter Affairs, the Shifter Council can't charge him or single him out for any convoluted discipline they might come up with." "Legally, that's true." Dante inclined his head. "But the Council doesn't always follow the rules. Many elders think they're above them." Xander stepped in front of Gwen. "Why did you go to Shifter Affairs?" "Do I need a reason?" Gwen asked. "Yes. A valid one. I can't think of any that would justify exposing you to shifters outside the pack. You told us of Elias. We were handling it. That's why we left you for the day." Gwen squared her shoulders, as if preparing for a fight. The skin by her eyes pinched, and her breathing roughened. Vlad had witnessed the signs while in the parking lot of the gas station a couple nights ago. She'd lost her temper, then fled for the safety of the convenience store. Vlad didn't want to see an argument break out between her and Xander, but he did want Gwen to learn how to hold one without running from them. Above all things, Vlad didn't want her to run. He wouldn't lose her a third time. "I was with Dante. I was in absolutely no danger," Until we are soul-bonded, we will worry about you no matter where you go or what you do. Vlad skimmed his fingers over her thigh, drawing her gaze to where he touched her, and giving her an opportunity to breathe and not react on her emotions. He'd be the first to admit this wasn't easy for him to do. If he'd been able to focus on Gwen, the episode with Connor would never have happened. Gwen exhaled and the tension in her shoulders eased. I wanted to open an official case for Eli. I know how Shifter Affairs works. Doing things legally binds the government into fighting for us. Favors and behind-the-scenes investigations have a way of backfiring badly. She glanced to the ground. I also wanted to meet with Hannah in a neutral environment, since Xander hasn't met her mates yet. I need a friend who can guide me into this new life, and after meeting Corey, I didn't think any of your packmates would volunteer for the job. You have Lena. I would think your sister would be the best choice to go to for advice. Xander's omission of Gwen's assessment of Corey's helpfulness reflected Vlad's thoughts. Corey wasn't exactly known for her compassion. She could be as cold as Dante at times. Lena's made it to a feline shifter. Pride life is different from pack life. Gwen shrugged. Or so I've heard. And? Xander prompted. Lena and I aren't close enough to talk about the things I need to know. We haven't been for years. Likely since Vlad stupidly slept with Lena instead of taking the time to figure out why he'd been drawn to Gwen. Then that should change. Eternity is a long time to spend stepping hesitantly around family because of past regrets. I know, Gwen nodded. I can arrange a visit this week, Dante offered. Devin mentioned that Lena has been asking to spend time with Gwen. Xander grunted. Yeah, it'll be good for Gwen to work things out with her sister. Make it happen. Done. Dante pulled out his phone and started texting. I'm assuming you'll want me to get Gwen off our packlands while you meet with the Shifter Council members? Yes. Xander pulled Gwen into his arms. Don't worry about Vlad. We'll handle it. Will you tell me what they say? It won't matter what they say. Xander hardened his tone. I won't allow them to take Vlad or hurt us in any way. But... Vlad pulled Gwen from Xander's embrace, then kissed her deeply. Her taste flooded his senses. Her warmth beckoned him, and her scent reminded him of home. He wanted to lay her down and love her again. Practical matters came first, however. Let us find out what we're up against before you unleash your protective claws, my female. Gwen grinned against his lips. I like that. What, protecting your male? Although it wasn't necessary, Vlad liked knowing she cared enough to finally fight for him. Hearing you call me your female. She slipped her arms around his waist. I've wanted to belong to you for so long. Now we have forever. Vlad whispered the words into her ear. You won't if you keep the council waiting. If they can prove you're avoiding them, they're within their rights to bring you in for questioning. Dante voiced one of the many loopholes the Shifter Council used to manipulate the laws in their favor. Gwen shoved from his embrace and stood. Dante's right. We can talk later. Dante motioned her forward. Let's move then. We can head back to town and finish shopping. We ran out of time for that shoe store anyway. She snickered. Then expect to spend all morning slumped in a chair while I browse. I love shoes. Can't wait. Dante's bland tone lacked enthusiasm or annoyance. He'd view protecting Gwen as a job, no matter what they did. The moment they disappeared into the house, Xander turned to him. We'll shift and run over there. I want them off our packlands as soon as possible. Vlad couldn't agree more. He opened himself to his gray wolf and bolted into the woods. The 5-minute run from his house to Corey's didn't give Xander long enough to plan his conversation with the Shifter Council. Not knowing their true reason for this visit made it more difficult. The only thing he had going for him was the obscurity around his relationship with Gwen and Vlad. Only those loyal to him knew of their importance. He included the Jaeger Alpha and his mates in that circle. Although Xander hadn't met Hannah's mates, they had as much to lose as he did if the purists decided to make examples out of Xander, Vlad, and Gwen. He set the concern aside. Until he knew more, he couldn't counter or eliminate the threats to them. Xander kept pace with Vlad, but as they neared the clearing around Corey's house, Vlad fell back. An alpha always faced the threats to his pack first, while the dominant strategized to attack the weakness of those they hunted. The relief Xander had experienced several times since entering into this three-way relationship teased the edges of his mind. Vlad would stand by him, not fight him for leadership. Would have thought, Xander directed his wolves to focus on the world in front of him. There was no need to divide their senses by worrying about what might creep up on them. Vlad would ensure nothing did. One with his black wolf, Xander quickened his pace before skidding to a stop within view of the front porch. Connor and Zane stood on either side of the five outsiders. The sight of Corey, though, drew his attention. With her leg bent and foot flat on the railing, Corey sat on the banister, her deadly gaze locked on Brock, not the three enforcers or James, the single shifter rumored to be a purist member. Her deliberate stare and pose told Xander two things. Corey didn't fear their visitors, and she wanted Xander to know who was really running the show, not necessarily who was the biggest threat. Considering royals generally supported other royals, Corey's judgment of Brock surprised him. It also set him on edge. Xander tightened his control over his rampant instincts that wanted to attack and force the males from their lands. Conversation would uncover Brock's motives. Violence would set him on a path that might endanger his loved ones. Striking a council member without justification was a crime. Being pissed off didn't count as a defense. On a controlled exhale, Xander conjured Gwen's image and held it close for a long heartbeat, before letting it slip into the recesses of his mind. The reminder of his mate had worked last night in the face of his angry packmates. It would have to be enough to maintain his control today. A pair of sweatpants landed a couple of feet in front of him. Xander tugged on the sweats Zane had tossed, then faced the five males. He ignored all except Brock. Tall and built, Brock might have passed as any wolf shifter with his average rugged looks, along with his dark hair and tan skin. But it was his eyes that set him apart. Deep orange and luminous, Brock's eyes would never come close to resembling a human's without the aid of contacts. With his gaze locked onto the royal wolf shifter who was old enough to have met most of the founding fathers of the shifter groups, Xander demanded, "Why are you here? You weren't scheduled to arrive until this afternoon." "I became aware of rumors involving your pack, so I made the decision to come out earlier." Brock's lip quirked slightly, as if fighting a smile. "I'm honored you're able to accommodate me on this short notice." He glanced at Corey, who narrowed her eyes. "Even if I was left to wait standing on the porch of an unmated female's home." The deliberate jab was likely meant to shame Corey. According to the old ways, unmated females lived with a guardian who acted as a protector. Those females who didn't were considered unworthy and impure. They weren't good enough to be protected. The Winchester pack had never followed those strict laws. Every member was important, no matter where or who they lived with. The most their pack had done was assign males to watch over their women in times of danger. Elias had been one of those protectors, the best of them. Gods, Xander couldn't wait to get him back. Corey rested her head against the support beam at her back. "Now, it wouldn't have been proper for an unmated female to invite an unmated male into her home. People might get the idea in their heads that I'm shopping for a mate." She flashed Brock a grin. "And I sure as hell wouldn't want anyone to think I'd want your dick inside me on a regular basis." "Just on an irregular basis, then?" Brock smirked. "If that's the case, I can fit you in on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of every month for sex. My last lover who held that time slot took a mate." Corey wriggled her nose and shot daggers at the ancient male. "Sorry. No can do. That's my knitting night, and I can't miss a session. I've got quite a few baby blankets and booties to make over the next few months." "Your loss." Brock hopped the banister and moved in a direct line toward Xander. A foot away, Brock stopped. "Rumor has it that you abandoned your pack for 4 months, so you could search for a human female you believe is your true mate." "What I've done is none of your business or the council's." Brock tipped his head slightly in acknowledgement. "But in this case, you are misguided." "How so?" "The female you're rumored to be infatuated with is said to be Gwendolyn Burnett, the human woman who fled with Molly across the country." Brock paused as if waiting for Xander's confirmation. No way would he admit to anything without knowing the reason behind the question. After a moment of icy stares, Brock continued. "By week's end, the Shifter Council will likely charge Gwendolyn, along with Vladimir, with Molly's death. If found guilty, both will be incarcerated in a shifter-run prison." "Like hell!" Vlad stormed forward, hands fisted in a murderous expression on his face. Vlad's frustration and hatred couldn't be denied. It also couldn't be acted upon. With a hard shove, Xander rammed into Vlad's shoulder, stopping him from making a mistake that could land him in a shifter prison sooner than if he were convicted of murder. Vlad's curse cut through the morning air. Xander ignored it and focused his anger on Brock. "All members of my pack and the Alexander Pride are exempt from any wrongdoing associated with Molly's attempted kidnapping. Any bid to bring fabricated charges against either Vlad or Gwen will be blocked." "Actually, they won't." James, the skinny, green-eyed wolf shifter rumored to be a purist, chimed in with amusement in his tone. Xander whipped his head in the male's direction. "And why is that?" "The exemption you filed protects you and yours from deaths caused in the attempted rescue of the shifter cub. It does not protect you or the members of your pack from Molly's death." A demented smile spread over James's face, leaving no doubt to his intentions. He wanted to harm Xander's loved ones. "And as was reported, the poor child died during recovery. Her death must be avenged. Without a murderer to convict, those persons whose actions contributed to her death will be punished." Fury slithered through Xander. No one threatened his partner or his mate. Sharpened nails slid from the ends of Xander's fingers. A growl built in his chest, and his wolves' anger turned into a deadly frenzy only the blood of their enemies would appease. Not being able to act on it made it worse. Reining in his wolves, Xander invaded James's personal space, towering over the other male. The faintest scent of fear drifted to Xander from James. It incensed Xander's wolves, making the need to punish James greater. It couldn't happen. Not here. Not with witnesses who'd take his actions back to the council. Xander fisted his hands. The sharpened claws pierced his palms. His blood, the blood of the Winchester Pack's alpha, dripped onto the soil. Each drop sent a wave of energy through their packlands. Every member of the pack would feel the fury Xander felt. They'd come, seething with the same anger Xander experienced. James glanced from the blood dripping from Xander's knuckles to his face. The same fear Xander scented showed in the male's eyes. Seeing it did little to appease Xander. Nothing would, except for the other shifter's death or the renunciation of his threat. Xander stepped closer until a hairbreadth separated his body from James. The child died as a result of the council's greed, not from any action taken by Vlad or Gwen. The growl to his voice resembled an animal's more than a man's. He could do little to mask it. His wolves moved just under his skin. They were so close, their heartbeats added to his. Any shifter within hearing distance would be able to pick up on their added rhythm, and know only his control stopped them from bursting free. James swallowed hard. His lip quivered. The stench of his fear built, souring the air. The male didn't look away, though. He raised his chin. Confidence in his threat no doubt granted him courage, or stupidity. A flick of Xander's finger could end the male's life. They both knew it. "Not according to the male we detained in Alaska. Baldy from the Ulgren clan admitted to capturing Gwen. He also told us under interrogation that the human female ordered the child to shift. Doing so shattered her soul and led to her death. If anyone is to blame, Gwen Burnett holds full responsibility. But since Vlad cited in his report that he failed to warn Molly's adult guardian of the danger shifting posed in the child's case, he too must be held accountable." A hard slam against Xander's mental shields stopped Xander from responding. The power behind the punch to his psyche reverberated through him, drawing his wolves' rage inward to the invader who thought to open a pathway between their minds. Xander pivoted on his heel and faced the male who wanted to speak to him. The warning look in Brock's eyes held a threat of its own. The Shifter Council elder didn't want anyone to know he had something to say to Xander privately. As a single shifter, James wouldn't know of a royal's ability to open their minds. Neither would the three enforcers, all single shifters standing nearby. "Details, Brock. I want to know if what this male says is true, now." Xander cracked the doorway between their minds, giving the other royal the chance to speak. "And make it fast. My pack is gathering in the woods as we speak." "Molly is alive, and the Leon spirit merged with her, making her its host. I know it. You know it. But the singles only suspect it." Xander blanked his thoughts and reinforced the barrier around his innermost feelings. This male he'd allowed access to his mind would not steal information from him without a fight. "I do not know what you are talking about. I only know Molly died." Brock's snarl echoed within their shared pathway, yet his features remained impassive. "This is not the time to act stupid. I'm here to help the child. If you wanted to help Molly, you could have. I didn't know about the child until it was too late. I'm here now, and I need to find her to do so. Until she's brought before the council and the other royal elders see with their own eyes the aura of the goddess surrounding her, the child will be in danger. The first chance the Singles get, they'll take the girl's head. With the proof that she has been chosen by the Leon spirit and the goddesses to lead a pride, she will be protected and revered. And feared, yes. But nobody would dare risk the anger of the goddesses by intentionally striking out at the girl." The respect many ancient shifters held for the goddesses added a sense of reverence to Brock's statement. Not only did they honor their creators, they also feared them. Xander understood this too. That's also why some council members want to put an end to any unusual pairing of mates before they're blessed by the goddesses. "Exactly. My recommendation to any shifter wanting to enter into an unnatural bond would be to keep their relationship secret until they are blessed under the light of the moon." Brock yanked back, dropping a solid wall between their minds. Then he stood there, staring at Xander with the same unwavering glare he'd worn while they shared the private exchange. One of them would have to break the battle of wills. Xander couldn't see the stubborn ancient shifter in front of him doing so. Though it irritated him, Xander eased the tension in his jaw and spoke. "We can keep up this dominant standoff for days, but weeks, actually." Brock grinned. "I've done so before." "Don't have time for it. I want to know about these ridiculous and trumped-up charges the council has concocted, so I can crush them before this gets out of hand." Xander continued as if Brock hadn't interrupted him. "Too late. It already has," James chimed in. "Interrupting a conversation between an alpha and an ancient is disrespectful." Brock focused his deadly glare on the single shifter. "Do not forget there is a hierarchy on the council also, and where in the ranks you fall." "All members of the council wield an equal power." James took a step forward. "Threatening me will result in—" "We are not seated at the council's table. The only consideration I'm required to give you outside of our official meetings is to not end your life. Nothing else. Remember that." "When we are on official council business—" Brock rushed forward and wrapped a clawed hand around the other male's throat. Blood flowed in steady rivulets down James's throat, and his nostrils flared on raspy breaths. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. "We are not on official business. We are here to offer the Winchester Alpha the opportunity to save Vladimir and Gwendolyn from being charged with Molly Elizabeth Burnett's death." Vlad stepped forward. Anger still tightened his features and roughened his voice, but he didn't lunge at either James or Brock. Vlad stood with his hands loose at his sides, and his stance relaxed. The calm mask was a ruse no sane male would believe. Restraint and willpower stopped Vlad from attacking the council members. It had nothing to do with civility or respect for those in positions of power. "And what opportunity is that?" Brock smiled as if he'd been waiting for someone to ask the question. He threw James backward, then faced Vlad. "Bring the child to the next council meeting." Physical proof would destroy the council's attempt to hurt Xander's mate and partner, along with Molly. But it'd be hard to deliver. Molly had yet to return to her human form. Until she did, she'd have to remain officially dead. One look at Molly in her lion cub form and they'd label her feral. Once a shifter bore that label, their death was already sealed. It wouldn't matter if the shifter in question was 5 or 500. The only redemption they'd earn would be among the goddesses in the afterlife. Chapter 35. Another day had passed without Gwen by his side to soothe his jagged soul. Xander cut the engine to the SUV and pressed a balled fist to his chest. The ache centered there had grown since he'd given a piece of his soul to Gwen. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence for mated males who entered into a breeding bond. The natural drive to return to the keeper of their soul was powerful and instinctual. If something happened to her, they'd lose their chance to breed. Producing an heir had no bearing on Xander's compulsion to seek out Gwen. He missed her smile, her scent, her touch. More importantly, he missed listening to her speak. Her words and actions reflected her strength, empathy, and passion. By the gods, she was the bravest woman he'd ever known. He couldn't wait to show her how much he appreciated her, how he respected her, how he was falling in love with her. First, though, he had to ensure her safety and Vlad's. Any declaration of love or attempt to secure her forgiveness for his past sins would have to wait, at least until tonight. He wanted to go to her with a solid plan to protect Molly and Elias from being condemned for being perceived as feral. Xander closed his eyes for a moment, blocking out the view of the Jaeger Alpha's home, and built the image of his sanctuary. Gwen's soft, wavy brown hair framed her rounded face. Her warm brown eyes burned with a mixture of innocence and passion. Her curvy, lush body invited her lover's touch. Tonight, while Xander dealt with legal and pack matters, it would be Vlad's hands on her. His partner would seduce her, love her, make her tremble and moan his name. Xander knew it. Vlad had told him of his plans. They hadn't bothered Xander. They'd excited him. He had his own fantasy to play out with Gwen. Then they'd take her together. Shoving those thoughts aside before his body reacted to the images, Xander got out of the SUV and approached the large home. Intricate landscaping surrounded the place, but whoever had planted the gardens had done so with surveillance in mind. Nothing in the yard offered any spot large enough for a wolf or person to use as cover. The small details spoke of the thought processes of those who lived here. Practicality governed them, hopefully it would in all things, and they'd agreed to Xander's plans. If they didn't, the Winchester pack might very well have to move. Again. The front door opened, revealing the tall, lean frame of the Jaeger Alpha. Wearing a dark gray suit complete with a tie and a large gold watch, the male didn't look as if he should be leading a pack, but appearances deceived those who didn't listen to their instincts. Xander's warned him this male wasn't what he appeared. Power, confidence, and composure surrounded him. The qualities would make Ethan a shrewd leader, a dangerous enemy, and a loyal ally. As expected, Ethan Jaeger locked his gaze with Xander's and closed the distance between them, stopping less than a foot from him. "This is Jaeger territory. Explain your purpose for being here, or your headless body will be left on the outskirts of my packlands for your packmates to find." Although aggressive, Ethan's greeting echoed the traditional one given to outsiders viewed as inferior. Hearing it brought a small smile to Xander's face. Most single shifter groups feared royals. Xander would rather be surrounded by bold shifter groups than those willing to hide behind or blindly follow the dictates handed out by the Shifter Council. "Ethan Jaeger, it is an honor to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xander, Alpha of the Winchester Pack. I've settled my pack nearby, and I'm here today to offer my oath of peaceful coexistence and protection to you and yours." "Protection?" Ethan's blond brow quirked. "Who do we need protection from? We're not at war with anyone." Here was the conversation he'd preferred to have waited until after Ethan had accepted his oath of peace. Putting it out there now was for the best, though. Then Ethan couldn't come back and say he'd been tricked. "Not yet. But once I file papers with Shifter Affairs requesting to build a facility to rehabilitate shifters, you might need my pack's protection from the backlash of the shifter community and the Shifter Council. Not all members of our species see the value in assimilating our victimized brethren back into society." Ethan stared at him for a long moment before opening his arms for the embrace that very well might end Xander's life as easily as it could end Ethan's. If either of them wanted to, they could rip each other's head off. Without wasting another second, Xander accepted the formal greeting, wrapping his arms around Ethan in what humans would assume was a hug. "You ever touch my mate again, even if it's only a handshake, you'll return to your pack without a hand." Ethan spoke the threat softly, likely so his mates, who were no doubt watching from the house, wouldn't hear. "No worries, neighbor. I can regrow any limb I lose." Ethan's growl and the press of his sharpened nails in Xander's back tore a chuckle from him. "And after my partner chops off my dick for disrespecting our female by touching yours, I'll be grateful for the ability to regenerate body parts. However, since I'd rather not go without sex while my dick regrows, I will refrain from shaking either of your mate's hands." Laughing, Ethan stepped back. "So, Hannah's assessment of your mated status was right. It will be, in a couple of days, as it is my relationship is on a need-to-know basis. The purists of our species would act to ensure our mating isn't blessed under the light of the full moon. Sharing the detail which could damn Xander, Vlad, and Gwen would go farther than anything Xander could do to earn the Jaeger Alpha's trust. Once Ethan gave his, the Kagan Alpha would follow suit. Or so Xander had heard from Devon. The Kagan and Jaeger packs were bound by strong familial ties. Understood. Your secret is safe with me. Ethan studied him for a long moment, then motioned towards Xander's SUV. Care to go for a ride? I have someone who's been asking to meet you. Yeah? Who's that? My brother, Owen. He's dreamt of you. The sight of Gwen at the railing of their bedroom stirred Vlad's hungers. The glimpses of her heavy breasts as she brushed her hair from her face didn't help. She'd stepped outside wearing a simple robe, nothing underneath. He knew why. The wind had picked up. She loved feeling it on her face, or so he assumed. After years of watching her, he'd come to expect the behavior. Whenever the wind howled, she'd step outside and tip her head back while the wind whipped her hair around her face. Then when the first drops of rain fell, she'd slip inside, alone. Not today. Vlad crossed the backyard, staying out of her line of sight, and entered the house. He kicked off his shoes on the way to the stairs, stepped from his pants once he reached the second floor, and tossed his shirt before approaching their bedroom. His cock stretched long and hard against his stomach. As much as he enjoyed the look of wonder on Gwen's face as his shaft grew in her hands, his instincts demanded he take what he denied himself for years, thinking himself depraved for wanting Gwen, the sweet and innocent teenager he'd turned into his beloved human. The things he'd wanted to do to her sickened him then. Not anymore. With a soft click she'd never hear, Vlad closed the bedroom door behind him, then zeroed in on her, moving soundlessly. In this instance she was his prey, a prize he'd hunted for years. Today he'd claim her as his female, once and for all. The cool early evening air washed over him the moment he stepped onto the raised deck. It did little to dampen the fire in his blood, or the possessiveness. Before he left her tonight, she'd be his, irrevocably. He clamped a hand over her mouth, stifling her gasp, and stepped behind her, pressing his body along hers. The head of his cock bumped her rear, pushing the thin material of her robe into her opening. The memory of pumping into her ass returned. His balls ached, and his penis jerked. He wanted to feel the incredibly tight squeeze on his length. It would strangle him, taking him to ecstasy. Gods, he craved that. But not this time. He had other ideas. Gripping her breast with his free hand, he massaged her flesh and toyed with a hard tip, tearing a groan from her throat. She tipped her head back against his chest, completely at ease in his embrace. Are you trying to entice a lover, my female? She shook her head and mumbled something, but his hand over her mouth made her words indecipherable. He grinned and brushed his open mouth along her jaw to her ear. Well, you've succeeded in arousing me. I'm hard for you. With a firm hand he pressed against her shoulder. She made a shocked sound and grasped the railing of the balcony as he tugged up her robe. He leaned over her and slid his erection along her cleft. Dampness met him on the first stroke, and the wet, welcoming slickness of her arousal greeted him on the next. I need you. He shifted his hips and lined his erection up with her sex. And I'm taking you. Do you deny me? Again she shook her head. It was all the confirmation he needed. On a firm drive he filled her. Her hot, exhaled breath against his palm, and the shiver that ran through her body fed into the moment, making him ravenous for more. He eased his dick from her gripping core, then slammed forward, shaking her body. Again and again he rammed his rigid length into her, filling her. Her core molded his length. The head of his cock kissed the mouth of her womb. They fit perfectly, always would, no matter how he took her. Releasing her mouth, he moved his palm to her lower belly, to add a counter-pressure to his strokes. Her inner muscles tightened in an attempt to hold him deep inside. Part of him wanted to stay inside her forever. Each squeezing caress of her core around his aching shaft, however, urged him to move faster, harder. There was no denying the instinctual need to ride her, racing to experience the completion of their loving. He'd fight it every second, though. He wouldn't lose this feeling too soon. He'd waited too long for this, for the right to take Gwen any time he wanted. He moved his hands to her hips. Holding her in place, he eased his cock from her body. She shuddered with the loss of him and dropped her chin to her chest. Vlad. Just his name. But he didn't need more. The desire and acceptance in her voice resonated within him. He smoothed his palms over her soft skin before jerking her backward. She yelped and gripped the railing. He didn't give her the chance to prepare more. He drove back into her. Her core clenched down on his length, and the first waves of her orgasm milked his shaft. No, she wouldn't find heaven without him, and he wasn't ready. He withdrew his erection and bent over her body. The bite mark Xander had left on her drew Vlad. His fangs slid into place. An image flashed before him, courtesy of his wolves, showing him what he had to do to keep Gwen permanently. He wanted to make it a reality, freaking craved it, never wanted anything more. It also wouldn't happen without her permission. Vlad pushed his dick into Gwen's body on an agonizingly slow thrust that ripped a low moan from Gwen and a curse from him. He repeated the slow stroke, needing to fuel the tiny waves of her inner muscles massaging him. She rocked against him, fucking herself on his impaled length. Her arousal flowed, coating his shaft and their thighs. Her moans deepened, tempting him to move faster, and the erotic sway of her hips as she took her pleasure from him tormented him, building the pressure in his balls. He pressed his lips to her ear. Take a piece of my soul, Gwen. Claim me, flaws and all. I'm yours. Forever, right? She reached back and dug her nails into his ass. You're mine forever. Always have been, even before I found the key to your soul. The key to my soul? Gwen glanced over her shoulder. The question showed in her lust-hazed eyes. What was he talking about? He tore his gaze from hers and focused on the raised entry points of her mate bite. Vlad had to make it his, too. He licked the bumpy skin, numbing her for his bite. Her shaky exhale might have brought a smile to his face, knowing he too could stimulate her as only her mate should be able to do. But the primal instincts gripping him stopped him from enjoying the knowledge. Vlad had to mate this female, his female now. He couldn't wait. He'd lose Gwen if he did. Xander opened the pathway to your soul and left it open. Vlad joined their bodies on a full thrust at the same time he bit Gwen's shoulder. She gasped, and her inner muscles clamped down around his shaft, ripping his seed free on a joint orgasm that opened her soul to him. The purity of his true mate's soul beckoned him closer. The shock of seeing the scar running through the center of the white globe stopped him from basking in her warmth and goodness. There was no mistaking the proof in front of him. Gwen's soul had been torn in half. One side of the line bisecting her soul appeared stark and barren. The other side looked incomplete, with only the small piece of Xander's soul twined into hers. The realization of what the division of Gwen's soul meant rocked Vlad. Gwen was the gateway between their souls, their home, their miracle. Using mental fingers, Vlad traced the line dividing her soul. Xander left room in your soul. For me. Gwen reached for him, drawing him closer with her welcoming metaphysical arms. Then claim me. He didn't have to be told twice. He pushed a piece of his soul into the unmarred side of her soul, claiming this half of her as his. Her body seized. Pain whipped through her. Vlad did the only thing he could to ease her. He opened his soul and took her agony inside. It's okay. You're safe with me. His words drew forth a memory he wished he could have scrubbed from his mind. He fought the recollection, but Gwen latched onto it, giving it life. He cursed but couldn't stop it. The flicker of candlelight danced shadows over the walls, and the lulling aroma of freshly cut lavender saturated the air. If Vlad had the right to touch the woman in front of him, the ambience would fit a long night of slow, satisfying loving, the kind Elizabeth preferred. Vlad knew her favorite form of sex. He often watched Xander pleasure his wife for hours on end before she fell into an exhausted and sated sleep. Vlad didn't have the right to touch Elizabeth, though. All he could offer was his comfort. Lately it did little to soothe his friend's human wife. Her tears came more often and lasted longer. Vlad hated seeing her curl into a ball and rock back and forth. Hated seeing her cry until her face turned blotchy and eyes puffy. Hated that she thought herself worthless and barren, unable to conceive a child. Hated that she feared her husband was sleeping with other females. Mostly, though, Vlad hated his friend for lying to her. No more. If Xander was too weak to tell his wife the truth, she'd hear it from Vlad. Elizabeth. Vlad brushed a lock of Elizabeth's red hair from her wet cheek. You need to stop this. The tears don't help. She weakly shoved at his hand. She never let him touch her, no matter how innocent his caress. They are all I have. He sighed and balled his fist. What had he done in life to deserve this? Who had he shamed? Whatever his sin, it had to be grave. He could think of no other explanation for the longing he experienced for this woman who belonged to his best friend. No matter how many times he reminded himself of how wrong this was, he couldn't stop the desire or the sick, depraved urges that compelled him to carry Elizabeth to her marriage bed and pump into her body until his pleasure seized him and he covered her stomach with his seed. The fantasy stirred his shaft to life. He hunkered down next to where she lay on the floor in an effort to hide his aroused member. His kilt would offer some camouflage, as long as he didn't stand. Tell me why these tears trouble you. Though he could likely guess. Xander had left this morning for a long run in the woods, the only opportunity his wolves had to be free. Either that, or another month had passed without a child being conceived. My husband broke a promise to me. This was new. Despite Xander's misguided beliefs that led him into this sham of a relationship with a forbidden human, Xander would never break his word once it was given. About what? Wanting a child? Elizabeth sat up. Her face was as blotchy as ever, but fire lit her eyes. Vlad had never seen it there before. It intrigued him. I overheard him talking to the man who often brings us supplies. Dante. Do you know him? Yes. Dante was the only other shifter who knew about Xander's secret human wife. Xander said he was glad I was barren. He couldn't imagine creating a baby with me. More tears rolled down her cheeks, but her nostrils flared. She pushed to her feet and leveled a hard glare at him. You know why, don't you? I see the pity in your eyes. Tell me, why doesn't my husband want a child with me? Gwen pulled back from the memory and shoved Vlad from her soul. He eased back, licking the wound on her shoulder shut, and met his true mate's furious brown eyes. What Elizabeth should have asked was why Xander had married her and not mated her. Since she didn't, I will. Tell me the truth. Vlad separated their bodies, then turned Gwen to face him. Twice before, I revealed Xander's sin. Each time I did, you died. I won't betray Xander again. Betray Xander? Gwen pushed against his chest until Vlad took a step back. She moved several feet away and glared at him. How is telling me the truth a betrayal to Xander? Because it's his sin to tell. I've committed enough of my own against you. The anger drained from her face. Wide-eyed, she studied him. I've forgiven you for sleeping with Lena and all those other women. If you think you need to bring the topic up again, don't. I want to put it behind us. You didn't understand our connection when you first met me and Lena. I believe that with every ounce of my soul. Vlad squeezed the bridge of his nose. He hadn't planned to bring this up, but he had to get it out there. Silence on this matter would make things worse. He dropped his hand and met her eyes. Not that. I underestimated you. In doing so, I withheld important information about Molly. Had you known, you'd have been more prepared to protect her. I failed you and I failed Molly. Gwen shook her head. We can't change the past. You didn't know what sheltering me would do. Maybe not, but I know what it has accomplished. What? I've implicated you in Molly's death, according to the Shifter Council, and unless we can prove Molly is alive and well, the Council will be within its right to punish not only me for my involvement in Molly's death, but also you. Gwen mapped his face with her gaze before focusing on his eyes. There's more to this, isn't there? What are you hiding from me about Molly? Is she okay? Vlad exhaled slowly. He wanted to protect Gwen from this, but he couldn't do so and call her his equal. No, Molly isn't okay. She's either feral or on her way to becoming feral, since she refuses to shift back into her human form. And if the council gets the confirmation of her troubled mind, they'll lock her up until she matures, then kill her. Gwen's knees gave out. Vlad caught her before she crumpled to the deck's surface. I'm sorry, my maid. I hate being the bearer of bad news. She turned her chiding gaze to him. Molly is stronger than you give her credit for. Just like I am stronger than everyone, including my mates, gives me credit for. She is not lost. I refuse to accept that. As long as she lives, she's salvageable. I agree. So does Xander and every member of our pack, along with Devon and Lena's pride. We will protect her and make sure nobody hurts her, emotionally or physically. Gwen nodded. I don't doubt that. But who's going to tell her the truth? We have. Very clearly. She won't listen to us. Then take me to her. Gwen stood and retied the sash on her robe, then headed toward the open patio door. She'll listen to me. Vlad wanted to argue with her. Molly ignored everyone who tried to convince her to shift. Given that fact, there was no reason to believe Gwen talking to her would be any different. He'd underestimated his mate on too many occasions to voice his doubt, however. I'll make the calls, and the three of us will go see her together. Gwen glanced over her shoulder. Always together. We won't face the tough things alone anymore. Vlad linked his arms around her waist and rested his cheek on her shoulder. Not even if they're inside our minds. Or in our memories. Agreed. Vlad only hoped she'd remember her words when she learned everything about Xander's sin against Elizabeth. Chapter 36. After exchanging words with Owen, the alpha of the Kagan pack emerged from the simple, well-kept cabin with a clipboard under his arm and joined Xander and Ethan at the SUV. You need to sign this before I can allow you within 500 feet of the cabin. Nick handed Xander the clipboard. It's a release of liability against myself, my pack, Shifter Affairs, and the human government. Never before had he been asked to sign anything when meeting with a feral shifter, or even a shifter labeled as potentially feral, such as Devon had been classified for most of his life. Actually, he still carried the label. The stigma would follow Xander's friend forever, despite the fact that with Lena bonded to his soul, he was sane and calm. There were no words to describe how the discrimination against Devon made Xander feel. There was only the simmering rage and the hatred for those who'd tortured Devon, with the sole purpose of breaking his mind. No amount of frustration changed anything, though. Neither would arguing with Nick Kagan about a worthless piece of paper. Never in his long life had Xander sued anyone. He wouldn't start now over anything that happened here today. Fine. Xander held out his hand. Neither Nick nor Ethan responded to his silent request. Do I get a pen, or am I to sign this in blood? He'd slice a vein if he had to. His wolf's eagerness to meet with Owen stirred a humming excitement within him. Nothing would stop him from meeting this male. Now. Blood won't be necessary, Nick smirked. But before you can sign the release, you're required to read it in front of a witness. He motioned to Ethan. My sister's maid it is. And before you argue over the ridiculousness of my brother-in-law's request, this has to happen, and you must take the time to read it. We're being recorded, and if Shifter Affairs doesn't see the proof that we're following the safety precautions they put in place, they'll incarcerate Owen in a government-run facility. That can't happen. Ethan's voice roughened as his primal side surfaced, hinting at how Ethan's wolf felt about losing Owen. It's bad enough my brother must remain here, and not on my pack's lands. But I'm still in the midst of undoing the negative influence of our previous alpha on my packmates. The atrocities of the alpha who led Ethan's pack before him had angered Xander. Had Ethan not taken over, Xander would have shown the old alpha the error of his ways, with a beating that would have left the single shifter shamed in front of his pack and his mate. You have cameras here? Xander turned to the ponytail-wearing alpha of the Kagan pack. On your pack's lands? Why any alpha would allow such an invasion baffled Xander. If evidence of their shifter nature was filmed, there was no guarantee the footage wouldn't be leaked to humans. Such an occurrence would be devastating to their kind. The drive to protect their species' secrets was instinctual, even among the corrupt and depraved. Yes, there are cameras on the roof. Shifter Affairs has a live stream of the property from the cabin to about 5 feet in front of the tree line. Nick's annoyed expression spoke of his feelings on the matter. It's put much strain on my packmates. All but my mate are forbidden to come here without myself or my top dominant present. To make sure only acceptable material is transmitted to those watching? Xander asked. Any other motive would tarnish his view of the Kagan Alpha. Feral and potentially feral shifters needed positive contact with those they trusted. Yes, it was either that, or keep the cameras and microphones inside the cabin. Nick's expression darkened, matching the hard glint to his eyes. Knowing he was being spied on agitated Owen too much, though. This was the concession that had to be made to give Owen a semblance of peace. I've worked with trouble shifters for centuries. Never have I encountered a setup such as this. Xander glanced between the two alphas. Why Owen? We can discuss any concerns you have after you meet with Owen. Ethan held out a pen. Read and sign, please. Owen's waiting. I'm not sure what type of males you're used to dealing with, but I've not lived for 7 centuries by blindly trusting in those around me. This setup could have been explained to me on the drive over here. You didn't say a word about it or Owen. But the troubled expression Ethan had worn on the ride over had hinted at the debate going on inside the other alpha's mind. Only respect for his new neighbor stopped Xander from pushing for details then. Maybe he should have. Too late for regrets. He'd get his answers now. Ethan narrowed his eyes, a warning in his expression. Being a single shifter who's only lived a fraction of the years you've been alive doesn't make me any less cautious or protective of my pack. Point taken. Xander inclined his head in apology. But if you'd considered me a threat to your brother, you never would have mentioned him. I asked Ethan not to say anything. Owen isn't always clear in the things he says. I wanted to make sure you were the kilt-wearing alpha he's been dreaming about. Nick motioned to the cabin. That is why I brought you here and put you on display, so Owen could see you. Dreaming about me? Xander slid his focus from Nick to Ethan. What exactly does that mean? Ethan stepped into Xander's personal space and lowered his voice. Owen has been altered. His disconnected mind is a result of what was done to him. Nick moved closer also. And now, he's feared. By who? Not by either of you. The Kagan Alpha would never allow his pregnant mate to come here alone if he did. By the Shifter Council and Shifter Affairs, not my pack, Nick answered. The elders know what was done to Owen? Disbelief stirred Xander's unease. The council wasn't known for its leniency where feral shifters were concerned. They believed it was best to eliminate them whenever possible, for the good of their species. A select few do. Nick caught Xander's gaze, and they don't want the others to learn about him. In my opinion, that's the only reason Owen's here. Why? Xander growled the word. The hedging and evasion set him on edge. They were hiding something important. Tell me why, now. Ethan gripped Xander's shoulder and bent his head to Xander's. My brother, who was born to the single shifter parents who raised me as their own, is now either immortal or nearly immortal. He's been tortured in numerous ways that should have killed him, yet he lives and is growing stronger and faster every day. Every muscle in Xander's body tensed. His heart stopped, then beat harder. Ever since the first Royal was born, jealousy and resentment had pitted some of the single shifters against the Royals. Those select few wanted the same benefits the Royals enjoyed, immense strength and immortality, at any cost. Xander closed his eyes and fought the memories of his loved ones who'd suffered and died as a result of the experiments concocted by those who coveted the Royals' tie to the heavens. Their women, their children, abused, slaughtered. Did he want this? Xander turned his head and glared at Ethan. To be altered? Owen doesn't know. Ethan grabbed the clipboard and shoved it into Xander's chest. And by signing this, you are promising not to tell him. Not tell him? Ignorance never helped matters. Surely the males before him had learned that fact. If not, they needed a life lesson. This is not something that should be kept from him. Nick leaned as close as Ethan had done moments ago and pressed his mouth to Xander's ear. Owen's soul has been bonded to a Royal Alpha, who we believe is still alive and in captivity somewhere. Xander tensed a second time, but Nick's firm grip on his shoulder reminded him of the cameras trained on him. Xander rubbed at his nose, hiding his mouth. Bonded how? Ethan matched Nick's pose and whispered, as an animal. My brother is bonded to this Royal Alpha, as if he were one of his wolves, and he can be controlled as such. We've made the decision to keep the details from him. We think if Owen knew, he'd fight this Alpha's control, and as a male who's fought with his wolf for years, I know how devastating that can be for both halves, Nick added. We're asking that you honor our decision. Ethan gripped Xander's arm. I know my brother. He'd rather die than be a slave. But it's not just his life that's at risk. We must also consider this royal male. We believe he might suffer or die if Owen loses his head. Xander's chest expanded with his deeper breaths, and his skin itched. The pressure of his wolves moving just below the surface left him agitated at the revelation of the bond Owen shared with this unnamed Royal Alpha. But Xander's wolves didn't care to hear the details or the whys. They wanted to see the male. Had to see him. With a firm metaphysical shove, Xander pushed his wolves back into the mystical realm where they lived. For the moment he needed to process what Nick and Ethan were telling him, not react on his instincts. How do you know this? Xander demanded. He told us. Ethan cracked his jaw. Not Owen. This royal male who's bonded to him told us. He can take over my brother's body and his mind, leaving him with images of events that haven't taken place yet. Xander jerked back. Out of all the gifts royals have been born with, precognition wasn't one of them. That's impossible. Nick jerked his chin toward the clipboard. Read and sign the release, then go see for yourself. Xander snatched the pen from Ethan and turned his attention to the clipboard. The legalese didn't mention anything about altercations done to Owen or his newfound immortal state. The paper was exactly what Nick had described it as, a combined release of liability and non-disclosure agreement preventing Xander from sharing what he had or would learn with Owen or anyone not bound to Xander's soul, with the exception of Nick and Ethan. There, Xander scribbled his name on the paper and shoved the clipboard at Nick. Signed and dated. Then go. Nick waved Xander forward. You're not coming with me? Nick snorted. Not unless you're afraid to be alone with Owen. Xander pivoted, without responding to the other male's sarcastic retort. Eager for a glimpse of Owen, he scanned the windows. The shadow of a large man passed in front of the main one. Then the blinds closed. The light inside went out. If Xander's wolves hadn't been so adamant about getting inside the cabin, he might wonder if he was walking into a trap. Of course, there was every possibility he was opening himself to danger. Owen was labeled as feral. The knowledge wouldn't stop Xander. He turned the knob and opened the front door. Darkness met him, but the sound of Owen's breathing and his heartbeat betrayed his location near the far end of the room. Xander shut the door behind him and allowed his wolves closer. Drawing on their enhanced eyesight, the details of the room came into focus. He noted the simplicity and neatness of the place, along with the scent of Chinese food and a synthetic air freshener. But the useless specifics mattered little. Only one thing did. Owen. Or more specifically, the aura surrounding him. The mix of colors clearly identified the pack alpha who'd been bonded to Owen. The Kane pack. Brock's pack. Their alpha, Gabriel, had been missing for close to 300 years. Brock had spent just as long searching for him. The waiver Xander had signed stopped him from telling Owen, or even reacting to the knowledge. He took another step into the room and studied the shifter who, according to Nick, had left the elders on the council afraid. Fear didn't choke Xander, though. Rage did. Whoever had done this to Owen deserved death.
Your anger is spiking mine.
Owen struck a match and lit a candle on the table in front of him.
And unless you want to fight me, tone it down. I'm feral, you know. Can't trust what I'll do. It's why they keep me locked up here like a damn animal.
The flickering light illuminated Owen's face. Unkempt brown hair framed a harsh and scarred face, and a rough growth of beard covered his jaw and neck. The details gave him a wild appearance. The glint in his hazel eyes, though, told the true state of his mind. He was unhinged, maybe feral, or maybe just crazed from being locked inside this cabin. Better here among friends than in a cell somewhere, though probably not by much. A shifter needed freedom to run. They were not meant to be stuck inside any enclosure, even a gilded one. Owen blew out the match and dropped it on the table.
Did my alpha tell you why I wanted to see you?
Apparently Owen had no interest in small talk. Xander crossed the room and took the seat opposite Owen. Partially. Ethan told me you've been dreaming about me.
Not you exactly.
Who then?
Your...
Owen shrugged.
I don't know what to call her. Lover? Mate? Tough to tell from what I've seen, but I know the human's yours.
Xander's breath caught. Care to elaborate on that?
I dream about stuff.
Other people's lives. Owen raised his gaze to Xander's.
Your life, recently.
What about my life? Owen leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest.
You and another male fucking this girl. Fighting with her. Walking away from her.
The idea that this male had seen intimate details of his relationship with Gwen angered him. It also left him uneasy. Not fearful, but concerned. No male should have that kind of power. Insight of the future belonged to the goddesses only, for a reason. It was dangerous. What else? Owen raised a brow.
Not going to question me, or call me crazy?
Not unless you want me to. I'm here for the warning you want to share with me. That is why you insisted on seeing me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Owen dropped his arms and leaned over the table, propping his elbows on the wooden surface.
She's going to die. Figured you might want the chance to save her.
Xander's blood went cold. Unblinking, he stared at Owen for a long moment, then demanded,
Tell me everything you know, now. You're going to be challenged. Not sure when. My dreams don't give me details like that, but when you are, she's going to try to save you.
Xander swallowed hard.
And dies instead.
Owen inclined his head slightly. His pounding heart betrayed his reaction to Owen's premonition. Xander couldn't hide the response. He couldn't lose the woman he was falling in love with. He wanted an eternity with Gwen, learning every nuance he could about the female he'd been blessed with as a mate. What else? I want every detail you see. What she's wearing, what time of year it is, everything.
The details are sketchy. I see her face, the shock and betrayal in her eyes. Then she falls and...
Owen rubbed at the back of his neck.
I don't know exactly. There's a lot of confusion. You and this other male who was fucking her dropped to your knees in front of her. I can't see her, but I know she dies.
Owen shoved from his chair and slammed the heels of his palms against the wood.
I know it.
Xander breathed hard and fought to control his emotions. Owen's deteriorating condition would only worsen if Xander gave in to his frustration. I believe you, Owen. Owen cursed and turned away. He ran a hand through his hair.
Don't know why. I barely told you anything useful. Should have freaking kept it to myself.
I'm glad you didn't. I've lost my true mate twice already. This is our last chance to make things right. If she dies, so do I.
You don't die.
Owen looked over his shoulder.
Later on, I see you carrying her body and placing it on a funeral pyre.
Probably the last thing I'd do. I would follow Gwen to the grave. Owen studied him a moment, then spun his chair and sat. He wrapped his thick arms around the wooden back.
My dreams always start sketchy. The more I dream about it, the more details I'll pick out. Other than what I described about Gwen, I can only see you avoiding the blows from your opponent.
Xander sat up straighter. I'm not fighting back?
Nope. You're defending yourself. Not trying to win.
Xander couldn't come up with any reason why he wouldn't fight back. If he died in a challenge, he'd lose everything. Survival instincts would demand he win at any cost. What am I wearing? He only owned 3 ceremonial kilts, which he rotated. Knowing which design he'd worn in this dream could narrow the time frame. Next month would have been a red plaid with gold buttons. The muscles in Owen's forearms bulged.
I only see you from the chest up. You're not wearing a shirt.
He never wore a shirt unnecessarily. That's it? You can't tell me any other details. What my opponent looks like. If there's snow on the ground. Anything.
No.
Owen shoved from his chair a second time and walked toward the door at the back of the living room.
If my dreams show me anything else, I'll tell Ethan or Nick. See yourself out.
He opened the door to the kitchen.
I hope you don't end up losing your mate.
The kitchen door swung shut, and Xander was left alone, overwhelmed by the sadness of 3 solemn wolves who were already mourning their mate's death for a 3rd time. Clenching his jaws, Xander pushed from his chair. He would not place Gwen's body on a funeral pyre and watch the flames eat at her skin. If he couldn't prevent the vision Owen had described, Xander would make sure he took his last breath when Gwen did. Gwen's laughter carried through the kitchen, brightening Vlad's soul. He glanced over his shoulder in time to watch the piece of chicken she'd precariously lifted to her mouth fall from the grip of her chopsticks. She wrangled the piece between the ends of the wooden sticks a 2nd time, only to meet the same fate. Another giggle escaped her. "I can't do it." She shot him a pleading look. "I need a fork, please." "Nonsense." He jerked his chin in the direction of her plate. "Chopsticks are the perfect utensil for this meal." "Maybe for those who've conquered the challenge of eating with these." Gwen set the chopsticks down. "I haven't." With a bottle of wine in one hand and the stems of 2 wine glasses in the other, he went to her. He set the glasses down, poured the wine, then using her chopsticks, he picked up the piece of chicken and held the bite to her lips. "Then allow me to help you." She studied his face for a moment. Warmth slipped into her eyes. Not lust exactly, nor would he label it love. Seeing the soft emotion expressed in Gwen's gaze expanded Vlad's chest, making him feel good. He didn't know how else to explain it. "Thank you." Gwen accepted the bite. He swept his thumb over her lip, catching a drop of sauce, then sucked his finger into his mouth. "You're welcome." The distinctive sound of a text arriving broke the tender moment. He moved to the counter where he'd left his phone charging. A truncated version of the message showed before fading. "I have information on Ella Montgomery." Ella found him. Vlad unlocked the phone, then dialed her number without reading the text. He wanted specific details, not a brief summary. "Tell me what you know," Vlad demanded as soon as the call connected. "I'm sorry, I don't know more." Frustration tightened Ella's voice. Guess he should have read the text. He tapped the screen. "You're on speakerphone. Repeat it for Gwen." "A death match has been scheduled for this full moon. I've asked my informant to get me tickets. He promised to do his best and would give me the time and place as soon as it's announced." Gwen gripped his wrist and leaned closer to the phone. "I want to go too." Ella's sigh carried over the line. "I don't know if that's a very good idea. It'll be dangerous, and I'm going." Gwen's eyes narrowed, and her grip on his wrist tightened. "No matter what. Do you understand me? I'm the only pack-mate Killer recognizes. Seeing me, smelling me, it'll help him. Or confuse him, pushing Eli over the edge." Gwen no longer smelled the same as she had when she'd been in the fighter's compound with Killer. She carried Xander's scent in addition to Vlad's. The combination might register as too different to trust. A feral shifter's mind and his reactions couldn't be judged easily. Nobody knew how they'd react, even the shifter himself. "Why don't we work out the details once Ella has the specifics of the fight?" Vlad rubbed Gwen's knuckles. "It might be too far away for us to get to in time. If so, we'll have to rely on shifter affairs agents to retrieve Eli." "Vlad's right, Gwen. And you know whoever is assigned to this case will fight with everything they have to successfully extract Killer." Gwen pressed her lips tightly together, then nodded. "Okay, but if I can go, I want to be there. I'll be in touch with specifics as soon as I can. In the meantime, rest assured that we're doing everything in our power to free your friend," Ella said. "Okay." Gwen eased her tight hold on his wrist. "Thank you. You're welcome." Ella ended the call without specifically acknowledging or denying Gwen's demand to participate in the retrieval. In Vlad's eyes, the lack of answer to Gwen's demands was for the best. As much as he understood her desire to see Eli safe, she wasn't trained for jobs such as this. Mental strength, resilience, and willpower wouldn't help when death waited around every corner. Chapter 37. On his knees in the middle of the ceremonial circle, Xander blanked his thoughts. Or tried to. The hours he'd spent meditating had done little to soothe his troubled mind. Nothing would. Owen's obscure vision of Gwen's death haunted Xander. He didn't want his true mate to suffer an ounce of pain, let alone face death alone. Again. Xander flexed his hands before fisting them tightly. He wanted to believe he'd never allow Gwen to be placed in any situation where she might be hurt. As Alpha, though, the threat of challenges was real. If Gwen thought she could save Xander from losing his head, she'd risk her life in a heartbeat. He didn't doubt that. But without a soul bond to him, the fate Owen painted would become a reality. A cold sweat broke out, chilling Xander's body and leaving his heart racing. Seeing Gwen in a boneless heap with blood coating her skin once was enough. He refused to face that horror again. If he couldn't save her again as he'd done when she'd been shot. No. He took a deep breath and shoved the debilitating fear back. It wouldn't happen. Neither would he worry her or Vlad with Owen's vision. Xander wouldn't fail Gwen. He'd promised to be the mate she needed in this lifetime, whatever it took. He knew what that would be. He'd always known. It was time to see it through. Xander pushed to his feet and faced the house. Gwen was inside, sharing a meal with Vlad. They'd spent the day together, loving each other, mating each other. Vlad had called him, confessing what he had done and why. Vlad had been overwhelmed by the need to possess Gwen, forever. Xander had ended the call without responding. What was he supposed to have said? That he was okay with Vlad mating Gwen? They'd already agreed that'd be the path they'd take. Giving Gwen a piece of their souls was the easy part anyway. Taking pieces of hers to fill the holes in their souls, then joining their wolves to her would be the challenge. Each time a piece of her soul was ripped from her, her heart would stop and she'd suffer immeasurable pain. Their three-way soul bonding had to be completed, however. They'd committed to this path. First, though, he had to look his precious mate in the eye and tell her why he'd married Elizabeth instead of mating her. The shame of his past actions weighed heavily on him. His shoulders slumped. How could he have treated his true mate so coldly? He swallowed hard and went through the list of excuses he'd come up with over the years. None of those reasons erased the regret. Only Gwen's absolution would. And he wouldn't get it standing outside, wallowing over past mistakes. With determination fueling his steps, Xander strode for the house. The second he stepped inside, he zeroed in on the couch. Eyes closed, Gwen reclined against a stack of pillows while Vlad massaged her feet. Xander slammed the door. On a gasp, she jerked into a sitting position, pulling her feet from Vlad's grasp. Vlad eased from the couch and stood in front of her. "I've been waiting for you to come home." The protective stance Vlad took irritated Xander. After everything he and Vlad had gone through, even with the strain Elizabeth and Tabitha had put on their friendship, Vlad should know he'd never punish Gwen for anything she'd done with Vlad. Xander glanced from Gwen's anxious gaze to Vlad's neutral one. "Have you?" "Yes." The carefully blank look Vlad wore didn't waver. Damn Vlad. He should know Xander's silence after Vlad admitted to taking a piece of Gwen's soul didn't equate to anger. If it had, Xander would have returned home immediately to confront Vlad. Opening the pathway between their minds, Xander asked, "Why?" The equivalent of a mental chuckle answered him. Vlad turned his attention to Gwen, trailing his fingers along Gwen's arm, then kissing her. Gwen moved her hand to his ass while Vlad dominated her mouth. Her fingers flexed over his jeans-covered backside, and the muscles in her forearms strained as she tried to pull him on top of her. Her immediate response to Vlad's mouth on hers showed her acceptance of her other mate's touch. It also hinted at how they'd spent the day together. Jealousy gripped Xander, not for the time alone she and Vlad had shared. Xander wanted the same, if only for a few hours. Confessing his sin to their mate should be done in private. Vlad didn't need to suffer Gwen's wrath if she decided to lash out at Xander for what he had done. Gwen moved to her knees and slid her hands up Vlad's back, but Vlad broke the kiss, ending the sensual moment. He looked over his shoulder. "Because I need to arrange transportation for our trip tomorrow, and Dante isn't here. He's gone ahead of us to make sure our destination is secured." Apparently Vlad had no interest in keeping this conversation private. "Our trip? Where are we going?" Vlad scooped the keys from the end table. "To see Molly. I told Gwen about the council's demands and their threats to punish us. Our mate thinks she can get through to Molly and convince her to shift. I'm inclined to give her the chance." Xander stormed forward and got up in Vlad's face. "And you didn't think to talk to me before you told Gwen any of this? Why does Vlad need your permission to tell me things I should have already been informed of?" Gwen's softly spoken question yanked Xander's focus to her. She sat on bent knees with her hands folded over her thighs and watched him with a curious expression on her face.
Because I should have been here.
She tipped her head to the side and narrowed her eyes. Why?
If the news of Molly's situation or the ridiculousness of the council's demands upset you, I want to be here to comfort you. I am your mate.
And I am yours.
Gwen pushed from the couch. Dressed in gray yoga pants and a black long-sleeve shirt, an outfit she must have purchased while out with Dante, she appeared relaxed and comfortable. More than that, though, confidence radiated from her. Whether the properly fitting clothes had strengthened her or her time with Vlad had, Xander couldn't guess, but the change in her demeanor was clear. The woman before him knew exactly what she wanted, and she planned on claiming it. Gwen took the few steps separating them and rested her hand against his arm. Xander faced her, drawn by the boldness in her gaze.
I'm your equal. Your partner, right? That's what being your mate means. I'm your other half.
Ah, Xander understood now. His mate's focused mood stemmed from anger. She wanted to punish him for not telling her about the threats facing them by reminding him of her importance. He could do the same. He captured her hand in his and raised it to his mouth, kissing her knuckles before locking his fingers around her wrist. You're my gift from the goddess, my perfect complement, the only female who can soothe my wildness and bring me peace, the only female I will treasure from now until the end of time. I will do so as I see fit. One corner of her mouth twitched. So, you plan on putting me on a pedestal and worshipping me? Do you have a problem with being worshipped? The front door opened. Cool air swept in, stirring Gwen's hair. Wisps of the brown strands obscured her face, but she didn't break their intense stare to brush them aside. He did so for her, tucking the wayward locks behind her ears. I'll be back before sunrise. Save room for me in our bed, Vlad called out before shutting the door and leaving them alone. Gwen didn't even look at the door. Her entire focus centered on Xander, and the force of her determination hit him. She would own him as fully as he did her. Once she did, she'd demand to be treated as his equal, in all things. Nothing would stop her. His cock stirred, his breathing deepened. Lust built. All it took was her attention on him. The instantaneous reaction to her didn't surprise him any more than seeing her response to Vlad. They were mates, the three of them, together or apart. Gwen pressed her palms firmly against Xander's chest and leaned into him. I do enjoy being worshipped, but I'd say it depends on how high this pedestal you're placing me on is. The fall to the ground might shatter me in too many pieces to put back together. Xander smirked. Even annoyed with him, his mate lightened his soul. Then I should cocoon you in bubble wrap before I place you on this pedestal. Amusement sparked in her eyes. She grinned. So I can suffocate in your protective bubble? He dragged his thumb over her plump lower lip, tugging on the soft flesh. Her shaky exhale warmed his skin. Still cool from the time he'd spent kneeling in the ceremonial field, his body hadn't adjusted to being inside. He didn't bother raising his internal temperature either. Gwen could heat his blood tonight. Moving his hands to her shoulders, he held her in place and bent his mouth to her ear. No worries, my mate. I will breathe for you.
And what will I be doing?
Enjoying yourself, he chuckled, begging me to let you come, moaning my name.
And that'll get you off, right? The power over me?
Yes. He saw no reason to lie about something he'd already explained. She pushed from his embrace and stepped back.
What if I need more than that? What if I want to climb down from that pedestal and kneel at your feet?
You put yourself in that position and I will take my pleasure from you. He traced her lips. I'll fuck this pretty little mouth the same way I pound into your pussy. Lust hazed her eyes.
Is that a promise or a threat?
He settled his hands on her hips, the thin material of her pants molded to her curves. He slid his hands lower, enjoying the softness of her body. She felt good in his arms, pressed against his hardness, accepting his rough thrusts. He slid his gaze from her lush thighs to her flushed cheeks. Desire heated her skin and hazed her eyes. His cock ached. The scene he described excited him. He wanted his equal, his perfect match. If they played this right, they could both have the control they craved. Both.
Yeah? She licked her lips, leaving a tempting sheen of wetness. How so? If you give me a taste of just how wicked you can be, I won't settle for less, even when I have you on that pedestal. I'll put you on display, naked with dirt on your knees and my seed dripping from your pussy, for everyone to see. Her eyelids lowered on a shaky exhale. Oh, God. He tipped her chin up. Do you want that, Gwendolyn Annabelle Winchester? To not be just my mate, but the dirty little whore I share with my best friend? You already shared me with Vlad last night. She caught her lower lip between her teeth, an attempt to hide her smile. She failed miserably at it. Her amusement showed in her eyes instead. Unless there's some other guy who'll be using me to get off. No other male would ever touch her, threaten her, hurt her. He'd make sure of it. Xander wrapped his hand around the back of her neck. Decide what kind of mate you want to be, Gwen. No matter what you choose, I'll treasure you until the end of time. But if you're telling me you need more than my eternal worship, then prove it. The lust darkening her eyes intensified. The thumping of her pulse against his palm quickened. The scent of her need thickened in the air around them. Oh yes, this woman was his perfect match, more than he'd ever suspected. She swallowed hard. How? Heaviness settled in his balls, and a carnal hunger he'd never experienced before expanded within him with a single word. She'd chosen not just to tame his wickedness, but to match it. His chest rose and fell on rough pants. He wanted to shove her to her knees and fill her mouth. Her agreement had to come first. She'd hinted at it, but he had to be sure. Once he unleashed the inner beast she'd awakened, there'd be no going back. If this wasn't the mate she needed, he'd find a way to kill this dark part of him. Damn it, she had to decide, though. Now. He'd reached his breaking point. He uncurled his fingers from around her tender throat and moved them to the hem of her shirt. With a rough tug, he yanked it over her head. She gasped, but made no move to stop him. A sports bra covered her chest. It had to go. He wanted her naked, on her knees, either in the dirt with her lips around his dick, or on their bed, gripping the sheets as he rode her from behind. He unleashed a sharpened nail and slit the cotton bra, then reached around her and fisted the material, bunching it so Gwen's arms were pulled slightly back and her unrestrained breasts bounced with sudden freedom. The sight of the hard tips drew his gaze. His mouth watered. He didn't fight the desire to taste her. She was his, no matter what path she wanted their physical relationship to take. Tugging on the mangled bra, he forced her to lean backward, bringing her breasts to his mouth. She gasped and clutched at the waistband of his kilt to steady herself, pulling the material partially down his hips. He widened his stance, offering her the steady support she needed, and took his pleasure from his mate. He dragged his tongue over a hard point, tearing another gasp from her throat, then drew her nipple into his mouth. Whimpering, she twisted in his arms. He tugged harder on the bra, arching her back more, and turned his attention to her other breast, sucking on her nipple until she moaned his name. Satisfied with her response, he released her breast and yanked the ripped cotton down her arms, letting the material fall to the floor. She squeaked and tipped backward, releasing her grip on his kilt. He caught her before she hit the floor, then pulled Gwen's body against his. With his free hand, he drew her pants and underwear down her hips, and used his knee to drag them off her before kicking them aside. Holding his naked mate in his arms, at his mercy, appeased that dark part of him that wanted to possess. No longer did he want to simply tame it, using his mate's sweetness as a balm. The compulsion to embrace the wickedness, feed it, grew into an undeniable desire. Damn it, no. Not yet. He'd given her the choice. She had to make it, officially. He'd be satisfied with either path she chose. He would be the mate she needed if it killed him. He set her away from him and stepped back. Run, Gwen. She swayed but reached back, using the arm of the couch to steady herself before he had to intervene. Where? If you want dirt on your knees, you won't find it in our house. A slow and naughty grin spread over her cherub face. She flicked her tongue out to wet the corner of her mouth. Then meet me in the circle. She shoved against his chest, catching him off guard, and knocked him backward. He landed on his ass while she ran out the door. Chuckling, he stood and undid the button of his kilt, letting the heavy wool fall to the floor with Gwen's scattered clothes, then opened his mind to Vlad's. The distance between them made their connection fuzzy, but Vlad would hear him. "Come home, my friend. It's time we prove to the world that Gwen belongs to us." Once they did, the council wouldn't dare hurt Gwen. Or Vlad. Chapter 38. Rocks and twigs jabbed Gwen's feet. She ignored the sharp, biting pain and ran. She didn't want to chance Xander changing his mind. No way would she spend eternity being coddled by her mates, emotionally or sexually. She was not a fragile doll, or someone to be treated with kid gloves. She thought she'd proven that last night when she'd loved both Xander and Vlad at the same time. If the carnal hunger burning in Xander's eyes a few minutes ago was any indication, they'd held back, probably afraid to scare her with their wicked cravings. She fisted her hands and pushed her body harder, the anger simmering in her body mixed with the lust that had been building ever since Vlad had made love to her this morning. He'd primed her for Xander, touching her, kissing her, arousing her, then pulled back every time she tried to initiate sex. She'd bet her life on it. Vlad had wanted her crazed with need. She had no clue why. All it took was breathing in Xander's scent to arouse her. Whatever Vlad's reason, he succeeded. She hungered. The ceremonial circle loomed in front of her. She skidded to a stop and swept her gaze over the Winchester Pack's gathering place. The grass inside the circle would cushion her while on her knees, and the freshly piled, unburned wood in the center would warm the area, exactly as it had last night. She just had to get to it and light it before Xander pounced on her. Glancing over her shoulder, she scanned the backside of the house. The spotlight on the corner of the log home illuminated the area. Xander stepped from the shadows, too far away to pick out many details. She couldn't make out his expression, but his nakedness was easy enough to see. So was his aroused state. He'd devour her once he got his hands on her. He moved purposefully toward her. She didn't have much time. She faced the circle. A pile of wood formed a teepee in the center. Dante had built a similar pile yesterday. The remnants of it had been cleared away, but she'd watched him construct it and light it. She twisted her fingers together. The bonfire also hadn't turned into a roaring fire immediately. Dante had prodded the flames, teasing them until the fire had roared to life. Dang it. She wasn't going to get it started in time. She rushed to the pile anyway and snatched a few thin sticks from the ground. She had to try. No way would she give Xander any excuse to carry her inside, wrap her in blankets, and treat her as if she were too fragile to be outside in the chilly air. Her belly clenched on a wave of guilt. Vlad's attention earlier today hadn't stirred the same resentment. After loving her on the balcony, he'd pampered her for hours. She dropped the sticks and stared at the ground. She was being a hypocrite, but couldn't help it. The partial memories Xander had shared haunted her. It compounded the feelings of frustration she'd dealt with all her life. Only Vlad had countered them by being truthful with her this morning. His confession had made his devotion special. If her plan worked the way she'd envisioned, and Xander shared what he'd been hiding from her, his worship would feel the same way. Good or bad, she wanted to know their past and how they'd gotten to this point. Hands settled on her waist. She sucked in a startled breath, and Xander spun her into his arms. With her hands pressed against his chest, she tipped her head back to meet his eyes. His inhuman eyes. The brown had spread to encompass the white. Color speckled his completely brown eyes. The blue, gray, gold, and orange streaks glowed, turning his eyes into incredible orbs she could drown in forever. "What are you doing, my mate?" His question demanded an answer. She set aside the awe his breathtaking eyes had caused and gave her response. "I wanted to light the bonfire. It had made last night feel romantic. And warmer." Romantic? Xander flexed his hands as if it was taking every ounce of discipline he had not to push her to her knees. She wanted to end up there, but his gaze held her entrapped. Nothing could force her to look away. The appearance of his primal side turned his eyes into this mystical medley of color, the telltale sign of a shifter in the presence of his true mate. Killer had explained the phenomenon once. "Yes." She skimmed her hands down Xander's chest to the dips and valleys of his abs. The strength contained within him muddled her mind. He was a perfect specimen of a man, and he was hers. Power and a sense of importance built within her. "I'm a simple girl at heart." "Then I'll ask Zane to light it while you're sucking my cock."
"Zane?"
"Yes." Xander turned her chin to the side. Her gaze collided with a man who hauntingly resembled her mate. With shorter hair and less muscle, Zane didn't appear as powerful as Xander. It was likely a lie. Being Xander's twin, Zane would be equally as strong. But the force of his will didn't overwhelm her as Xander's had when she'd first met him. Zane swept his gaze over her, staring at her feet and ending with his focus on her shoulder, the one bearing her mate mark. She slapped a hand over it and yanked her attention to Xander's.
"But I'm naked."
Xander stepped back and perused her body slowly. Her skin heated under his intense study, and her belly warmed with desire. The sensitive, raised edges of the bite on her shoulder thumped. Only Xander's mouth on the mark would ease the building need. Beautifully naked, I might add. Xander skimmed his knuckles across her cheek to her chin. He lifted her head slightly and gazed into her eyes. "And tonight my pack will see their alpha female on her knees in front of their alpha, worshipping him as only a mate can." He dropped his hand and walked backward, never breaking their gaze. A few feet from the edge of the circle, he stopped and curled his fingers, urging her forward. Flashes of movement and the murmur of voices tempted her to scan the woods. The pack was gathering. Their gazes bore into her. She felt them as if their looks carried a living touch. Lust, disdain, jealousy, desire, regret, and hope. The range of emotions skipped through Gwen. Hers or theirs she couldn't tell. Didn't care enough to figure it out. Xander's focus on her mesmerized her. Flicking her hair back and putting her mate bite on display, she went to him. Each step heated her body, from the balls of her feet to the top of her head, as easily as the bonfire had done the night before. She felt energized, aroused, bold. She slowed her approach, taking the time to memorize this encounter. It was pivotal, an immense moment that would change everything. The truth radiated through her. She understood it on some mystical level, but didn't want to think about the consequences of it any more than she wanted to see which of her pack eyed her coolly, and which members wanted to ram their thick erections into her too. "My mate." She greeted Xander with the title that meant so much more than boyfriend, lover, or even husband. This was the man she'd walk through eternity with, as soon as he soul-bonded to her anyway. He would. There was no doubt in her mind, not with the way he looked at her in this moment. She was everything to him, and he would keep her. "On your knees." Xander growled the words, no warmth in his tone, only a demand. She knelt, exactly as her alpha mate commanded. Their pack would expect her instantaneous obedience. She wouldn't disappoint them, or the man she hoped to break. He'd view her as his equal in all things, before the night was over. She wouldn't settle for less. With the barest caress of her fingers, she mapped a path up his long, thick legs. The hairs under her fingertips teased the sensitive pads. She wanted to experience the sensation of them tickling her tongue. There was no reason to resist the urge. He was hers. A sense of ownership built within her. It wasn't the first time she'd recognized the possessiveness, but here, with their pack watching, it meant more than a label giving her the right to sleep with Xander. His body, his soul, belonged to her. He'd given himself to her, and trusted her with his well-being. She could comfort him, or punish him. The pack would know this. Xander had said he never allowed his lovers to have any power over him, yet in this first public encounter, he was giving her control. "Xander." She wanted to say more, but couldn't express how special she felt. It'd mean more to him and their pack to show him. That was why she was here in their ceremonial circle anyway. Only the pack could stand on their sacred grounds, and only an alpha's mate could love the alpha here. He was proving to everyone she was his, and he was hers, that they were equals. My mate. She dragged her tongue over his inner thigh. The rich and salty taste of man flooded her senses. Her mouth watered for more. Hunger built, deep in her belly. She understood what the ache meant. She craved the thickness of his erection moving inside her, stretching her and stimulating her. Not yet, though. This was her moment to bring Xander to his knees, metaphorically speaking anyway. Gently, as if holding a delicate piece of glass, she cupped Xander's balls, but didn't suck them into her mouth, and roll them the way she had when she'd worshipped Vlad. Gwen bent closer and brushed her lips over Xander's sack. The softness of his skin stimulated her lips, and his masculine scent wrapped around her. He smelled of the forest, of life, of power. Inhaling deeply, she breathed him in. The lust burned stronger. The ache in her womb intensified. She felt herself growing wetter, hotter. She shifted her bottom as the need to touch herself overwhelmed her. Xander settled just the tips of his fingers on her shoulders. Gwen. She didn't know what he was trying to tell her by saying her name, but his tone excited her. The guttural edge to it betrayed his primal side. Tipping her head back, she looked up the length of his body. Those colorful streaks of color shining in his brown orbs ensnared her. You lured me here. Now finish this, or I will take control of this moment. The warning would be the only one she'd get. She wouldn't lose this chance to take something her alpha mate never offered to any other lover. She lifted Xander's balls a little higher and flicked her tongue out, tasting him. His penis jerked, bumping against her head and reminding her of what she hadn't touched yet. She would, but once she wrapped her fingers around his thick shaft, she'd get lost in the moment. Ignoring the temptation to touch his erection, she licked Xander's balls, one, then the other. This part of a man fascinated her. She loved the sensation of the loose skin under her tongue, inside her mouth. Need took over. She drew his balls in and rolled them. Xander's groan encouraged her, guiding her to what he enjoyed. She gave it to him, teasing him until his grip on her shoulders tightened, before turning her attention to his rigid length. The bonfire had been lit during the time she'd spent worshipping Xander's balls. The fire didn't roar as it had last night while she'd lost her virginity with her mates, but the sound of flames eating at the wood provided a wild background music for this moment. The fire also brightened the area, allowing her to look upon her mate and enjoy the sight of his perfect body. His penis stretched to his belly button, and wetness slicked the head. Her teasing had excited him. She swiped her thumb over the opening at the head of his erection, drawing more pre-cum free. All it had taken was her touch. Her breathing deepened. She moved her hands to his hips, holding him in place, and captured the drop of his seed with her tongue. Rich and earthy, he tasted of power. Her eyelids drifted closed on a moan of pure pleasure. Xander slid his hands to the upper part of her arms, so they both held each other. More. Take more. His command directed her. She dragged her flattened tongue over the head of his erection before licking him, base to head. More drops of his seed welled at the tip. She captured them, too. It wasn't enough. She opened her mouth wide and swallowed him. Xander's pleasured curse intensified the feeling of power. She gave herself over to the moment, sucking and licking his length. Xander stood still for her, allowing her to worship him as she wanted, but his roughened panting and flexing of his fingers warned her it wouldn't last. On another rough curse, Xander drew his hips back before thrusting forward. Her nostrils flared as she tried to breathe. Her mate didn't give her the chance. Again he pulled back, then filled her. She relaxed her jaw and moved with him as he fulfilled his promise of loving her mouth as he did her pussy. They fell into a rhythm. She inhaled each time he eased back, and sucked as he slid his erection over her tongue. His strokes quickened, shortened. He was close. She knew it and wanted to push him over. Grabbing his ass cheeks, she dug her nails into his flesh. His length jerked. He pulled back. His penis slipped from her lips. She fisted his throbbing length before he could fill her mouth, and stroked him, hard, over and over. His girth thickened. Power thrummed within her, around her. She'd felt it last night when she'd made love with her mates. Magic, they'd said. The ground they stood on was a portal to the realm of the goddesses. It was where their pack spirits surrounded each and every member during their full moon ceremonies. And it was here where unions were blessed. Xander covered her hand, tightening her fingers around his penis and pumped his length. Open your mouth, my mate. She did, and he shot his seed into her, covering her cheeks and her chin. Decadent and rich, his flavor drugged her, leaving her lightheaded. She dragged her tongue over her lips to savor his taste. Not enough. She wanted more. She leaned forward and licked the drops covering Xander's hand. A sharp tug on her hair jerked her head back, stopping her from enjoying her mate's taste. Xander's wild gaze caught hers. Possession and ownership flared in his eyes, stronger than she'd ever seen it. She didn't get the chance to process what it meant. The grip on her hair tightened, pulling harder on her head while Xander cupped her face in his hands as gently as she'd held his balls. He bent forward and licked his seed off her chin. Realization struck. Xander wasn't the one tugging on her hair. The thought slipped through her mind a second before a thick penis filled her pussy. "Vlad," she moaned her other mate's name, knowing it was his erection inside her body. He filled her perfectly, exactly as Xander did when he possessed her. They'd made sure of it. She belonged to them only. A naughty smile spread over Xander's face as Vlad moved in and out, stroking her core in an intimate caress that left her crazed with need. "Call Vlad what he is. I want my pack to hear the truth before they feel the power of our bond." "My mate," she whimpered as Vlad rolled his hips, stimulating her deep inside. "Vlad is my mate." Releasing her face, Xander dropped to his knees in front of her while Vlad crouched over her, still rocking into her pussy from behind her in a steady rhythm that muddled her mind. "And what am I?" "My mate." She glanced over her shoulder and got her first look at Vlad. Like Xander, there was no white visible in his eyes. The hazel color of Vlad's eyes encompassed his orbs. The brown, blue, and green colors glowed. While Xander's eyes mesmerized her with their mystical quality, Vlad's reminded her of a beautiful painting she wanted to study. They suited him. He was a work of art. "You're both my mates." Vlad eased his cock from her body, and Xander pulled her to her feet. He spun her, and she collided with Vlad's chest. Vlad grabbed her hips, and Xander filled her pussy, stretching her as perfectly and completely as Vlad had. "And you're ours to share." Vlad lifted her chin and licked the rest of Xander's seed off her skin. "In all ways, Gwen." Xander curled his hand around her neck and turned her head to him. His gaze held her in place while he slid his length in and out of her body. "And the things we share with you, whether together or apart, we will never give another female. This we vow before our pack." Vlad kissed his way to her breasts, teasing one, then the other. He drew one nipple into his mouth and flicked the hard tip with his tongue before sucking. A shaky breath escaped her parted lips. Vlad's touch on her body while Xander was loving her intimately excited her in ways she'd never known were possible. Not seeing Vlad's lips on her breasts upped the excitement. She trembled with the naughtiness of what they were doing, in front of dozens of members of their pack. Were they aroused by this? By seeing their alpha and their top dominant share their mate? She turned her head, needing to see her packmates. They stood just outside the circle, marking the pack's sacred grounds. Dozens of powerful and beautiful men and women, all watching Xander and Vlad love her. And on every single one of their faces, lust burned in their eyes. Even Dante, who stood just behind Corey. They were all a part of this intense moment that would change their pack for all time. "Oh, God." She yanked her gaze from those watching and turned her focus to the men loving her. "Feels so good." Vlad abandoned her breasts and mapped a path down her body with his lips. She sensed where he was going, what he was going to do while Xander was still inside her, loving her. "Vlad." She eased back, pushing her bottom against Xander. "What are—" Her words trailed off with Vlad's first lick to her clit. She covered her mouth to stifle her moan. Xander yanked her hand back. "We want to hear your enjoyment, my mate." Xander growled the words into her ear. "So does our pack." "Okay, Vlad flicked her clit with his tongue, cutting off her reply, and Xander kept thrusting into her, slowly and deeply. She closed her eyes in another moan, letting the moment consume her. Vlad's finger replaced his tongue. He rubbed the hard bud. Sparks skipped through her, spreading energy through her body. The tightness in her womb built, along with the ache. She needed to come, but Xander's incredibly slow pace didn't push her to the edge. The peak kept growing, mounting into an insurmountable cliff. When she fell, she'd shatter, breaking into a million pieces. She couldn't wait. Her lovers would slip inside her soul, claiming her as theirs. Vlad moved his fingers to where Xander's length filled her, As if working together, Xander eased his erection back enough for Vlad to slip his fingers into her body, too. She gasped. The extra bit of pressure intensified the feeling of fullness. It didn't hurt, not exactly. The heaviness built, leaving her uncomfortable, edgy. They worked her together. It wasn't enough. She squirmed in their arms. I need... Something more. She wasn't sure what, though. Vlad slipped his fingers from her core at the same time Xander pulled his erection out of her. Vlad stretched onto the ground and held out his hand to her. Come here. Needing him, she twined her fingers with his. Xander settled his hands at her waist and lifted her over Vlad's body, then lowered her on Vlad's erection. She groaned as he filled her. Both of her lovers felt so good inside her. She couldn't get enough of them. You're perfect, Gwen. Our perfect mate. Vlad drew her down and captured her lips before she could respond. He rocked into her while he twined their tongues. She relaxed into Vlad's arms while he loved her body. Xander ran his hand over her bottom, massaging each cheek, then lifted her until Vlad's erection barely filled her. As before, when Vlad slid his fingers into her, pressure built in her core. This time the feeling of fullness was more intense, and it kept building, stretching her. Xander groaned and pushed forward as she was lowered onto Vlad's penis. Pain whipped through her, or maybe pleasure, she couldn't tell. She only knew one thing. Her lovers were both inside her pussy, together, and it was more intense than Hannah had described. She tore her mouth from Vlad's in a harsh gasp. Xander! Vlad gripped her hips, and Xander's strong hand pressed against her lower belly, holding her in place. Vlad kissed her cheek, her chin, her lips. You feel amazing, Gwen. So damn tight and perfect. Together or apart. Remember that. You were made for us. Our equal. Xander leaned over her and kissed her back. My equal. My partner. You and Vlad. Both of you. Softer emotions swelled within her, catching her off guard. She trembled with the force of them, but she knew what they meant. She loved them. Xander, Vlad, She never got the words out. The sensation of their erections moving inside her destroyed her train of thought. All she could do was feel. Eyes closed, she opened herself to the sensations whipping through her and gave herself up to her mate's worship. Their hands caressed her. Their kisses teased her. Their erections stroked her. And all the while, the heaviness built, spreading from her womb outward. She trembled, whimpered, moaned. Her whole body felt on fire. She thrashed between them, wriggling on the rigid lengths of her lovers. Her body tensed as her vision wavered. The orgasm she'd never thought she'd reach claimed her. She groaned at the same time her lovers grunted. Waves of pleasure whipped through her, throwing her into a release so intense her entire body trembled. After an endless heartbeat, her orgasm waned, but her pleasure didn't cease. A wave of raw and primal emotions crashed over her. They were hers. She was sure of it. These feelings had a masculine edge to them. They were all about possession, dominance, and the satisfaction of claiming what belonged to them. Realization hit her. This was the connection Xander had mentioned right after he'd mated her. When a female accepted a piece of her mate's soul, she'd be able to share in his emotions and be able to comfort him or pleasure him, give him what he needed when he needed it. Before this moment, however, she hadn't felt anything from either Xander or Vlad. Tonight changed things. This loving, this incredible moment with both Xander and Vlad inside her in a way she'd never imagined she would love so much, changed things. It also made her yearn for more. She wanted Xander and Vlad to feel her the same way she experienced their emotions. Soon they would. They just had to claim pieces of her soul bonding to her. It was the ultimate mate bond, a bond so strong even death couldn't separate them. That was what she'd been told. She couldn't wait. Then she'd never have to lose this connection or the men she'd fallen in love with. Chapter 39. Daylight came too quickly. Xander braced his forearms on the railing of the balcony off his bedroom and studied the brightening sky. Pinkish to purplish clouds lined the eastern horizon. According to the human weatherman, The clouds would clear and temperatures would rise into the high 60s. He'd wanted to spend the unseasonably warm day with Gwen and Vlad. Neither of them had seen much of their pack's lands. While undeveloped and remote, their tract of property hid many natural wonders, including a network of caves. Their exploration and bonding time would have to wait, however. The text he'd woken to demanded his attention. Brock wanted to meet with him, privately. He had information to share about the experiments done on Molly and her twin Megan. Xander couldn't ignore the ancient royal. Both little girls' safety ranked higher than his enjoyment. He would meet with Brock, securing whatever information he could, even if it meant missing out on the trip to visit Molly. The one thing he couldn't prevent, though, was his confession to his mate. After the encounter they'd shared last night, he refused to keep anything else from her, ever. Gwen needed the truth before another day passed. The patio door opened. Gwen's light, pure scent swept out, and he exhaled on a sigh of relief. Tightness had tensed his muscles in the few minutes they'd spent apart. Anxiety over the unexpected text from Brock had caused it. Both Molly and Megan had suffered enough in their short lives. If there was something that might hurt them further... Xander fisted his hands, a dark fury unfurled, stirring his wolves and drawing them out of the mystical realm they lived in. They stretched within him, taking up space in his body. Each large alpha male wanted to be released. The urge to hunt swamped him, drowning out rational thought. He wanted to find the scientist who treated the little girls as if they were lab rats, and kill the bastard, slowly and mercilessly. The patio door closed with a soft thump. "Vlad told me I'd find you out here." Gwen's musical voice wrapped around him, silencing the low growls of his wolves. Each big animal turned its focus to their mate. While the anger over Megan's and Molly's treatment hadn't faded, the cold rage and single-minded instinct to seek revenge did seep into the background. After months of searching, they hadn't found any leads on those who'd played God with Megan's and Molly's souls, turning them into pseudo-hosts for the spirits of the Ammon Pack and the Leon Pride in the quest to steal immortality from the royals. Until Xander did and exacted revenge on them, he wouldn't be able to let go of the rage. For the moment, though, his anger caused unnecessary strife, and Gwen didn't need to suffer with it. Another deep inhale filled his lungs with his mate's scent. Peace slipped through him, calming his wolves and his turbulent mind. He closed his eyes and took a moment to revel in the power she wielded. Gwen stroked a hand over his bare back, then turned his face to hers and kissed him. Need spread through him, stirring his cock. All it took was her lips on his to arouse him. Although tempted to give in to their instant attraction, this conversation couldn't wait. Loving Gwen last night had shown him what a complete soul bonding between the three of them would be like. The relief, the peace, the utter rightness of sharing her soul with Vlad had felt like heaven. The hours since, alone in his own soul with only his wolves to keep him company, paled in comparison. He wanted the ability to reach out to Gwen whenever he needed her, not have to wait for her to be close to him to experience her calming touch. He eased back and caught her gaze. A mix of confidence and desire showed in her eyes. He loved seeing it there, knowing he was partially responsible for it. Her own inner strength and Vlad's support brought out the rest of it. "Good morning, my beautiful mate." "Good morning, my alpha." She slipped under his arm and squeezed between his body and the railing of the balcony. The fuzzy, kitten-themed pants and thermal gray top she wore should have looked ridiculous on the woman who'd fucked her mates in front of their pack, but it fit her. Despite what they'd shared, innocence clung to her. He suspected it always would. He couldn't be more grateful either. Her smile brightened his dark world. "I promised to make omelets the other morning. I never got the chance. Come inside and I'll cook them for breakfast today." "I'd like that." Hopefully she'd still be willing to cook for him after they had this conversation. She trailed her fingers down his abs to the waistband of the kilt he'd put on after the shower they'd shared with Vlad. "I can't promise they'll be good, but I'll feed you." Smiling, she raised her gaze to his. "That should make up for the inevitable burnt egg taste that makes my omelet so unforgettable." Matching her grin, he settled his hands on her waist and slipped his fingers under her shirt to rest the tips against her soft skin. "I grew up in a time when most food was cooked over a fire. Everything had that burnt taste to it." She laughed. "So it'll be like old times." "No. I didn't have you in my life back then." Her smile faded. A calculated expression slipped over her features. "Didn't Elizabeth cook for you?" "My wife cooked for me, yes." Giving Elizabeth that title felt like a betrayal to Gwen, but that was what Elizabeth had been to him. He wouldn't lessen her importance any more than he already had. "She also mended my clothes, washed my body, and cleaned my house." Gwen wrinkled her nose. "Are you sure she wasn't your slave?" "In certain respects, I suppose. But I was also hers." Gwen studied him a moment, her brows pinched. "How so?" "I gave up everything for her. My pack, my position, and my best friend." And he'd resented Elizabeth for it. "Elizabeth didn't know you were a shifter." "No." He dropped his forehead to Gwen's. "She was a lady, a woman of immense wealth and position. I had neither of those. Our pack in that age was poor and struggling to rebuild our numbers. A pack war had decimated us to a handful of males." His father had been furious when Vlad had returned alone, delivering the message that Xander had decided to explore the world. "And you didn't think she'd want to, what, lower her standards?" Disdain twisted Gwen's words. If that had only been the truth, he wouldn't feel so shitty. "No. I didn't want to lower mine." Silence stretched. He ignored Gwen's cool reaction. He deserved it. And she deserved to hear the rest of this. "At the time Elizabeth and I met, I was next in line to be alpha, and my father wanted me to take his place. He was tired of living, tired of responsibility, tired of everything. He wanted to end his life, but his obligation to the pack and my refusal to accept the spirit stopped him." "And you refused to ascend because he would have committed suicide?" Gwen tilted her head to the side in that inquisitive gesture he'd come to expect from her. "Not exactly," he sighed. Explaining this aspect of immortality was never easy. "My father had lived a long, long time. He'd watched humans suffer and die while he never aged. He'd migrated his pack from what's now known as Germany to Russia, then to Ireland, and finally to Scotland to escape both human and pack wars. During those years he buried dozens of his own children, along with his mate. He was tired and had nobody to comfort him." "Because his mate had died?" "No. My mother wouldn't have comforted him even if she had been alive. She hated him. They were breeding partners in the truest sense of the term. When she'd lived, she did everything in her power to make his life miserable." "Oh." Gwen's eyes widened in shock, then understanding. "I see." Xander stroked his finger down Gwen's neck to her mate bite. "In a way, my mother's death freed him to end his life. He no longer had to protect her, and he had a son he'd been prepping to take his place for many years." "You?" Xander nodded. "My father wanted me to choose a breeding partner and take his place." "And this was about the same time that you'd met Elizabeth, right?" "Yes. I met Elizabeth when I followed Vlad into a nearby village. He'd been disappearing for days on end and wouldn't tell me why. I found out when I caught them in bed together." Xander shook his head, disgusted by what he'd done. "I caused a scene. Her father showed up and tossed Vlad out, then invited me to dinner as a thank you for saving his precious daughter from a scandal. After dinner, I pleasured Elizabeth and we began a secret relationship." "Did you recognize her as your true mate?" "Yes. I was both happy and saddened at the realization. The goddess had chosen a human for me, a lady who was as sophisticated and proper as any I'd known. Every time I touched her, I felt as if I were dirtying her." "How so?" He slid his hands into Gwen's fuzzy pants and pressed his finger to her puckered opening. "Certain things, sexual things, were off limits for a woman of her caliber. If I'd shown her who I really am, exposed her to my hungers, she would have run back to her father, claiming me an animal." He chuckled, but the sound held no humor. Bitterness twisted it. "Actually, that was what she did when she learned the truth. She fled our home, saying she was going to ask her church to annul our marriage, then beg her father for forgiveness for being tempted into an unholy union. She died on the way." Gwen studied him. He waited for the questions, her disgust. Instead, she tilted her head and asked, "What about Tabitha?" Xander rubbed his cheek over Gwen's hair and breathed in her scent, allowing the comfort she offered to soothe him. He thought about asking her why she didn't condemn him, but the compulsion to answer her question overrode his desire. Vlad dated her secretly for months while I was away on pack business. When he'd mentioned to Zane he'd been seeing a human girl, I cut my trip short and tracked her down. I have to admit I was somewhat jealous. Vlad was supposed to be my best friend, yet during all our conversations he'd never mentioned Tabitha. He grinned, amused by his reasoning at the time. I suppose I was also a little territorial of Vlad. He should have been spending his time with me, not a human female. And you're sure you're not gay? She gasped and leaned back. Because I don't care if you are. I want you happy, and I... Xander bent his head and nipped her nose in a playful bite. Hey! She rubbed her nose. That was uncalled for. Chuckling, he pressed his lips to her nose, easing any discomfort he might have caused, then leaned back. No, my mate. I'm not gay. I'm possessive of what belongs to me, and Vlad is as much mine as you are. I simply hadn't understood why at the time. She nodded. So, Vlad caught the two of you together and caused the scene as I done with Elizabeth, but he hadn't stopped there. He also told Tabitha she was fucking a monster. Terrified of both of us, she ran. And died. Yes. Xander closed his eyes. And I was more upset about losing my friendship with Vlad than Tabitha's death. That sounds horrible, but hear me out. I'm listening. And she was trying to understand, too. It made this easier, knowing his mate was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. It gave him hope she would not only put the past behind them, but forgive him. I recognized Tabitha as my true mate, but I had no intention of mating her. She reminded me too much of Elizabeth, and I wasn't about to ruin Tabitha's life as I did Elizabeth's. The 10 years of Elizabeth's life I stole had left me regretful. Her accusations, her tears, and her death weighed too heavily on me. I wasn't about to repeat my mistakes, but I wasn't about to let Vlad steal my true mate's soul. I'd planned on claiming it when... Gods, he couldn't say it. The truth sickened him. He had to, though. When my true mate was strong enough to stand at my side as an alpha female, when she could match me in every way. Xander traced his mate's lips. Be the woman I needed. My equal. Gwen mapped his face with her gaze before staring into his eyes. You'd thought the same about me as you had Elizabeth and Tabitha, didn't you? You thought I couldn't be an alpha's mate. That's why you wanted our mating kept secret. That's why you thought to shield me from the threats the Shifter Council posed. Because you thought... He pressed his lips to hers, stopping her words. I thought to give you time to trust yourself enough to let your strength out. I caught glimpses of it from the moment we met in this lifetime. But then the same timid reactions I'd associated with Elizabeth would cloud your strength. I couldn't make sense of your reactions, but I knew I wasn't giving up on you. Not after witnessing your inner strength as you faced your captor and demanded Reno answer your questions. Not after learning about the things you did to protect Molly and Elias. Those are the traits of the woman I want by my side for eternity. Gwen wrapped her arms around Xander's waist and laid her cheek against his chest. And they were traits neither Elizabeth nor Tabitha had. That's why you didn't mate them. They were too weak. Had they been? Until yesterday he would have said yes. Loving Gwen the way he had with Vlad, as equally as physically possible, had changed his outlook. His true mate's strength had never been the problem. His had. Or more accurately, his pride had. He'd allowed it to rule him. He hugged Gwen tight and confessed his true sin, the one he'd only now realized. No, my mate. I was. Gwen tipped her head back and studied him. Finally she frowned. How so? I couldn't accept that I wasn't enough for you. I'd known it when Elizabeth lived. Vlad had been the one to comfort Elizabeth and make her laugh, but I hadn't wanted to think about the reason why. Memories of catching the two of them together returned. All of Elizabeth and Vlad's encounters had been innocent, silly even. It hadn't mattered. Vlad had made Xander's wife smile. And I'd hated it. Elizabeth was my wife, mine, not his. Xander narrowed his eyes, letting Gwen see the dark possessiveness he'd felt then. And wives in that time were possessions, Gwen. That might sound barbaric to you, but that's the way things were for humans and for shifters. Elizabeth's father would have sold her off to one of his allies or enemies as a way to strengthen his position. Her needs wouldn't have mattered. At all. Gwen laid a hand against his cheek. But mine do, don't they? She asked the question, but her tone suggested she already knew the answer. He gave it to her anyway. Yes, very much. You are my mate. Your equal. Xander brushed her hair from her cheek and kissed her soft skin. You are my everything. Then you're going to trust me to act as your alpha female. The unspoken ultimatum set him on edge. He leaned back. Gwen watched him through carefully neutral eyes. How so? You're going to appoint me as our pack's representative with Shifter Affairs, and you're going to allow me to accompany the Shifter Affairs agents when they rescue Eli. They have a lead on him. Ella, the agent I spoke with a few days ago, confirmed there'd be a death match this full moon. She doesn't have a location yet, but will let us know the moment she does. Every muscle in Xander's body tensed. His breathing roughened and his pulse pounded on a surge of adrenaline. His first instinct was to deny her. They'd come too far in their relationship tonight to do so, however. On one condition. Surprise flashed across Gwen's face. She must have expected him to refuse her. What? We soul bond tonight. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened. She snapped it closed. Tonight? But won't you have to... Eyes downcast, she shook her head. Deliver a death wound? He lifted her chin. Yes. But Vlad and I won't allow you to die. You know this. We will give you pieces of our souls, then allow our wolves to join with you, too. When you recover from the mating, you will be immortal. It was a simplified version and didn't touch on the pain she'd experience, but no amount of analyzing or worrying would stop them. She licked her lips. Unless I lose my head, right? He nodded. Yes. That is how immortality for royals works, and if that happened, Vlad and I would follow you into death. He bent down and stared into her eyes. I won't face another day without sharing a soul bond. I won't lose you, or allow Owen's dream to come true. Drawing in a shaky breath, she nodded. Then it's a date. As soon as we get back tonight, we'll make this thing between us permanent. Gwen's courage impressed him. He kissed her, slipping his tongue past her lips and loving her mouth until she sighed and clutched at his shoulders, digging her nails into his bare skin. He eased back, so his lips brushed hers. It'll just be you and Vlad visiting Molly. I must follow up on a lead involving Molly and Megan. Gwen tensed. What lead? Something about the experiments done on them. You'll tell me every detail. A demand, not a request. Of course. She exhaled on a sigh of relief and her shoulders relaxed. Good. No more secrets between us, Gwen. Ever. Tonight, after we soul bond, you will have full access to my memories and thoughts. Gwen laid her palm on his chest, right over his heart. I'm glad you didn't mate Elizabeth or Tabitha. I know that sounds horrible, but if you did, we wouldn't be sharing this moment. Right here, right now. I don't ever want to forget it. Just like I don't ever want to forget how you gave up everything for me back in that cabin, when you gave me a piece of your soul. Despite your doubts about me, us. That took courage. More than I will ever have. I disagree. Gwen pressed her lips to his, stopping his words. You are an honorable man, and I'm proud to call you my mate. Overwhelmed by emotions he wasn't used to feeling, Xander wrapped his arms around Gwen. And I am proud to call you mine. Gwen swallowed loud enough for him to hear, then eased out of his embrace and held out a hand to him. Then let me make you and Vlad breakfast, and we'll go conquer our days. We have 2 little girls to protect. Megan and Molly might not be Winchesters, but they're the closest to kids our pack has at the moment. Xander twined his fingers with Gwen's, but didn't budge with her soft tug. She glanced over her shoulder. A question showed in her eyes. There's one thing we should talk about first. The topic wasn't one he'd wanted to broach for a long time, but he needed Gwen's answer before her decision was influenced by anything she might pick out of either his or Vlad's head. What's that? Kids. Do you want to try for one? Not now, but someday. If you don't, I will select another male from the pack to act as the next-in-line alpha. It'll be unconventional, but I don't care." "Yes, I want kids someday," Gwen smiled. "I have a lunch date with Riley Kagan scheduled for next week. I'd already planned on asking her details about her pregnancy and the shifter baby she's carrying. I can't imagine it would be any different for us, though I suspect it might take longer. From talking to Dante, I gather conception rates are much lower for royals than singles." Xander snorted. Here he'd been worrying about Gwen forgiving him for the past, and she'd already been planning for their future. No matter. He needed to come to the conclusion he had, accepting that Gwen wasn't the only one who'd had to grow. So had he. And Vlad. "All right, then." He stepped forward, urging her to match him. "Let's do this. We have eternity ahead of us, and it starts tonight." Chapter 40. Eyes pinched, Gwen pressed her balled fist against her chest, but the pressure didn't ease the ache. If they hadn't been so far from civilization, she likely would have asked to go to a hospital, except she didn't know how to describe her pain. She felt fairly certain she wasn't having a heart attack or a stroke, but she didn't know what else could be wrong with her. The hollow feeling was unlike any she'd ever experienced before. Vlad turned sideways in the driver's seat of the SUV they'd driven to reach this remote area. He grasped her wrist and kissed her clenched fingers before drawing her closer. "Are you missing your mate?" His question brought a frown to her lips. She licked them and picked apart his words to decipher their meaning. Besides the achiness dominating her chest, a haze had slipped over her mind, making it impossible to focus. "You're right here." Vlad chuckled. "Xander, are you missing him?" Her other mate. Of course. She scrubbed a hand over her face. She was missing him, and worrying about him. "I don't like to be separated from him. I can't feel him." Which was in itself a change. A couple of days ago she hadn't felt his emotions or Vlad's, but the loving they'd shared last night in the ceremonial circle changed things. She sensed them, or shared their emotions to be more precise. It was why she'd abandoned Vlad in the kitchen to find Xander this morning. His anxiety had made her anxious. "Ah," Vlad nodded. "It's the price of being mated. You'll always feel this way when you're apart from us." He slid his hand to her mate mark and covered the bite. Warmth slipped through her, easing the ache some. "But after we soul bond tonight, you'll be able to reach out and connect with us. The separation won't feel as significant then." She wanted to question why she hadn't experienced this before. She'd spent a lot of time away from Xander since he'd given her a piece of his soul, but in the end it didn't matter. "Makes sense." She took a deep breath. Vlad's familiar and comforting scent slipped through her, reminding her she wasn't entirely alone. She'd been blessed with two mates, who viewed her as their queen, even while they treated her as their naughty whore. She smiled. Who would have thought she'd liked that word? Whore had always implied something nasty to her, but in Xander's and Vlad's hands, it made her feel sexy, desired, and wicked. It also gave her an excuse to embrace all the naughtiness she'd been raised to view as sinful. She needed the justification to let go of her strict upbringing, but of course, her mates would know that, even if they didn't understand the reason why. Xander had said to text him if you need him. He'd expected this? Yes, we both did. Proving her earlier thought correct. Happiness spread through her, erasing the last of the anxiety tightening her chest. Her mates truly were perfect for her. They anticipated her needs, sexually, physically, and emotionally, and sought to meet them when she required their support. They wouldn't suffocate her with their idea of help if she didn't. That was what Xander had been trying to explain when he talked about helping her grow. He'd wanted her to uncover her own strengths, and she had. She grabbed the toad at her feet and opened the passenger door. "Come on, I'm dying to see Molly." With her bag hooked over her shoulder, Gwen faced the home where Molly had been relocated in order to hide from discovery, either by the Shifter Council, Shifter Affairs, or any human who might stumble upon her. Unlike the wolf packs, Winchester, Jaeger, and Kagan, the Alexander Pride, who'd been caring for Molly, lived smack dab in the middle of a human town. The risk of discovery had been very real. Lena had explained this to Gwen over the phone when she'd called to arrange this visit. Gwen understood their reasoning, even trusted in the Alexander Pride to choose the safest place for Molly. But her first view of Molly's home left Gwen trembling in anger. About the size of the cabin where she'd been shot, Molly's house, if Gwen could even call it that, would never fit 2 adult males and a little girl. Even if they did fit, they wouldn't be shielded from the weather. The windows had been either knocked out or left as jagged slabs in their wooden frames. A door hung by one hinge and part of the roof had collapsed. Fisting her hands, Gwen took a step forward. This place is where my sister has been living? Adopted or not, Molly would forever be Gwen's little sister. Vlad settled his hands on her shoulders. No, not exactly. She's been living in the woods with her protectors. Gwen spun. Living in the woods? Molly is... In her lioness's form. She refuses to shift, and until she does, the cold and rain or snow won't bother her. Vlad sighed, frustration straining the sound. I hate this as much as you do, but she's more comfortable here, happier too. She glared at her mate. Maybe she's a little too comfortable. She's a child first and a lioness second. She doesn't need to be coddled. That's what Cade, the leader of my pride, thinks too. Gwen pivoted to face the man who'd spoken. Devon, Lena's mate, stood next to the run-down cabin. A huge striped orange and black tiger lay in the weeds beside him. Swallowing hard, she locked her knees before she gave in to the urge to hide behind Vlad. The shifter, in his tiger form, eyeing her suspiciously, was a friend, sort of, by association. Are you one of Cade's cousins? She focused her attention on the tiger. Discussing what Cade or Devon or even Vlad thought about Molly's refusal to shift would get her nowhere. They weren't the ones who'd been caring for Molly 24/7 for the past 4 months. Ezra doesn't talk to humans, but yes, he's been watching over Molly. Doesn't talk to humans? Gwen clenched her jaw. This got better and better. And how is he going to convince Molly to shift if he doesn't talk to humans? His twin, Yuri, does. He reads every letter our Pride members send to her. Molly can read them herself. Gwen strode forward and faced Devon. She can also write back, in cursive, perfect cursive, with perfect grammar. Devon tipped his head, never breaking their gaze. So Lena has said, but Molly can't hold a pen in her lioness form. Exactly. Didn't they understand that? She whipped around to look at the tiger, who hadn't moved from his spot. Her hair obscured his wide face and haunting yellow eyes. She shoved the strands of hair out of her face. Where's my sister? Which one? Devon asked. Glaring at Ezra in his tiger form, she answered, Molly. Without responding, Ezra pushed to his feet and trotted into the woods. She followed, jogging to keep up with the big cat. Vlad shadowed her, so did Devon, but Gwen's gaze remained locked on the silent shifter who didn't talk to humans. The clock above the cluttered shifter affairs agent's desk marked the time Xander had wasted. He shouldn't have come here. His meeting with Brock was in less than an hour, but Gwen's ultimatum from this morning demanded his attention too. Xander couldn't allow his precious mate to be exposed to danger, even after they soul-bonded tonight. He loved her too much. She would not even suffer a hangnail if he could prevent it. The office door opened, and the smell of a heavily feline scent-marked human swept in. I gave what little information I have to Dante and Gwen already. The female agent dropped the manila folder on his lap. Didn't they relay it? He looked from the papers sticking haphazardly from the edges of the worn folder to the woman who'd spoken. He'd heard about Ella Montgomery from Devon, but every comment made about the female Devon's Pride member Zach had reluctantly claimed as his beloved human had been superficial. Xander knew Ella had been rescued from a human hunt, similar to the one Gwen had been forced to participate in. He also knew Ella had been given a position at the closest shifter affairs office to Zach, even though she wasn't qualified to act as an agent, because of Zach's demands. What Xander hadn't known was that Ella had been tagged as meat. Claw marks scarred her legs, stretching from the black pumps on her feet and disappearing under her knee-length skirt. Similar scars raked her arms, from her wrists to her elbows. If her abusers followed tradition, the scars would reach her groin and her shoulders. Going by the jagged edges to the marks, she'd been tagged several times before Zach had sealed the wounds, healing them and permanently adding his scent to her body. The reason for Zach's refusal to go near his beloved human became clear, at least to Xander. Zach hadn't gotten to this woman in time to save her from the pain she'd experienced from the maiming of her limbs or likely the violations to her body. Females marked as meat were deemed expendable in the human hunts the depraved of shifter society enjoyed. The hunters in those games could do anything they wanted to the tagged humans, and if they died in the process, no replacement fee had to be paid to the shifters running the hunt. The fact that Ella appeared to have been tagged more than once amazed Xander. By bleeding the victims, they'd be easier for shifters to track, yet Ella had avoided death multiple times. Sympathy and respect for this human who bravely put her maiming on display for all to see surged. Xander met Ella's pale blue eyes as he would any dominant. Yes, but I do not allow my mate into any situation where she might get hurt without ensuring every precaution has been taken and every possible threat eliminated. Which was probably why Zack had insisted Ella be placed in this position. Here, in this high-security building, she was safe. The knowledge likely gave him some measure of comfort. If Xander had been in the Royal Feline's position, however, it wouldn't be enough. There was no guarantee she'd remain safe when she went home. Ella's brows raised. You made it a human? Is that not what I said? No, yes. I didn't mean it like that. Ella's cheeks turned a healthy shade of pink. It's just that when I asked Gwen about the Winchester's Alpha, she didn't mention it. My top dominant and I both made it her, but didn't officially prove our three-way bond to our pack until last night. Prove? Ella's eyes widened, and the pink shading her cheeks darkened. Oh, prove. I see. Xander fought a smile. I'm glad. Then you can write a memo about my mating or whatever it is Shifter Affairs does to record such changes among Alpha leaders. It saves me another trip to do so officially. Ella chewed on a fingernail before nodding. Sure, a memo. I'll get right on that. Hadn't she learned the procedures of her new position yet? She'd been an agent for over a year. Xander sat straighter. This was the woman who'd be planning Elias's retrieval and possibly arranging for Gwen's protection. How did you get the information of the fight my younger brother Elias would be participating in? And what makes you think you'll actually be able to free him? Ella's features hardened. Breathing harshly, she squared her shoulders and walked stiffly to her desk chair. Seated, she leaned forward, elbows propped on the leather blotter and a pissed-off glare on her face. These fights have become my specialty. I successfully arranged the retrieval of Owen Lyons, a member of the Jaeger Pack, along with dozens of others since then. My sources are loyal and my information is tight. Trust me when I say I will make sure Eli is rescued. As far as Gwen participating, Ella loosely linked her fingers and arched her back slightly as she hunched forward. I never agreed to that. Your mate demanded it. I ignored her. Maybe she thought my silence equaled agreement, but in reality, only highly trained task force members will be involved in Eli's rescue. I haven't worked this hard to develop the relationships with the depraved and demented of your kind to ruin it because civilians want to be involved in my assignments. Ella exhaled slowly and looked down at her linked hands. Don't take that the wrong way. Gwen is smart, brave, and cunning. I sensed that the moment I met her, but she's too involved in this case. The moment emotions come into play, stakes are raised. People react on their feelings, not on the situation and what's necessary for success. I did so once, and it was the worst mistake of my life. The sense of respect grew. Ella reminded him of Gwen, deceptively strong and immensely protective. Her ability to survive unspeakable ordeals at the hands of shifters who viewed humans as their playthings didn't seem as far-fetched in light of this aspect of Ella's personality. What mistake was that? Ella pushed from her seat and snatched the suit jacket draped over the back of her chair. She slipped into it, hiding the scars on her arms, and moved to a table on the far side of the office where a coffee maker sat. She flipped over a disposable cup and dumped powdered creamer into it. Would you like coffee? Cookies? I made chocolate chip ones yesterday for an office party. There's still some left. Obviously a sore subject. Regret landed heavy in his gut. Xander shouldn't have expected less. He couldn't blame her for her reaction either. Even Devon, who'd been violated many times during his confinement in the shifter prison, didn't openly discuss his abuse. It often triggered his rage, and for a potentially feral shifter, allowing such dark fury to take hold never turned out well. Coffee's good, thank you. Xander joined Ella at the table, waited until she prepared both cups, then carried them to her desk. I must apologize for my question. I have no right to ask for such personal information. Ella flicked the wooden stirrer back and forth before tapping it on the side of the cup and laying the stick on a coffee-stained napkin. Don't apologize. It's just that I've reached that angry phase of my recovery, and I don't want to take it out on you. I have a slight hatred for men at the moment.
Understandable, considering what you've endured.
You have no idea what I've endured.
Ella's voice tightened with annoyance. I can guess.
Xander took a sip of his too-strong coffee and debated his next steps. The socially acceptable response demanded he change the subject. Ella's masked rage wasn't healthy, though, even if it was part of the healing process she spoke of.
You've been raped, tortured, probably starved and dehydrated, and maybe confined to complete darkness and utter silence in an attempt to break your mind.
Ella's fingers tightened around the cup she held, deforming the sides and nearly spilling the coffee inside it. She stared at him for a long, breathless moment before exhaling slowly. She set the cup down. Who told you? My file should be sealed.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Her eyes narrowed.
Then how do you know?
Xander glanced at her arms. Although the jacket covered the scars, he wouldn't easily forget them. Zack no doubt couldn't either. Another reason he probably avoided his beloved human. Protective instincts would flare every time he did see her scars. Such strong emotions could become misunderstood after a time and mistaken for love. In reality, they were darker and more primitive. Beloved humans belonged to the shifter who claimed them in a very real way, at least in a shifter's mind. Most shifters could ignore the twisted sense of ownership, except when those primal instincts were triggered. Quite simply, nobody hurt what belonged to them. And Ella? Ella had been hurt in the most visceral of ways. You were tagged as meat, more than once. The crimes I mentioned are common for survivors to have suffered. No way would he say victims. Such a label lessened her inner strength. Ella was a fighter, much as Gwen was a warrior in her own right. Ella tugged at the sleeves of her jacket. I usually wear long sleeves and dark tights, but I haven't felt like doing so lately. And you shouldn't have to do so unless you prefer that style of attire. You carry battle scars, not any sort of disfigurement or sign of shame. They show the world, especially shifters, that you are strong, a dominant, and should be treated as such. Ella ran a hand over her forearm, then stood and took off her jacket, draping it over the back of her desk chair. All but my true mate? Your true mate? He rescued me, told me I belonged to him, then promptly informed me he never wanted to see me again. Zack. He was the male who'd saved her. Xander shook his head, a mix of sympathy and disgust settling over him. He tried not to judge people without knowing all the facts, but in this case only one mattered. The goddess of Zack's pride had dropped his true mate into his arms when Ella needed him most. Ignoring that gift, as Xander had done twice before, was foolish. And you're just going to sit back and let him treat you that way? Ella frowned. I'm certainly not about to beg him to mate me or some bullshit like that. I spent a few very silent hours with the guy. He never told me his name, where he lived, or anything about himself. Do you want to know? Rolling her eyes, Ella drank her coffee. My true mate made it quite clear he wants nothing to do with me, but Ethan Yeager thinks I should give him another chance. He offered to help me locate him. I'm supposed to visit his home next week so the elders in the pack can sniff me. I'll do better than that. Xander snatched a pen and scribbled Zack's contact information, age, and a few other basic details on the memo pad lying on Ella's desk. If you want more than that, I can make sure you get the details you need. While I'm not exactly friends with Zack, my good friend Devin is a member of his pride, and knows him quite well. Ella stared at the memo for several heartbeats before using a pencil to push at the edge, turning it toward her. I've spoken on the phone with his twin, and didn't even know it. She raised her gaze to Xander. Fire burned in her eyes. I helped the Alexander Pride. Several times. Several members have been out to see me. All except Zack. They never said anything. Never mentioned they knew my true mate. I can't answer for them, or for Zack. But I can give you some advice if you want it. I don't want advice. Ella's nostrils flared. Advice implies I can't survive without Zack in my life. That's not true. I'm perfectly fine on my own. You might be, but I can guarantee you Zack isn't. Ella gave him a sideways glance, as if I care. This conversation wasn't the one he'd planned, nor did he want to coerce Ella into giving Zack a second chance.
Xander couldn't let this go, however, at least not until Ella knew how important and precious she was to Zack, even if the male was too stubborn to claim her. Your soul was chosen out of the billions out there to be the only one to complement Zack's soul. That's power, Miss Ella Montgomery. It's only power if I matter to Zack. He made it clear I don't. Do you believe in reincarnation, Ella? Ella shrugged. I never gave it much thought until I started working with the single shifters, but it's hard not to believe in it after speaking to them. Then you understand that it's your soul that belongs to Zack, don't you? Xander waited a moment, giving Ella a chance to respond. She merely watched him. It's always belonged to him, always will, and in one of these lifetimes he will mate you. Ella's brows pinched. She glanced at the memo pad. Sounds like I don't have a choice. Xander set the overstuffed manila folder on the desk and leaned forward. Oh, you do have a choice. A very important choice. Without lifting her chin, she raised her gaze to his, glaring at him. Yeah? What's that? Xander lowered his voice. Whether you love yourself enough in this lifetime to fight for you. Not Zack. You. Gwen had in this lifetime, from the moment she accepted a piece of his soul. He couldn't be prouder to call her his mate, or more humbled, knowing she forgave him for doing the exact same thing Zack was doing to Ella, blaming his own weakness on his true mate's supposed failings. Ella flipped the memo pad over and shoved from the desk. Long strides took her to where the coffee pot sat. She crouched, then slid the front panel on the table and retrieved a large mug with the tiger's face on it. She set it down on the tabletop with a clunk, then went through the motions of prepping a new cup of coffee. She faced him and took a sip from the tiger mug. I will be in touch when I have more information, Mr. Winchester. Without saying a word, Ella made her choice, and Zack would regret the one he had made. Xander fought a grin. He stood and made his way to the door. Look for an invitation to our mating celebration, Ms. Montgomery. It'll be a grand party with members of the Kagan and Jaeger packs, along with the Alexander Pride, in attendance. Indoors or outdoors? Indoors. He wouldn't chance their reception being ruined because of the weather. Winter was coming. Grinning, Ella held the mug to her lips. I'd be honored to attend. Then he'd make sure Zack did too, as I would be honored to have the woman responsible for freeing not only my brother, but Ethan's and other shifters like them. Xander opened the door. Mr. Winchester? He glanced over his shoulder. Yes? Please don't tell Zack I'll be coming. I want it to be a surprise. Of course. And watching Zack's expression when he realized he'd been an utter fool to avoid his true mate would be the best entertainment possible. Chapter 41. The underbrush and scraggly bushes choking the ground thinned out the farther into the woods Gwen walked. She scanned her surroundings, noting the worn trails leading off in different directions and the small stones lining the path Ezra led her down. As odd as it sounded, this section of the forest appeared lived in. This area, hidden by a mix of tall evergreens and nearly bare trees, served as Molly's temporary home, not the dilapidated cabin several hundred yards back. It was beautiful, serene, and quiet. The kind of place to get lost in, forgetting the troubles of the outside world. That was exactly what Molly and her protectors, Ezra and Yuri, had done. They'd isolated themselves, taking the easy way out. If Xander hadn't risked everything for her by giving her a piece of his soul in order to save her life, she might have done something similar. Running or hiding from the tough issues was easier and safer. Neither of those had been an option for her. She'd had to fight for herself, trusting in her own inner strength. Molly had to do the same. Her new cell phone rang, yanking Gwen out of her thoughts and stopping her steps. She dug the phone out of her tote and answered. Hello? Gwen, it's Ella Montgomery. I'm calling with an update on Killer's retrieval. Gwen clutched the strap of her tote. Good or bad? Ella's sigh carried over the line, and Gwen's shoulders slumped. Neither, really. The fight has been cancelled. Oh. Gwen didn't know what else to say. She'd been counting on Shifter Affairs to save Eli. Don't worry. I'm not giving up on him. We'll get him back. Gwen nodded, then, realizing Ella couldn't see her, she mumbled, Okay. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear. I wish I had better news. Me too. But I'm grateful you told me. Really, Ella. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll reach out when I know more. Ella ended the call, and Gwen was left with a heavier weight on her shoulders. Eyes closed, she inhaled, held her breath a moment, then exhaled slowly. Her troubles didn't suddenly disappear, but she slipped her phone back into the tote and squared her shoulders. Nobody ever said life would be easy, but she knew how to deal with it, one issue at a time. In this moment, Molly waited for her. Quickening her steps, Gwen tucked her tote against her side and hurried after Ezra, but the sight of Lena, rushing forward, stopped Gwen in her steps a second time. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lena jogged closer while Ezra slipped deeper into the woods. "I just wanted to prep you so you weren't upset over Molly's silence. She's taken to ignoring us completely, not even looking in our direction when we talk to her." Gwen tightened her hold on the tote's strap. The familiar annoyance surged. Her family was still trying to protect her. She ignored the bitterness before it could take root. As she'd learned from Xander and Vlad, the desire to protect her didn't always mean her loved ones viewed her too weak to handle things. That was her twist on their actions. More often than not, it stemmed from love. And Lena loved Gwen. Nodding, Gwen eased her death grip on the strap. The heavy tote slid to the edge of her shoulder. "Do you think she's feral?" Lena didn't answer. Open-mouthed, she stared at Gwen's shoulder. Shaking off the shock, Lena plastered a huge grin on her face and met Gwen's eyes. "You're mated." "Yes." "Who?" Lena stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Xander?" Biting her lip, Gwen fought a smile. She shouldn't be amused over this, but she couldn't help wanting to see her sister's expression when Lena realized her innocent baby sister had not just one dominant and a sexy mate, but two. Obviously taking her silence as a denial, Lena covered her mouth. Her eyes widened. "Vlad. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I knew all along we didn't belong to each other. I used him probably as much as he used me. If I'd known—" "Lena." Gwen grasped her sister's hand. "I'm over it. Really, I am. Vlad, Xander, and I have put our pasts behind us and moved on. We love each other." Even if they hadn't officially said those three little words to each other yet, she felt it every time they touched. Lena tipped her head back. For the first time ever, pink tinged Lena's cheeks. "You, Vlad, and Xander? As in the three of you?" "Yes," Gwen laughed. "And losing my virginity with them was quite satisfying." Lena wrapped her arms around Gwen, hugging her tight. "I'm so happy for the three of you. So very happy." "So am I. You know it's going to be hard, right?" Lena eased out of the hug. "The Shifter Council and many of the hardcore leaders of the various shifter groups are going to make things difficult for the three of you. Hannah's pack has been dealing with both the blatant and subtle discrimination for months. I can imagine it'll only get worse after they learn of yet another non-traditional mating." "I know." Gwen straightened her shoulders. "They won't break us, though. We'll survive." "Of course you will. Of that I have no doubt." Lena nodded, and then linked her fingers with Gwen's. "Come on, we can talk more later. Let's catch Molly before she escapes into the woods. She gets annoyed with us after a while, and I've been talking to her for some time now." Gwen fell into step with her sister, at first. In the past, Lena had always led her. Maybe Gwen was reading into things, but here, in this moment, she finally felt as if they were equals. She let the happiness the knowledge brought wrap around her, then pushed it aside. This visit wasn't about her. Gwen stopped. "I want to talk to Molly alone." She'd already sent Vlad and Devin back. Lena studied Gwen a moment, then motioned ahead. "Just past those trees is a clearing Molly favors. She was there, stretched out in a pocket of sun a few minutes ago." "Okay." Gwen made her way to the clearing. There, in the dappled patches of light, lay the white lioness cub Gwen knew to be the little sister she had killed to protect. Her throat burned. All the memories of the two of them running from the shifters trying to capture them flooded her mind. But one thing stood out. They'd been a team then, helping each other. "So, I'm alive," Gwen announced. Molly in her lioness form opened her eyes minutely. She studied Gwen for a moment, then flicked her tail before closing her eyes. Not the greeting Gwen had hoped for. Without looking at her sister, Gwen spread a blanket on the ground and laid out a few items she'd packed, including a sundress Molly had once favored, and a pair of blue flip-flops. Then she turned her back on Molly, unfolded the newspaper she'd brought, and started working on the crossword puzzle, exactly as she did in those days they'd fled across the country. 1 down, 5 letters, a common British cat. Gwen tapped the pencil to her lip, then scribbled the answer. Moggy. Moving on to the next one, she repeated the process, reading the hint, then answering out loud. Once Gwen reached a clue she couldn't figure out, Molly with her superior intelligence would join in, supplying the answer. Hopefully. The boarded-up building Brock had chosen for this meeting stood in the middle of the human town. At one time it had probably served as a busy department store with several floors, packed with everything from housewares to clothes. The gutted shell Xander stood in now had been reduced to support beams and exposed light bulbs. It served its purpose for today, though. The privacy it offered allowed for this candid and unorthodox meeting. Xander faced the ancient royal. You called me here? Tell me why. They have my alpha. Brock made the announcement in a matter-of-fact tone. Gabriel, the male who Owen had been bonded to. Your alpha's been missing for many years. Some say he's in hiding. And some people believe unicorns are real. Sarcasm dripped from Brock's words. Fighting a smirk, Xander inclined his head. True, but you called this meeting to talk about experiments done on Megan and Molly, not your missing alpha or unicorns. The experiments done on those 2 little girls has sealed my alpha's fate. They have Gabriel, and it's only a matter of time before he too is sacrificed in order to steal my pack's spirit. Tension tightened Xander's shoulders. They? Who are they? The same group of so-called scientists who experimented on Molly and her twin, turning them into pseudo-alpha hosts. Brock's voice hardened. And now that those witches know their experiment on Molly was successful, they're ready to try again. Witches? The word tensed Xander's muscles. Rumor had suggested witches' involvement, nothing more. Without facts, Xander wouldn't condemn any group. Every human I know who practices witchcraft is benign, a lover of the earth and everything on it. I can't believe they'd harm babies. Brock's orange eyes narrowed in an obvious display of annoyance. Do you know our species' history, alpha of the Winchester pack? Like many of those born in the last millennium, he knew some details, not all. His father and those of the earlier generations hadn't talked much about their origins. They'd felt abandoned by the gods and goddesses. As a result, Xander knew the basics. The single shifters were created when the gods joined the souls of animals to their favored warriors in an attempt to create the ultimate fighter. And the royals were the offspring of those first shifters' affairs with the goddesses. Only what my elders have told me. Brock made a disgusted sound. I never agreed with the selective stories that were passed on, but many of the first and second generation shifters shied away from the ugliness of our origins. They wanted to romanticize the sexual encounters with the goddesses. He shrugged. And maybe, in some instances, love mattered. In most cases, the sex was about power, control, and revenge against the gods. Brock lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. The original shifters were shamans. Surely you know that, don't you? Berserkers is the term I'd heard. One and the same. They were a bunch of violent, feared humans who were either high or drunk most of the time. The ultimate bad boys, you might say. Brock grinned. At heart, though, they were shamans, lovers of the earth as you so eloquently described their modern counterparts. And after a time they grew regretful of their demonic rages that left whole villages slaughtered. They beseeched the gods for help controlling their anger. Instead of taming their crazed frenzies, the gods offered them an outlet for their power, where they wouldn't hurt innocents. Fighting the gods' battles in the heavens. That much Xander knew. Yes. The Berserkers grew immensely strong during their time in the heavens. Brock leaned closer to Xander and lowered his voice to a mere breath of sound. But so did the gods' lust for violence. They wanted bloodier, more vicious battles to entertain them. So they bonded the souls of animals to their warriors, using the shaman's own power, not theirs. It is why the gods couldn't undo what they had done. It wasn't their power that created the first shifters. An amused look settled over Brock's face. The shamans damned themselves, but they didn't learn this until after the first royals were born. Xander didn't doubt this version of their origins. As old as he was, Brock had likely heard the tales recounted by the first alphas. And because of this, you believe modern witches are behind the attempts to make single shifters immortal? One small coven has learned to harness their powers the same way the gods once did. Thankfully, not all witches have learned this. Brock's mouth pressed into a firm line. And from what I understand, this coven is being forced to manipulate soul bonds in the single's quest for immortality. How do you know this? Brock smirked. I have my sources. And if we don't act soon, all royal alphas will end up facing the same fate as my alpha. Xander studied the other male for a long moment. As much as he wished otherwise, Brock was likely right. What do you want me to do? Call off your rescue mission and allow Killer to fight this last match. I have arranged for him to be released into my custody once he walks out the victor. When he does, he will help me find the high priestess of this coven. She escaped close to a year ago, and has been on the run since. Only she can stop her sisters. Unease settled over Xander. He knew Brock had been searching for his alpha for years, but to risk his position on the Shifter Council by associating with the criminals of their species spoke of desperation. It was the exact path Xander had taken. He would have done anything to find Gwen. What rescue mission? Xander asked. No way would he divulge details that might endanger Elias. A low growl escaped Brock's mouth. Do not act stupid, Alpha of the Winchester Pack. I know Killer is your lost brother Elias, and I know he is the male who protected Gwen while she was incarcerated in the fighting compound. I also know Shifter Affairs is planning his retrieval for this full moon. You need to stop them from doing so. Why should I? Xander matched Brock's aggressive tone. Why should I force my brother to commit another murder if Shifter Affairs can rescue him before he has to fight? Because if his handlers suspect a raid, they will remotely trigger the specialized shackles he wears, and a massive dose of mind-altering drugs will be pumped into his system. It'll send him over the edge. Turn him feral. Are you telling me he's not feral now? No, he's not feral. I spoke to him days ago. He's coherent when he's not being drugged. Xander scrutinized Brock, looking for any signs that the other male was lying, and not finding any. Every instinct Xander possessed urged him to believe Brock's claim. Only one factor left him hesitant. Why do you think Elias can find this priestess? Brock smiled triumphantly. Because she's his true... Xander tensed at the same time Brock whipped his head toward the boarded-up windows. A crackling sound came out of nowhere. Xander's wolves focused on the noise, trying to associate it with something they'd heard before. The only thing remotely similar was the crunching noise water bottles made when they were crushed. This was louder, though. No unusual sense registered either, but he'd learned not to trust his sense of smell. Those who had access to the drug that masked a shifter's scent didn't have to worry about giving away their presence via smell. Even without the triggers, the premonition of danger grew. Xander's wolves paced in the metaphysical field where they lived. They wanted to be released to hunt their enemies, to kill them. Inside this building, however, they had limited options to stalk their prey. They were the ones trapped. Xander cut a quick glance at Brock. Fury tightened the other male's features. The sight comforted Xander. If Brock had led Xander here with the intention of tricking him, Brock wouldn't look as if he were ready to kill whoever lurked outside, too. A boom rocked the building. The plywood covering the windows imploded, sending slivers of wood into the open space. He ignored the tiny pricking of the flying debris and ran deeper into the building. If threats waited outside, he wanted to be in a position to counter them. Standing in the middle of a gutted store didn't offer many options to assess the danger. Brock matched him. He pointed toward the remains of an escalator, then led the way forward, running up the once motorized stairs. A bear grunted, yanking Xander's gaze to the front of the building. 3 massive Kodiak bears knocked the front door in. 2 lions followed. All single shifters in their animal forms. All enemies. Xander recognized the largest of the bears as belonging to the Ulgren clan, the same family group who'd kidnapped Gwen. The shifters who'd hurt his mate would die. Here, now. He pivoted and ran toward his enemy. Gunshots echoing from deeper inside the building stopped Xander from delivering his own form of retribution. Following the sounds of fighting, Xander rushed to the second level just as another shot resounded, followed by another and another. Brock's body jerked with the impact of bullets. Snarling, he lunged at the male who'd shot him, the male who'd stood at Brock's side on Corey's front yard, the male rumored to be a purist. James. Both Xander and Brock had been betrayed. Xander cursed and ran toward the fight. Another shifter raised a rifle. He aimed at Brock, fired. Blood sprayed over Brock's face. He stumbled. James tugged a sword from the sheath strapped to his back. Another bullet hit Brock's face, turning his features into a ruined mess of raw flesh. Brock crumpled, landing on his knees. James swung. "No!" Xander lunged for the sword. Missed. The blade connected with Brock's neck, gouging a deep wound. Another single, one of the enforcers who'd accompanied both Brock and James to Corey's house, gripped Brock's head and yanked, severing it from his body and ending the ancient's long life. His powerful blood sprayed, covering his killers and Xander. He swiped at the hot liquid, blinding him. Somebody grabbed his hands and dragged Xander to his knees. Refusing to meet the same fate as Brock, Xander twisted, yanking his attacker over his body. The sword meant for Xander's head, connected with the male who'd thought to restrain him. The coward's cry rang out, feeding into the battle frenzy fueling Xander. He unleashed his claws and attacked the closest male, a lion shifter in his human form. With a swipe of his sharpened nails, he gutted the male, an injury that would kill the single shifter. Leaving him as dead, even if he still breathed, Xander turned to the next and ripped out his neck. 2 more of his attackers met the same fate. Xander spun, looking for James. The male who'd betrayed them ran toward the second escalator leading to the first floor. Noise from behind Xander stopped him from following James. The bears who'd knocked in the front door stood at the top of the first escalator, the one Xander had used to reach this floor. He wanted their blood above all else. If Xander had to guess, they'd been the ones to order this attack, not James. The weak council member was an opportunist, not a leader. Xander kicked aside the lifeless body of the last line shifter who'd attacked Brock, and faced the biggest of the bears. "Shift! I want to—" A sharp, piercing pain exploded in Xander's leg. He glanced down. The male he'd gutted withdrew a syringe from Xander's calf, then rolled onto his back. The life faded from his eyes, while a grin spread over his face. Xander stumbled. His vision wavered, and the connection to his wolves faded. Not gone, just hazed, as if he drunk a full bottle of whiskey. He cursed. The word came out sloshy. Strong arms wrapped around his chest from behind. Xander bucked but couldn't break the male's grip. Weakness plagued him. His knees gave out. Another shifter grasped Xander's hands and pulled, stretching them in front of him. A glint of silver warned him to act. He tugged, trying to free his hands. His muscles didn't respond. His head lolled back. The whoosh of the blade cutting through the air echoed in his head. Lashing pain followed. He grunted, unable to hold back the reaction as his own blood ran freely from his wrists, where his hands had once been. They'd severed them, leaving him helpless and unable to defend himself until they grew back. Laughter surrounded him, a fist connected with his face, followed by more hard punches. With the drug working its way through his system and the agony of losing his hands clouding his mind, blackness crept over his vision. He couldn't stop it. Chapter 42. A vision of dark blue eyes tempted Killer to claw his way out of the haziness clouding his mind. They were the most beautiful eyes he'd ever seen. He wanted to look upon the face of the woman they belonged to, touch her skin, breathe in her scent, feel the sigh of relief flow through his body. He couldn't. Something always blocked him from conjuring her image. A wall of glass that obscured his view. She could see him, though. She watched him. Pitied him. Killer snarled. Rage as he'd never known slithered through his mind. He hadn't allowed himself to be captured. He'd been protecting his little white-haired sister. She'd thought herself unstoppable, always getting herself in trouble and forcing Killer to rescue her. He couldn't let anything happen to her. He'd promised. A sense of disappointment settled over him. Damn the woman. Killer slammed his claws into his thighs. Blessed pain cleared the fog. Using metaphysical hands, he swiped at the misty haze. She would not view him inferior, worthless. He was doing what he had to in order to survive. It was what he'd always done, except for when it came to touching his mistress. That had sickened Killer, made him hurt her. On a snarl, he punched the air. His fist collided with the thick glass. Cracks formed. He grinned. More punches, and a cobweb of cracks formed. Warm, essence-scented air washed over him. He inhaled deeply, greedily. The smell of life permeated him. He wanted more, all of it, never wanted to let it go. Killer rammed his shoulder into the glass. A chunk fell. Another wave of heavenly air washed over him. He laughed with a sense of victory swamping him. The musical cadence of a woman's voice surrounded him. The ground shook. The glass began to reseal, closing in the hole he'd made. "No!" Killer gripped the edges of the hole. The jagged glass tore open his fingers. Pain lashed his body. The heated air enveloping him intensified, searing his lungs. He opened his mouth and dragged in a deep lungful, welcoming the agony as his insides burned. The memory he'd been chasing crashed over him, dropping him into another cell. Smooth metal bars blocked him from the woman who'd come to him. Killer wrapped his hands around them and pulled, needing to get to her. The bars wouldn't budge. On a snarl of rage, he punched them, then rammed his body into them. "Stop!" The woman rushed forward. "Please, stop!" Her voice froze his body. Not sweet, not lulling. It was liquid fire. Groaning in pure need, Killer dropped to his knees and pressed his forehead to the bars. She couldn't reach him otherwise. She was too short. Her hands covered his battered knuckles. The small bite of pain from ripping them open eased. Warmth spread up his arms. Energy rushed down his spine. His cock stirred. His eyelids closed. Peace slipped through him. "More," Killer demanded. Her fingertips mapped his face, eyes, nose, jaw. The moment she touched his lips, he opened his mouth and sucked her fingers in. The taste of his blood hit him first. Below that came her flavor. She tasted spicy, hot, addicting. The ache in his dick grew, matching the hollowness in his chest. He needed this woman's touch, wanted to pull her into his arms. The bars separated them. "Touch me." Killer delivered the order on a low breath of sound. If he was too loud, she'd have to leave him. She wasn't supposed to be in here. She wasn't supposed to love him. "I can't." The regret in her voice forced his eyelids open. Her dark blue eyes stood out against her flawless porcelain skin. He let his gaze map her features the way she'd traced his. Her delicate nose fit with her defined cheekbones and the small cleft on her chin. A shine of gloss drew attention to her plump, kissable lips, and shiny black hair framed her perfect face. Beautiful. She was the most beautiful female who'd ever been born, and she was his. "Yes, you can. It'll strengthen me for tonight's fight. I'm going to break free, then come for you and the girls just as I promised." She pressed her lips together and shook her head. "You can't." "Yes, I can." Did his true mate doubt his strength? He would do anything, kill anyone, to save her as she'd saved him from the crazed thoughts eating away at his mind. She reached through the bars and skimmed her fingertips over his chest. Energy rushed through him. Gods, she made him feel powerful, as if she alone could nourish him. "I know you can, but you mustn't. You'll endanger us. We need to leave today before the full moon." Killer slid his hand to the back of her neck and drew her closer to the bars. He brushed his lips over hers. "Before or after, it won't matter. Trust me. By this time tomorrow we'll be safe within my pack's territory." She exhaled against his mouth. "You do not understand. I need to get the girls out of here before the moon reaches its peak. They want me to perform another ceremony. I won't do it, Killer." She tipped her head back slightly and caught his gaze. Fire burned in her eyes. "I won't hurt my girls." Killer snapped his teeth together. His woman flinched. The involuntary reaction enraged him more. She needed to trust him. "Then release me. I know you can. You have the key code to every door in this hospital." She took his hand in hers and pressed a kiss to his skin. then released him and stepped back.
I can't. You can! No. I must make a choice.
She held his gaze for a long moment. Moisture pooled in her eyes. No tears fell, though. She cracked her jaw.
And you are not it.
No. Heart beating hard, he stretched an arm through the bars. His fingers fell short of her body.
Don't leave without me.
She shook her head, then turned her back on him and made her way to the door. She was going to leave him. Actually leave him. The door opened. She stepped through.
Ryan.
He whispered her name instead of bellowing it as he wanted. The guards would come. He couldn't endanger her life, even if she chose to destroy his. Flexing his hands, Vlad frowned at the odd ache in his bones. He'd never encountered anything like it, nor could he imagine what had caused it. Immortality had the added benefit of eradicating any disease or affliction that might plague him.
You okay?
Devon asked. Vlad shook his hands as tingle spread from his wrists to his fingertips. He leaned against the tree at his back and studied the woods. Although he couldn't see Gwen, he caught her scent on the breeze every few minutes. The reminder of her nearness stopped him from chasing her down. She'd wanted privacy with Molly. He'd give it to her even if it killed him.
Yeah, fine.
Devon pointedly looked from Vlad's hands to his face.
You're sweating and acting strangely. You sure?
Sweating? Vlad brushed the back of his numb hand over his forehead. Dampness met his skin.
Honestly, I don't know.
Head tilted, Devon studied him with the unnatural and colorfully streaked eyes both he and his twin, Mira, were famous for. He glanced over his shoulder, gazing in the direction Gwen and Ezra had gone close to an hour ago.
Ezra says Gwen is fine.
Devon met Vlad's eyes.
How's your other mate?
Xander isn't my mate. Devon shrugged.
Call him what you like, but your souls are linked through Gwen.
Not yet. We're not soul-bonded.
But you've walked through each other's souls, through Gwen's, shared things together.
Devon twisted off the cap of the water bottle he held and drank a long swallow before recapping it.
Intimate things in your pack's circle from what I've heard.
Yeah? Who'd you hear that from?
Dante.
Devon smirked.
My brother thought I'd be interested, knowing how concerned I was about my mate's sister. But my point is that when the wills of the goddesses are enacted, powerful bonds can be formed. Bonds that no man or shifter have any hope of breaking.
Vlad snorted. Since when did you get to be so spiritual? The male I remembered hated the goddesses for not protecting Mira from suffering at a rapist's hands. Devon squeezed the water bottle, distorting the sides and spewing water from between the cap and the neck of the bottle. His nostrils flared. He closed his eyes. After a moment, he exhaled slowly.
My faith in our goddesses has been restored, since Mira was able to mate the human she loves. My twin has been blessed, and for that I will be forever grateful.
Vlad dipped his head in understanding. My apologies. I too believe in the will and influence of the goddesses. Without them, Xander and I never would have found Gwen again.
Then trust in their subtle hints.
Devon caught Vlad's gaze, a warning in his expression.
Remember, they can't stop the evil in this world. They can only guide us through the darkness.
It wouldn't hurt to call Xander. His meeting with Brock was likely over by now. Vlad's curiosity had been spiked along with Xander's at the secretive request for a private meeting. The numbness in his hands faded, almost as quickly as it had set in. Vlad wiggled his fingers once more, then breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever had caused the odd sensation wasn't something he'd soon enjoy repeating, even if it had been a sign from his pack's goddess.
You're right.
Vlad pulled out his phone and dialed.
Hello?
The sound of Dante's voice on the line tightened a noose around Vlad's chest, sucking the life out of him.
Where's Xander? Gone. Kidnapped by the Ulgren clan.
Dante's harsh tone reflected a dark emotion he kept tightly leashed. How? Xander was the strongest male Vlad knew. His friend, his partner, wouldn't be taken down easily.
Drugged is my best guess. I found a syringe with some shit inside it. There'd been a fight with the Ulgren clan. Brock lost his head, and Xander. Xander what?
Vlad growled the question, needing the answer now.
Xander lost his hands, severed at the wrist.
Vlad cursed. He flexed his own hands that had been tingling moments before. So he can't fight back. Yep. And my guess is that if we don't find him soon, his head will follow, right after those fucking scientists rip the spirit of the Winchester pack from his soul. The sight of Vlad running toward her stopped Gwen's heart. He didn't have to tell her something was wrong. She felt the ache in her hands. One of her mates had been hurt, and Vlad looked perfectly fine. She pushed from the rock she sat on and hurried to meet him. "Xander, what's wrong with him?" Vlad drew her close, steadying her body. "The Olgren clan has him. They drugged him, took his hands, Gwen. He couldn't fight back." Gwen slapped a palm over her mouth, not to stifle her gasp, but to stop her curse. Molly might be listening, even if she still remained in her lioness form. "We'll get him back." Vlad pulled her hand away from her mouth and kissed her palm. "I promise you, we won't lose him." There was no other choice. Their lives were entwined. She wouldn't be complete without Xander, neither would Vlad. "Of course." She straightened her spine. "What do we know about the attack?" Vlad studied her face a moment, then nodded, a look of pride in his eyes. She was glad her reaction pleased him, but this wasn't about proving her strength any longer. This was about surviving. He and Brock were ambushed. Xander's cell phone had been found nearby along with a wrinkled picture of you. Of me? Did they leave it deliberately? Dante doesn't think so. If one of his attackers tossed Xander over his shoulder, his sporran would have opened. It was an ancient one without a clasp. They likely wouldn't have noticed in time to go back. A human alerted the police, claiming he saw bears go inside the place. Dante got the call to investigate. He says he got there minutes afterward. Gwen fought the hysteria trying to take hold. It wouldn't help. She had to focus on facts. Does he have any leads? A few. Dante and a couple other shifter affairs agents are following up on them. Dante will call us once he knows more. A sharp tug on Gwen's sleeve drew her gaze down. Molly's pale, blue, human eyes met hers. Gwen inhaled sharply. Molly had shifted and slipped on the dress Gwen had brought. Tears burning and her throat tightening, Gwen knelt and wrapped her arms around her sister. Molly awkwardly patted Gwen's back, as she often did whenever Gwen hugged her. "Molly, you need to find your mate before the full moon. It's the only time they can steal his pack spirit from him." Molly's quiet and childlike voice delivered a warning an adult would give. Although only 5, Molly didn't act her age. She was a pride leader in a child's body. "And if they manage to sever his ties, he and his pack will die. Every last one of them. Their souls shattered. Only the spirit will survive." "Oh, God." Gwen tipped her head back. "How do you know this?" "They took his hands. That's how they captured the Leon Alpha before they ripped the spirit of his pride from him and joined it with me. Magic, mind-altering drugs, and the power of the full moon." Gwen pressed her forehead to Molly's. "I'm sorry. I wish I could have stopped this." "Why? The Leon spirit loves me, chose me to be its new leader, to protect it. It could have let me die, but it didn't." How to explain this? Gwen bit her lip before exhaling. "Of course the Leon spirit loves you. How could it not? You're smart, strong, and honorable. What I meant was that I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you from those shifters who hurt you and the Leon Alpha." "You are now. You came back." "Of course I did. I made a promise to you." Gwen pushed to her feet, then held out a hand. "Now come home with me, and we can protect each other, just like we used to do." Molly glanced from Gwen to Vlad to the coloring book Gwen had laid on the blanket next to the fallen newspaper. "Can I have my crayons?" Vlad gathered the things she'd brought, shoving them into the tote. "You can have a whole art room, filled with paints and charcoals, too." "Really?" Disbelief laced Molly's voice. "Really?" Vlad dropped to a crouch. "I bet Zane will even let you mold clay at his house." Molly's eyes widened. "Clay? Yes, I'd like that." "Then let's go. We need to get you settled so we can save our pack." Vlad took Molly's hand, then held his other one out for Gwen. Her throat burned. The range of emotions choked her. Gwen swallowed hard and took Vlad's hand. She'd won one battle, getting Molly to shift. She'd win the others looming over her, too. Xander would be rescued, and so would Eli. She wouldn't stand for anything else. Chapter 43. An electric shock whipped through Killer's body, jerking him awake. He jumped to his feet. The extra weight on his wrists and ankles registered. He didn't have to look to uncover the reason. He knew. Fighting shackles had been secured to his body. Tonight, he would fight. His opponent would die. "Good morning, Killer." The taunting rhythm to the male's voice triggered Killer's instincts to punish. He hated the way people treated him, as if he were inferior. He stalked forward and locked his deadly glare on the skinny wolf shifter who told Killer days ago it was time for him to die. Never. He'd never allow them to end his life. The memory he'd recalled sealed his fate. He would survive the night. He had a true mate to punish for betraying him and abandoning him to this hell. "Where's the ancient?" Killer demanded. The other male sneered, then pulled out a cell phone. Killer had seen the guards with the devices. They used them to watch porn or play mindless games. The worthless pieces of electronics didn't interest him. "Where is the ancient?" Killer repeated. "I found out what happened to your little sister." The single shifter hunkered down in front of Killer's cell. "Don't you want to see it?" Killer gripped the bars, all thoughts of the orange-eyed royal's promise of freedom and Killer's revenge against his true mate gone. "Is she okay?" "Watch for yourself." The poor-quality video with no sound showed Gwen striking a match and lighting a candle. A triumphant smile flashed across her face. She moved across a dirty room to a window. A contemplative look passed over her features, followed by fear. Her eyes widened. She blew the flame out and the video cut. Jagged white lines and dots danced across the screen's surface before a grainy black and white image showed a terrified Gwen. Her mouth opened. Her body jerked. Something dark spread across the top of her jacket. Blood. His mind supplied the word. It was blood. A lot of blood. She'd been shot. She fell face first onto the ground. Her body lay there, crumpled and unmoving. The single shifter pressed a button on the side of the phone, ending the video. Killer shook the bars of his cell. Concrete dust rained around them. "She's alive! Tell me she's alive!" "I'm sorry." The skinny wolf shifter fought a smile. "She didn't make it." "You lie!" Killer spat the words, but he couldn't tell if this male lied. Rage ruled Killer. His wolves wanted revenge. Nothing else mattered. "No, I'm telling you the truth. The female you vowed to protect died. You failed her." "No!" Killer stretched an arm out, reaching for the phone. There was more to the video. He needed to see it. "You're lying." "If I wanted to lie, I would have told you the female survived. The hope of seeing her again would have been enough to manipulate you." The other male grinned. "But I don't want to control you. I want to help you." Killer fisted the bars, wishing it was this male's skinny neck he squeezed instead. The single shifter wanted to hurt Killer, not help him. Even Killer's crazed wolves agreed on that. He could smell the depravity on the other male. "Help me how?" "We have Gwen's Killer." The skinny male licked his thin lips. "We want you to make an example out of him. Nobody's above the law, Killer. Nobody. Not even the eldest of males on our shifter council. When they become corrupted, tainted by the sickest of urges, they die. Just like Gwen's Killer will die." The single shifter pulled out a small black box from his pocket. He depressed the single red button on it. The shackles encircling Killer's wrists and ankles tightened, piercing his skin. The familiar icy sensation he'd come to associate with the drugs his handlers used flooded Killer's body. He swayed, his body and mind numbing. "And you, Killer, will exact our revenge or die a failure." Killer had already failed, though, in more ways than one. Vlad led Molly to the largest bedroom in their house and opened the door. He motioned to the richly decorated space. "This room was designed specifically for visiting dignitaries. As the leader of the Leon Pride, you qualify as our most important guest." Molly slipped around his legs and moved to the center of the room. She looked tiny in the massive bedroom, but he wanted her to feel as important as she was to their world. She glanced over her shoulder. "And I can stay here for as long as I want?" That was a tricky question. Technically, Lena was her guardian, and would be the one to decide where Molly lived. Gwen's sister wanted Molly happy, though. Lena also hadn't fought their announcement a few hours ago that Molly would be going home with him and Gwen. "This will always be your room in this house." Molly moved through the room. She skimmed her fingers over the bedspread, then the deep-cushioned love seat near the window. "I forgot to tell you something." "What's that?" "If they're going to steal your alpha's spirit, they'll have a magical globe in the circle to trap it from ascending to the heavens." Molly pursed her lips. "I don't know how they'll tie it to a single shifter baby. The Leon spirit doesn't remember that part, and I was too little." Vlad couldn't guess either, but suspected magic of some sort. There was a coven of human witches who'd been rumored to be working with the scientists and shifters looking for the key to stealing a royal's immortality. "We'll make sure we smash it." Molly nodded, then walked to the window. She pushed aside the curtain and scanned the yard. "When will Lena and Megan get here? I miss them. You said they were going to come." "Lena had to pick up Megan. They'll be over in a few minutes. They're going to stay here the next couple of nights in case—" Damn, he couldn't say it. Didn't want to acknowledge there was a chance they might not save Xander. "In case you die tomorrow with the rest of your pack?" He loved this little girl as if she were his own daughter, but her candidness always caught him off guard. As a 5-year-old, she shouldn't know the things she did, but her life had never been normal. How could it have been, when she'd had the spirit of an ancient royal pride whispering in her ear since the moment she took her first breath? Vlad went to her and crouched so they were eye to eye. In life, there's always a chance to die, even for immortals like us. All we can do is trust in ourselves and those we love to avoid that fate. "I wish I was bigger, so I could fight for your alpha too." He grinned. "I'm sure you'll get another chance. An alpha's life is never easy or without challenges." "Then I'm going to need to be extra tough, aren't I?" "You already are." Vlad tucked a lock of her hair behind her ears. "And as long as you have your family and friends behind you like Xander does, you won't have to fight alone." "And you're my family, right?" "Absolutely." Molly wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him tight. "Thank you." Vlad's phone vibrated against his leg. He yanked it out and glanced at the message from Dante. "We leave for Alaska in an hour." No other details. Vlad didn't need them. He knew enough. Dante had found Xander, or at least had discovered a solid lead. Vlad glanced at Molly. "I need to go. You're still going to be here in your human form when I return, right?" "Absolutely," Molly grinned. "I promise, Gwen." "Good." He stood and made his way to the door. Just in time, Molly's twin, Megan, came barreling down the hallway with Lena trailing behind her. Vlad stepped out of the way before he was run over and hurried to Lena. "We have a lead on Xander. Can you... You don't have to ask. I'll be here for Molly no matter what happens." He looked over his shoulder to make sure neither little girl was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice. "And Gwen, if we don't save Xander, she'll lose me too. We're not soul-bonded yet." Lena's features tightened. "She'll want to follow you." "Don't let her." Vlad grabbed Lena's arm. "She can still live out her life. Marry someone else or have kids. Be happy. Xander and I will be there to greet her when old age takes her. We'll love her unconditionally." "You know she won't. That's not how it works for true mates." "Molly needs Gwen. Once Gwen has time to think about it, she'll realize it too. That's more important than joining us." "Joining you where?" Gwen's question yanked his gaze to where she stood near the stairs. Vlad closed the distance between them. He grabbed her hand and urged her to follow him downstairs. "We have a lead on Xander." She jerked her hand from his. "And you don't want me to come along, is that it? You want me to stay here because it's safer for me?" Vlad stared at his mate and debated his answer. After everything they'd been through, she deserved the truth. "If we fail to save Xander, I'm going to die, along with the rest of my pack. I don't want you to see that." Gwen glanced at the stairs. "What if—" "I don't doubt Molly's warning. Remember, until the Leon spirit merged with her completely a few months ago, she had an open communication channel with the spirit. It had lived for thousands of years and experienced more than any of us can imagine. Vlad stepped in front of Gwen, blocking her view of the stairs. If we can believe anyone, it's Molly. Gwen fisted his shirt. You won't die. Neither will Xander. We're going to save him. I'm going to save him. You... She shoved at his chest, knocking him backward. I'm coming too. I might not be able to fight, but I'm going to be there. Damn it, you are not going to shuffle me to the side in some convoluted... The front door opened. Dante stood in the opening. He looked from Vlad to Gwen. You're going to freeze your ass off in Alaska dressed in that? Lay her up. You have 3 minutes before we have to roll. Gwen didn't wait for Vlad to speak. She ran for the stairs. Vlad stormed forward as soon as Gwen disappeared upstairs. Gwen is not going. She'll get herself killed. Gwen is the only one who can feel Xander's pain. The closer she is to him, the better chance she has to interpret those triggers. Dante shut the door at his back. And we're going to need the guidance. I have no freaking clue where we're going or what we're walking into. I thought you said Alaska. I did. I even have a general idea. Doesn't mean I know everything. And this is not a situation where we can sit back and evaluate. We're going to need to act fast. We have a 7-hour flight into Anchorage. Then we need to drive out to the village where my informant thinks they took Xander. From there we need to go on foot. Dante pointedly looked at the clock on the wall. Full moon is in less than 24 hours. We'll get there in time. Gwen breathed hard, and a flush warmed her cheeks. But determination radiated from her. And we'll rescue Xander. Hopefully Eli, too, Dante added. Eli? Gwen grabbed Dante's arm and turned him toward her. I thought his fight got cancelled. Reclassified. Ella got the confirmation an hour ago. Eli will be fighting in the ultimate death match. A challenge where he'll either walk away as an alpha or die a failure. Xander. Gwen covered her mouth, then quickly dropped her hand. They're going to make him fight his own brother. Vlad cursed. And if what you said about Killer is true, he won't recognize Xander as his sibling. Especially if they mask Xander's scent. Dante finished Vlad's thought. Gwen breathed hard for a few moments before she rushed to the hall closet and grabbed her coat, a down-filled one she'd picked up on her shopping trip with Dante. Let's go. We can discuss possibilities on the plane. We're only wasting time now. Vlad didn't like the idea of bringing Gwen along, but Dante was right. They couldn't take chances or hope Vlad's connection to Xander would be enough. Without hands, Xander would be an easy kill. The drugs his captors kept pumping into him left Xander in a drowsy haze and unable to call his wolves. He could see the world around him, hear what his captors said, but couldn't get his body to obey him. His muscles felt leaden. His words came out slurred. Even his teeth ached. And if he didn't remember to close his mouth, drool dribbled down his chin. Xander swiped his tongue over his numb lips. Curses whipped through him. Every last handler and guard in this compound would die. At the moment, he wasn't sure how that was going to happen. Without the strength of his wolves, he was as weak as a babe. He'd find a way. The cowards who'd taken his hands would die for keeping him from his mate, partner, and pack. A hard whack to the back of his head knocked him forward. He fell face first and smacked into the ground. Dry dirt formed a cloud around his face, and the earthy, rich scent of soil filled his lungs. He blinked hard against the grit burning his eyes while the Ulgrin shifter who dragged him from the helicopter laughed. The other shifter's hysterics at Xander's expense stirred his rage. An answering spark of fury resonated deep inside him. His wolves. He could feel his wolves. The primitive edge to their anger couldn't be mistaken. Xander sucked in a breath, choking on more of the dusty air. He didn't care. The glimmer of his primal side strengthened him. Whatever drug his captors had given him was losing its effectiveness. Pressure from the male's foot on Xander's back yanked his attention from his wolves. Knowing he'd find the path back to them, he let them slip into the metaphysical field where they lived. With the drugs in his system, he couldn't risk missing any vital pieces of information about his environment and what his captors planned for him. The full moon's peak was less than 6 hours away. Once it passed, he'd either be dead or on his way back to Gwen and Vlad. There'd be no other chances. He knew it in his soul. The bear shifter twisted Xander's hair and jerked his head back. Another shifter male slipped what resembled a dog's prong collar around Xander's throat. It wasn't the same, though. The pressure-sensitive collar being affixed to Xander would sever his head if he shifted, or pump him full of drugs, as Brock had suggested the shackles on Elias did. Xander bucked, trying to break the Ulgrin shifter's hold on his hair before the other male tightened the metal collar. The bear shifter holding him slammed his foot down harder on Xander's back. "Stay still, Alpha. This isn't a death collar. The prongs will steadily inject you with the drug that'll keep you subdued until tonight. From what we've learned, royals develop a tolerance to our drugs, and we can't have you trying to escape. It'll ruin our plans." The other shifter twisted something on the collar, tightening it around Xander's neck. The sharp points of the prongs broke the surface of his skin, and an icy cold sensation slithered down his spine. The strength he'd glimpsed along with the presence of his wolves faded. Heaviness returned to his limbs. The Ulgrin shifter tugged Xander to his feet, but his legs wouldn't support him. The other male who'd fitted his collar on him wrapped his arms around Xander's torso and dragged him forward. His eyesight wavered, turning the world around him into an undulating landscape. The distortion churned Xander's gut. Bile crept up his throat, choking him. He was going to throw up. Gods, that would amuse the other shifters to no end. Not happening. Xander swallowed the burning liquid and closed his eyes. He would not give his captors a satisfaction. They paused in their forward trek through the compound where he'd been brought. A harsh creak resounded, reminding Xander of the heavy wooden doors they'd had on their homes in ages past. The nauseating scent of human sweat, animal dander, and urine permeated the space. Xander pried his heavy eyelids apart. A set of dark stairs loomed in front of him. The shifter carrying him moved down them. Xander's feet smacked into each thread. Pain radiated through his legs and up his spine. It added to the nausea in his gut. He pressed his lips tighter together. The snarls and growls of a beast grew louder the farther into the building they descended. The noise reminded him of a wolf, but the male making the sounds wasn't in his animal's form. This was a shifter in his human form. There was only one reason he'd sound as crazed as he did. He was feral. "We figured you'd want to spend some time with your opponent before the fight tonight." The Ulgrin shifter bent in front of Xander. The scar on the male's cheek distorted his smile, making him appear as crazed as the feral shifter howling in rage. "You know, so you can reconnect. Talk about old times, maybe your packmates or whatever. It has been years since you saw him." A noose tightened around his chest. Although there were several males from the Winchester pack who'd gone missing over the years, something about the way the bear shifter looked at him, as if he was anticipating this revelation with a sick glee, warned Xander he wouldn't like this meeting. You can't tease him that way. He is an alpha, at least until he loses the challenge tonight. We should show him a little respect," the male dragging him down the corridor said. The Ulgrin shifter grunted. "He don't look so tough to me." "Wait until we take that collar off and give his body a chance to purge the drugs from his system. Even without his hands, he'll make Killer fight for the win." Killer. Xander's blood went cold. They were going to make him fight his brother to the death. "Nah, Killer's been too enraged since we didn't bring his little female back to him. He'll rip the Winchester Alpha's head off within the first minute of the challenge." The Ulgrin shifter's voice held pride, as if he personally had a hand in antagonizing Elias's incensed state. "You want to bet?" The male carrying Xander laughed. $100 the Winchester survives the first 5 minutes. "No fucking way," the Ulgrin bear shifter laughed. "The whole damn ceremony will be done in 5 minutes. Both their heads lost, and the wolf spirit entrapped in that ball thing, ready to be shipped across the country." No. The denial reverberated in Xander's head. He forced his muscles to respond. He turned his head and studied the Ulgrin shifter. Confidence shone in his eyes. Xander had expected it with the way the cocky male was acting, but the confirmation Xander sought was reflected in his eyes too. This wasn't going to be a normal challenge. If it was, Elias would walk away the new keeper of the Winchester Pack spirit. This would be a death match in the truest sense of the term, not only for Xander and Elias, but for the pack. Losing the spirit animal would kill every last member. "No," Xander mumbled the word. Neither of the males escorting him into this basement prison responded to the low grumble. Probably a good thing. They didn't need to know his muscles were tingling with life as his body fought the draining effects of the drug. I'm telling you, the Winchester Alpha will last. I've seen him fight. He's quick on his feet. He'll avoid killer's blows. The male carrying Xander let him drop. Xander's forehead smacked into the unforgiving concrete floor, radiating more pain down his spine. His wavering vision cleared, giving him an undistorted view of his cell. The 8x8 enclosure was empty, but the sight of the red-headed male 2 cells down stopped Xander's heart. Elias stood naked, with his hands fisted around the bars of his cell. Blood dripped down his forearms from where his modified claws dug into his own palms. He shook the bars and snarled. Wild, unfocused green eyes scanned the basement before zeroing in on Xander. No sign of recognition showed in his gaze. Looks like killer found his next prey. The male who'd dropped Xander grabbed the stubs where his hands had once been and dragged him into the cell. Yup, I love that hungry look in his eyes too. And once we modify the cocktail of drugs we feed killer tonight, it'll be even better. One of Xander's captors rolled Xander to his side and stabbed a fat syringe into the vein in his arm. He pulled back on the plunger, filling the thing with blood. He repeated the process 5 more times, then finally yanked the needle out and patted Xander's head as if he were a child. Enjoy your time with killer, almighty Alpha. Baldy and I need to walk a circle for you two to fight in. Don't worry, Baldy, the scarred bear shifter mocked. I'll show your goddess the utmost respect as I drip your blood on the ground. Yeah, me too. I'll even snarl and growl as I drip killer's blood. Xander's blood, along with the blood of another member of the pack, would be sufficient to cast a circle. The magic of their pack was in Xander's blood. Unable to stand, Xander couldn't stop them. Both males left, slamming the cell door behind them. Their conversation and laughter faded, leaving Xander with the growling snarls of his baby brother. Xander held Elias's enraged gaze and allowed his own fury to seize him. He needed the strength to fuel his anger for tonight. He'd have to last an hour in the circle with killer, not just 5 minutes. Waiting out the full moon's peak was the only way the two of them would live to see tomorrow. Chapter 44. Snow covered the ground, and dusk turned the woods into a darkened tomb. Gwen scanned the Alaskan forest, looking for anything that reminded her of the last time she'd walked these woods. Nothing looked familiar, not surprising really. Her attention had focused fully on protecting her little sister then. Today, instead of running from the bad guys, she was hunting them, along with most of the Winchester pack. She couldn't see her packmates, but she knew they were close. They'd shifted and slipped into the woods once they'd driven as far as they deemed safe. Only Vlad, Corey, and Zane remained at her side in their human forms. She moved closer to Vlad and lowered her voice to a near whisper. Why here? Vlad glanced at her before scanning the woods. Do you mean why Alaska? Or why here, where you were kidnapped? Neither, really. Why such a remote section of Alaska? Out of all the places they could have staged this fight. Gwen tripped on a rock and stumbled into Vlad's side. He steadied her, then eased his hands away, likely giving her the chance to stand on her own. Any other time she'd appreciate knowing he wouldn't coddle her in public, but the longer they walked, the heavier her limbs felt. Why here? I traveled with the fighters for months. These matches usually took place in the middle of cities or even in old barns or school gyms. This place is too remote to draw a paying crowd. They're not interested in making money this time. Corey stepped to Gwen's side. They want our pack's spirit. And since Alaska is the neutral zone, it's the perfect place to conduct illegal ceremonies, Zane added. Of course, without any shifter groups calling Alaska home, there was less a chance their crimes would be noticed. She should have realized that, but she was having a hard time focusing on anything. A hazy feeling, similar to what she experienced when she took allergy medicine, clouded her mind. Then again, she'd been up for over 24 hours. Although she'd closed her eyes on the plane, sleep had evaded her. She licked her dry lips and pushed her body harder to keep up with the shifters who were already moving slower because of her. Do you smell other shifters? Yes. Vlad lowered his voice. Ulgren clan members have walked this way recently. We're on the right track. Unless they're purposely leading us in the wrong direction? Corey's words held a sharp bite of annoyance. We sent scouts in different directions. If our packmates see something, they'll let us know, Zane said. Gwen glanced at Xander's twin but couldn't make out his face. Zane's image blurred. Dizziness made the world spin. Gwen stumbled and landed hard on her knees. A jolt of pain shot up her spine. Vlad pulled her unsteady body to his. Are you okay? Was she?
No, not really. I'm tired. Really tired. I should have slept on the plane.
Vlad brushed Gwen's hair away from her face. You were perfectly fine until we started hiking. Gwen made a frustrated sound. Her weakness was going to get Xander killed.
Damn it!
Gwen grabbed Vlad's shirt.
You should go on ahead. Maybe Corey can take me back to the SUV.
No. Vlad lifted her into his arms. She automatically linked her hands around his neck. You're going to close your eyes and concentrate on your body. If you start feeling stronger, you're going to tell me, because then we'll know we're going in the wrong direction.
Why?
Realization settled over her. The tiredness plaguing her wasn't hers. It was Xander's. Gwen groaned.
They're drugging him.
That'd be my guess. Our mate wouldn't allow anyone to simply haul him through the Alaskan forest otherwise. Gwen smiled and rested her cheek against Vlad's chest.
I thought you considered Xander your partner, not your mate.
I'm not so sure the term matters anymore. Vlad moved so quickly through the woods the trees rushed by them. Xander is mine as much as you're mine. Ice slid through her veins, chilling her body and leaving her muscles leaden. If Vlad hadn't been carrying her, she'd likely have fallen face first onto the ground by now.
How far have we traveled?
We're nearing the old mining village where... Vlad tightened his hold on her. Where Devin and I found that mattress soaked in your blood. The memory slid through her. Another kidnapped woman had operated on Gwen's wrist, the one that had been mauled by the wolf shifter she'd shot. The pain had been horrendous. The sounds she'd made had been inhuman. Gwen shook her head to free herself of the recollection. She didn't want her memories clouding her present.
There were cells in the basement of one of those buildings. They'd been full of humans the shifters had collected.
Gwen lifted her heavy head and looked into Vlad's face.
It'd be a perfect place to keep Killer and Xander. And the town square would be big enough for a fight ring. Of course, there wouldn't be much room for a crowd to watch. But if they only want the Winchester spirit, it wouldn't matter.
A pleased look settled over Vlad's face. Then that's where we're going.
Should I stay back?
Gwen didn't want to be left behind, but with the way her body felt, she would be more of a hindrance than help. Too dangerous, Zane chimed in. Just stay quiet and let us do the fighting.
That's what a pack does for its leaders, Gwen. It has nothing to do with your ability to defend yourself,
Corey said, as if she'd expected Gwen to be upset by Zane's statement. A few hours ago, Gwen might have been bothered by Zane's words. After watching the pack come together to save Xander, she understood them. Each member had different strengths, which, combined, made a cohesive unit focused on their goal. She nodded instead of speaking. Tingles were spreading through her limbs, chasing back the heaviness. The drugs in Xander's system were wearing off. She'd bet her life on it. Actually, she was betting the lives of her entire pack on it.
Hurry, Vlad. The fight's going to start soon.
Vlad glanced to where the full moon dominated the night sky. He didn't say anything. He tucked her body closer and ran. After numerous attempts at connecting with Elias, Xander resigned himself to the truth. His younger brother was too drugged to reason with. Or maybe he truly was feral. Xander couldn't decide which reason fit Elias's unstable condition better. He did know what it meant to him, however. Owen's vision was about to come true. Xander would be facing his own brother in a challenge in less than an hour. Without hands, Xander wouldn't be able to defend himself, exactly as Owen had foretold. And if Gwen saw him deflecting Elias's attacks, she'd try to help him. Xander didn't doubt that for a second. Hanging his head, Xander closed his eyes and conjured Gwen's image. She might not be here to get through to Killer, but she was Xander's only hope of breaking through Elias's disillusioned state. I know they took your little sister from you, Killer. Elias didn't respond, but the weight of his stare bore through Xander. He raised his gaze and met Elias's green eyes. Fury simmered in his expression, replacing the unfocused look he'd worn all evening. Xander's pulse quickened at the sight. Her name's Gwen. Xander dragged himself to the bars of his enclosure. An empty cell separated him from Elias. Probably a good thing. Elias would likely have tried to get his hands on him. Beautiful brown eyes, wavy brown hair, and a voice that soothed even the wildest of beasts. Elias hunched down and planted one hand flat on the dirt floor of his cell. Gwendolyn. Her name is Gwendolyn. The harsh, rough grittiness to Elias's voice made him sound more animal than man, but the coherence Xander had sought all evening was reflected in his brother's response. Xander nodded. Yes, Gwendolyn Annabelle Burnett. Elias studied Xander another long moment, then leaned forward. They told me she's dead. Xander looked over his shoulder. None of the handlers stood nearby. Their scents didn't drift to him. He couldn't hear any of their heartbeats either. But Xander couldn't trust those clues. The drugs they'd been dosing him with were fading but not gone. Until they dissipated enough, he wouldn't be able to utilize his wolf's instincts. Facing Elias, Xander opened his mind and reached out mentally to him. As his alpha, Xander could force a pathway between their minds. He hesitated to do so. Elias might very well take the intimate connection as a hostile invasion and lash out. Or it might destroy the slight hold Elias had on reality. No, Xander couldn't risk it at this moment. Coaxing him would have to be enough. With gentle mental fingers, Xander pushed against the barrier surrounding Elias's mind. The flimsy shield bowed, then shattered. A rush of distorted thoughts and emotions spilled over, swamping Xander with Elias's chaotic mental state. Rage, uncertainty, confusion, disgust, and sorrow mixed, forming a whirlwind of discord. Xander embraced it, letting Elias's mind merge with his. No, killer. She's not dead. I've seen her. Nostrils flaring, Elias scrambled back and swatted at the air. A thick wall slammed between his mind and Xander's. Where have you seen her? At the hunt. The scarred Ulgrin shifter who brought Xander to this place approached Elias's cell from the opposite side of the room. The male you're about to fight violently raped your little female while she begged him to spare her. No! Xander screamed the denial at the same time as Elias did. The scarred bear shifter laughed. Yes, I saw it all. Liar. Xander leaned against the bars and pushed himself into an upright position. His legs wobbled, but he managed to stand. I saved her. Then why didn't she come back for you, killer? The other shifter moved closer to Elias's cell. Why didn't Gwen try to save you? She promised you she would. I heard her myself. I believed her, too. That little female was a woman of her word. If she'd been able to, she would have kept it. Yes, Elias nodded. He turned his back on the Ulgrin bear shifter and faced Xander. You hurt her, took what belonged to her mate, then killed her. Xander pushed against the thick barrier separating their minds. He had no choice but to force his way into his brother's mind. The moment the shield came crashing down, Xander took control of his packmate in the only way an alpha could. Gwen is alive and safe. I didn't kill her. I saved her. A whoosh sounded. Elias's body jerked. He fell forward and smacked into the ground with a loud whack. The connection Xander had forced open shattered as Elias lost consciousness. Cursing, Xander whipped his head toward the Ulgrin shifter. The other male held a gun. The moment his finger flexed, pulling the trigger, Xander ducked. The whiz of the bullet echoed in his ear. He rolled, avoiding the second shot and the third, then shoved to his feet as a fourth bullet slammed into the ground next to him. A second shooter had fired. The bullet lodged into Xander's neck before he could move. A sharp bite of pain registered, followed by numbness. His legs gave out. He crashed into the ground but didn't feel the impact. He didn't feel anything. His body was turned over. James stared down at him. You should feel honored, Alpha of the Winchester Pack. Your death will make the single shifters immortal. For that you will be remembered. Not for the sacrilege you've caused by mating a human and another male. 3 more shots slammed into his chest. He didn't feel their impact, but the scent of his blood thickened in the air. The injuries wouldn't keep him down long. The only question remained was whether Xander's body would repair itself before Elias recovered from his wounds. Vlad tore his gaze from the old mining village at the bottom of the hill to study the delicate yet resilient woman in his arms. Eyes pinched and lips pressed into a thin line, Gwen rubbed at her throat, then moved her hand to her chest. Vlad would have done the same had he not been carrying Gwen. A slight twinge had settled over him, making it hard to breathe. She raised her gaze to his and whispered, "I think Xander's been hurt." From the odd sensation afflicting him, Vlad would assume the same thing. His reactions paled in comparison to what he suspected Gwen felt. Had he not been watching Gwen, he might not have noticed it. Vlad pressed his lips to her ear. "As long as you still feel him, he's alive." She nodded. He would have liked to soothe her more, but time was against them. The full moon would reach its peak in less than 5 minutes. He turned his attention to the barren town. For several moments, nothing moved. The anxiousness of Vlad's wolves hung over him, however. Something was about to happen. They sensed it. So did he. With the power of the full moon almost at its zenith, a hum of energy hung in the air. A door opened in one of the buildings near the abandoned town center. A bear shifter emerged with a blood-covered Xander flung over his shoulder. Gwen inhaled sharply and fisted Vlad's shirt but didn't speak. He didn't need her to share her worry. Vlad felt the same. Unconscious, Xander wouldn't be able to defend himself. The bear shifter quickened his steps until he jogged into the center of town. Without pausing, he dropped Xander, then fled down a side street. The pack made its move. One by one, Vlad's packmates slipped into the old mining village. Shifters, some in animal form and some in human form, rushed to intercept them. The trap Vlad had anticipated had been sprung. He wanted to join the fight. Protecting Gwen came first. He turned to Corey, who inclined her head, then to Zane. Xander's twin held out his arms to accept Gwen. They'd guard her with their lives. Vlad didn't doubt their loyalty for a second. Gwen was their alpha female. Gwen's eyes widened as she likely guessed at his intentions, then narrowed in a murderous glare. He wanted to apologize for leaving her behind, but couldn't. The sounds of fighting and the snarls of animals from below grew louder. Without wasting another breath, Vlad handed Gwen to Zane. She didn't speak, but the look in her eyes said it all. She'd give him a piece of her mind when they were alone. He couldn't wait. Her anger directed on him would mean they'd survive this fight. He'd take her verbal lashing willingly. Vlad turned and ran toward the run-down, neglected town. Roofs had collapsed on some of the buildings, and windows were missing on other structures. From any of those open spaces, a gun could be poised and ready to shoot. One bullet would be enough to end Gwen's life. If anyone had followed his descent, they could retrace his steps and find Gwen. Cursing, Vlad changed direction. He'd have to come in from a different angle. It'd waste time, but the minutes lost wouldn't matter if Gwen died before he could get to Xander. Another door opened farther down the street, revealing Eli. A kilt, similar to the one Xander wore, covered the lower half of Eli's body, and metal-pronged bracelets circled Eli's wrists, neck, and ankles. Designed to sever a body part if a shifter embraced his animal form, the torture devices were popular in shifter fights and shifter prisons. The prongs could also be filled with drugs to incapacitate a shifter or alter his mind. Molly had warned him of the danger: magic, mind-altering drugs, and the power of the full moon. Vlad swept his gaze over the buildings. No signs of life showed, but he'd bet a witch or warlock hid somewhere close, waiting to take possession of the orb that would temporarily house the Winchester spirit if Vlad and his packmates failed. He wouldn't be able to differentiate between a human and a witch either. There were no outward differences. He'd have to assume any human working with their enemy was a possible threat. A memory skipped across his mind. The human he'd killed outside the house Reno had taken Xander and Gwen to after the hunt in Canada. He could have been a warlock, not simply a corrupted human who'd been waiting to get his hands on Xander. Damn it. Vlad had questioned why the Ulgren clan had fought so hard to stop them from escaping. Xander's possible reasoning about the man Gwen wanted to save never really felt right. Vlad finally had an answer that made sense. They'd wanted to get their hands on Xander, not Gwen. The realization didn't help Vlad today, though. They'd walked into this trap. Now they had to survive it. He turned his focus to Eli. The male Vlad hadn't laid eyes on in over a century held the fate of the Winchester pack in his hands. And Eli had been pumped full of mind-altering drugs. Eli rotated his wrists and scanned the street, looking left then right. His gaze skipped over those fighting shifters around him. Either he didn't see them, or the sight of his packmates engaging with his guards and handlers, meant nothing to Eli. His gaze zeroed in on where Xander lay crumpled on the ground near a large stone fountain in the center of the town square. Baring his fangs, Eli stalked toward his alpha. Xander rolled to his side, then slowly pushed to his feet. Eli made a raw, animalistic sound and charged him. "No!" Vlad ran forward, pushing his body to its limit. The glowing, translucent walls of the ceremonial circle rose and formed a dome over the town's center, locking Xander and Eli inside, where they'd fight to the death in an alpha challenge, the ultimate death match. Vlad had failed. He rammed his fist into the magical barrier enclosing the challengers. Sparks ignited, and energy whipped through him. The walls locking Xander and his little brother inside didn't waver, however. Nothing would break the barrier until the spirit of the pack had been peacefully transferred to a new host, or one of the opponents inside the circle died. Or if the 1-hour window marking the peak of the full moon passed without a change in leadership. Vlad had never heard of such a thing happening, but for the brothers locked inside the circle, it'd be their only hope. Xander's mouth moved as he no doubt tried to get through to Eli. Vlad couldn't hear Xander's words. The magical barrier prevented him from interacting with the two males inside the ring. This was their fight. All Vlad could do was watch from the outside. A low grunt clued Gwen into the danger surrounding them. She jerked her gaze to the woods. The full moon cast enough light for her to see the 3 shifters in their bear forms and several others in their human forms. They'd been found, or more likely the bear shifters had seen Vlad running toward the town and decided to retrace his steps to see what or who he'd left in the woods. If it were her, she'd want to know what potential traps surrounded her too. James. Corey growled the name. She advanced on the lankiest of the shifters who'd remained in his human form. The man reminded Gwen of a shady businessman, not a vicious shifter. Looks could be deceiving, though. Gwen understood that more than most. James raised his hands in a placating gesture. "There's no need for violence. Accept this punishment and maybe the goddesses will have mercy on your souls and—" Corey leapt at James. Her body transformed mid-leap into a pure white wolf. Her tattered clothes fluttered around her. She slammed into the shifter at the same time he embraced his animal form. His larger gray wolf form hit the ground, then he rolled out from under Corey's wolf. She went after him, not giving him a chance to retaliate. They snarled and snapped at each other, neither giving ground. All the while, Zane inched away from the fight. He was going to run with Gwen, leaving Corey to fight this battle on her own. No, they weren't going to abandon her. That wasn't what a pack did. They fought for each other. In the back of Gwen's mind, she understood that was exactly what Corey and Zane were doing. They would do anything necessary to keep Gwen alive. She was their alpha female. They had accepted her. Gwen slid her hand into her jacket pocket, where she'd stashed the gun Dante had given her before they'd gotten off the plane. He'd warned her to use it for emergencies only. A shot would draw unwanted attention to her. With the drug they'd given her to mask her scent, their goal had been to keep her as hidden as possible. Too late for that. She'd been spotted, and if she didn't act, Corey would pay for Gwen's life with her own. 2 of the bears who'd flanked James lunged at Corey's wolf. She evaded both attempts at taking her head, but James used a slight distraction to tear a hunk of flesh from Corey's flank. She snarled and spun on James, while one of the bears whacked her to the ground with his massive paw. With Gwen still in his arms, Zane turned, blocking her view of the fight, and ran. Gwen rammed her elbow into Zane's chest, then smacked her head against his chin. His arms loosened around her on a low grunt. Her chest constricted on a wave of guilt for causing him pain, but she didn't have time to argue with Xander's twin, or convince him to stay and help Corey. Time was against them. Gwen shoved from Zane's arms and landed on her bottom on the snow-covered ground. A jolt of pain shot up her spine. She ignored it and Zane's curse. Scrambling to her hands and knees, Gwen pushed from the ground and ran toward where Corey fought among the other shifters. Several other males headed her way. They blocked her from Corey. They had to die. Gwen flicked the safety switch on the gun, raised it, and fired at the closest shifter. Red exploded from the center of his face. He fell back. Dead or not? The shifter wasn't moving. That was all Gwen cared about. She turned and shot at the next shifter. The bullet hit him in the chest. He stumbled but didn't go down. Instead, he shifted into a wolf and charged her. Zane intercepted him. With his human arms wrapped around the wolf's body, Zane rolled with the other shifter away from Gwen. He twisted the animal's head, then tore it from its body in a show of superior strength. He tossed a bloody wolf head, then faced her. "Go, you stubborn woman! Aim for their heads!" She didn't need to be told twice. Gwen pushed to her feet, grateful her legs didn't feel like jelly any longer, and ran. Zane flanked her, then lunged for another shifter who raised his own gun, aiming in her direction. The gun went off. Gwen couldn't see what happened, but the sounds of smacking bodies and grunts reassured her Zane hadn't been taken out, even if he had been shot. Royals could withstand a lot. The sight of Corey holding her ground against a wolf and a bear proved their pack's resilience and strength. Gwen took comfort in that, knowing both Xander and Vlad would have those traits aiding them against their enemies too. She pushed back the worry for her mates and focused on the scene in front of her. A second bear, the same black one that had knocked Corey down with its paw, lay unmoving several feet away from where Corey snapped at the wolf. The brown bear circled behind Corey. She turned, a likely attempt to keep both her enemies in her line of vision. The wolf and bear countered her, forcing her to back up in order to avoid being cornered. They were playing with her. Gwen had seen the fighters in the compound where she'd been capped do the same thing, right before they ended their prey's life. It was as much a mental attack as a physical one. Gwen dropped to her knees and raised the gun. The shifter's rapid movements made it hard to focus on the fight. Gwen's arms trembled and her pulse raced as fear slithered through her. She had to take the shot. She understood that. If she missed, though, Corey might get hurt. Being injured beat losing her head, though. Holding her breath, Gwen pressed the trigger. The kickback jerked her arm. She steadied it and fired again. Bits and pieces of the enemy's wolf's head sprayed over Corey's white fur. Gwen's stomach rolled, and bile rushed up. She choked but didn't have time to wallow in her disgust. The bear shifted into a huge man. One look into his scarred face, and the memory of failing Molly and being kidnapped by this man returned in a rush. Anger whipped through her. Gwen tightened her grip on the gun and fired, over and over, until the demented face of her captor matched that of the wolf who'd attacked Corey. A scream from the village below yanked Gwen's gaze from the mutilated body of the man she'd just killed to the scene playing out several hundred feet away. A hazy dome enclosed Xander and Eli. Vlad pounded on the surface but didn't break through it. Gwen didn't need to be told what had happened. She could guess. They were too late. Eli doesn't recognize Xander. A naked Corey bent down next to Gwen. Although too far away to see their faces, Gwen recognized the predatory gait Eli took as he circled Xander. Eli was looking for his prey's weakness while giving the onlookers a show. He'd been trained to do so. His handlers punished him if he delivered the killing blow too soon. People wanted blood and to see the losing opponent fight for his life, then beg once he realized he was going to die. They expected that from killers' matches. Nobody gathered round the shimmering dome, however. Only Vlad stood nearby. The other members of the Winchester pack fought the handlers and guards from the compound where she'd been kept. Eli doesn't see anything. He's in the zone. Killer had explained it to Gwen once. When faced with death, he gave himself over to his primal instincts, the ones that would allow him to do anything to survive. Deadly, sharpened nails tipped Eli's modified claws. He flexed them, piercing his own palms before lunging at Xander. Ducking, Xander evaded the blow, then swung his leg out. Eli tripped, landing on his knees, then hopped to his feet a moment later. He leapt again at Xander, who rolled to avoid Eli. Without his hands, Xander won't be able to stop him. Our alpha will die. Corey's words held anguish. Vlad and the others had talked about this possibility and said the same thing. Only waiting out the hour window would allow both Xander and Eli to walk out of the circle alive. No other shifter could enter. But she wasn't a shifter. She was a human. Possibilities of what that meant skipped through her mind. She didn't have time to consider them. Several shifters, some in animal form and some in human form, approached the dome. One of them, a man who towered over Vlad, drew a sword from the sheath on his back and advanced on where Vlad stood next to the circle. Gwen pointed with a shaky hand. You need to stop them. How many bullets do you have left? Enough until Zane can get to me, Gwen lied. The gun had clicked empty as she'd shot the scarred bear who'd captured her all those months ago. Corey glanced over her shoulder. "Won't matter. There's Zane now." Gwen followed the direction of Corey's gaze. Xander's twin rushed forward, but another shifter emerged from the woods, drawing Zane's rage. He turned on the other male and attacked him. It wouldn't take him long to eliminate his enemy. Once Zane got to her, she wouldn't get free. "Go! Go, Corey! Vlad can't die!" Corey shifted into a black wolf, another one of the animals she housed, and bolted toward Vlad. Gwen caught sight of Dante rushing toward Vlad from the other side, but she didn't wait to make sure they'd get to him. She trusted in them to act. She had to do the same. She turned her back on Zane and ran full out toward the shimmering dome. Zane yelled her name, followed by Vlad. She pushed her body harder. The wall blocking her from Xander and Eli loomed before her. She had no idea what would happen once she hit it, but only knew she had to cross the barrier. Everything depended on it. Chapter 45. The sword-wielding bear shifter brought the heavy blade down in a swooping arc, meant to sever Vlad's head. Leaning backward, Vlad evaded the blow and slammed his clawed hand into the male's stomach. A downward tug ripped the shifter open, but having his guts spilling out didn't stop the other male. He twisted the sword in an attempt to impale Vlad. Cursing, Vlad arched his body to avoid the tip of the blade, but the exaggerated move left him off balance. He stumbled. The few seconds allowed the other shifter the chance to swing the blade again, this time aiming for Vlad's heart. A hard kick from a booted foot knocked the blade away before it sliced open Vlad's chest. Vlad didn't turn to look at the male who'd arrived to help him. Vlad's wolves recognized him as pack. Vlad landed on the bear shifter and grabbed his head. With a sharp twist, Vlad snapped the male's neck. "Leave him." Dante shoved Vlad back before he could rip the bear shifter's head free. "Save your mate before she gets herself killed." Vlad pivoted and scanned the hill leading to the area where he'd left Gwen. Instead of remaining with the strongest dominance of their pack, Gwen was running toward the dome enclosing Xander and Eli. "Gwen!" Vlad yelled, a second after Zane did. She ran into the circle. The walls surrounding the ceremonial circle shattered, sending a shockwave through the ground and buckling the earth under him. He fell, landing on his hip, then lurched to his feet and charged into the open circle. "Kill her!" Gwen screamed the name Eli's handlers had given him. Snarling, Eli turned on her. He raised a clawed hand, then hesitated, with his gaze locked on Gwen's face. "No!" Xander rammed his shoulder into Eli's side, knocking Eli away from Gwen, but Eli dug his claws into Xander's thigh and pulled him to the ground. Vlad screamed a denial. Xander was in a position to lose his head. Instead of taking it, Eli leapt to his feet and grabbed Gwen's arms, tearing a screech from her. The sound of Gwen's pain cut through Vlad. "Let her go, Eli!" Vlad lunged at Eli, but Xander's younger brother kicked Vlad back without breaking his grip on Gwen. Vlad slammed into the ground several yards away, but jumped up in the next heartbeat and rushed forward. Xander got there first. He hooked his arm around Eli's neck from behind him and choked him. Eli flung his head into Xander's, but couldn't break his hold. Xander squeezed harder, tearing a sputtering sound from Eli. The move was meant to disable Eli by cutting off his air. Eli's trembling arms proved it was working. Vlad reached for Gwen, desperate to free her from Eli's bruising grip. Eli bared his fangs and tossed her away from him, then spun on Xander, with his clawed hand raised. Gwen's shrill scream carried through the night and froze Eli in place. Xander shoved past Eli's rigid body and ran to where Gwen lay unmoving on the edge of the dried-up fountain that had once dominated the center of this village. Her back was arched unnaturally over the short, decorative fence edging the top of the fountain. "Gwen! Damn it! No!" Xander fell on his knees at her side. Out of the corner of his vision, Vlad caught sight of Dante, Zane, and Corey rushing toward Eli. But Vlad didn't wait to see if they restrained him. His gaze zeroed in on the liquid pooling on the stone beneath Gwen. The scent of blood filled his lungs, and the anguished cries of Vlad's wolves filled in the rest of the details. Eli had tossed Gwen onto the rusty metal posts. They had impaled her. Her heart still beat, though. They had time to save her. "I'm going to pull Gwen off these things." Vlad positioned his hands underneath Gwen on either side of the metal posts lodged into her back. Warm, thick blood coated his fingers. His pulse kicked up. She was bleeding too much. As soon as he lifted her, her blood would flow quicker. Her heart might stop from the rapid loss. We're going to need to act fast. Xander echoed his thoughts. Yes. We need to hold her soul close. Vlad looked over his shoulder. Both of us. We won't lose her. Xander nodded toward her. Now do it. Vlad leaned over her and lifted her. A horrid sound escaped her lips, and blood gushed over his hands. His throat squeezed tight. Knowing he'd caused her pain sickened him. He'd make it up to her every day they lived. Without wasting another second, he rolled onto his back with Gwen draped over him, then bit her unmarred shoulder. Xander leaned over them and latched onto the bite mark he delivered in order to save her life less than a week ago. Gwen's soul opened to Vlad, and through her he touched Xander's. The wonder of such a connection resonated within Vlad. He acknowledged the beauty of it, but the dimming light in Gwen's soul forced him to act. He drew Gwen's pain into himself at the same time Xander did. We're here with you, Gwen. Xander opened his metaphysical arms to her. Let us hold you forever. Yes, I never want to lose you. Gwen reached a hand to Xander and held her other out to Vlad. Either of you. Vlad tightened his hold on Gwen's hand, drawing her close to him at the same time Xander did. Here, in this metaphysical world, he didn't suffer the ailments of his physical body or the loss of his hands. Stretched between them, Gwen groaned but didn't resist them. With both him and Xander holding her close, her soul wouldn't slip away. They'd simply have to take turns, binding themselves to her. Exactly. Gwen is ours to share. The good, the bad. We'll always face it with her. Xander claimed a piece of Gwen's soul, filling in the hole in his. Pain shot through Gwen to Vlad, tearing a scream from her and a groan from him. He opened himself completely to the agony, drawing it to him and sparing Gwen the worst of the excruciating anguish of soul bonding. He was panting by the time Xander's last wolf formed its bond with Gwen. Your turn, Vlad. Claim your mate. Xander opened himself as Vlad had done, and I will bear the pain for our female now. Are you ready, Gwen? Vlad whispered the question into her mind. Yes, I'm ready. I have been since the day I looked into your eyes. Emotions swelled in his chest. There were so many things he wished he could have done differently, and apologies he wanted to make. Eternity wouldn't be long enough to express his love and gratitude. Gwen could have turned her back on him, leaving him forever in the cold. But I wouldn't have been complete. I needed both of your arms around me to support me, as I learned to stand on my own. Not to support you, my mate. To catch you if you fell, Xander said. We'll always be there for you. We love you, Gwen. Vlad spoke the words he felt reflected in Xander's soul, too. Always and forever, Xander added. Vlad slipped his mental fingers around Gwen's soul, claiming a piece as Xander had done, then watched as his wolves did the same. The thick, shimmering cords tying their souls to Gwen's burned with the pure light reflected in Gwen's soul. The darkness that had hung over Vlad's soul for centuries lifted. Gwen exhaled on a soft sigh. Her happiness wrapped around them, completed them. Vlad released Gwen's shoulder, knowing a single thought would be enough to rejoin their minds. Never again would he be alone on the outside looking in. Xander brushed his fingertips over Gwen's lips. I love you, Gwendolyn Annabelle Winchester. Gwen's eyes widened. Your hands. I thought they were... Xander pulled Gwen into his lap. We're powerful together, my mate. The energy of our bond healed both of us. She traced Xander's fingers, then looked at Vlad. We're perfect together. A force to be reckoned with. Vlad pressed his mouth to hers, sharing air with her for a moment, before easing back to meet her eyes. Every member of our pack is strong. We're survivors. Never forget that. Gwen sucked in a rough breath. She leaned past Xander's body and focused on Eli, who knelt on the dirty, trampled, snow-covered ground between Dante and Zane. Gaze locked on the ground, Eli didn't acknowledge Gwen's stare on him, or Corey's touch, as she worked to remove the pronged bracelets affixed to his wrists. Vlad laid a hand on Gwen's shoulder. He was trying to save you from Xander. He didn't mean to hurt you. She glanced at Vlad. I know that. And we'll convince him of the truth. Xander stood with Gwen in his arms. But first, we need to get him home without Shifter Affairs learning about him. Why? Gwen asked. We can't take the chance they'll take him away from us. Xander focused on his younger brother, because he's the only one who can stop this from ever happening again. Vlad wanted to ask more, but he had a promise to keep. Besides, Xander would explain everything later. If he didn't, Vlad could simply take the knowledge from his mind. Scanning the courtyard, Vlad looked for the clear globe Molly had mentioned would be used to capture their pack spirit if Xander had lost it. A glint of light dragged Vlad's attention to the fountain next to them. Perched in the middle, the glass ball looked as if it belonged there. The hum emanating from it gave its mystical purpose away, however. Vlad snatched it. Energy pricked his fingertips. Cursing from the bite of pain, he hurled the globe far from his packmates. The ball smashed into the side of a nearby building. Glass rained down on the ground below. No display of magic or release of power rocked the world. Had he not felt the energy contained within the globe, he might have mistaken the sphere for something benign. You knew? Curiosity showed in Xander's expression. The orb's purpose? At Xander's nod, Vlad grunted. Yeah, Molly told me. It was how they'd captured the Leon spirit. Molly told you? Gwen touched Xander's arm, drawing his attention to her. Molly shifted once she heard you were in danger. She's at our home, waiting for us. Xander smiled. She's acting like an alpha already. Yes. Gwen matched Xander's grin. She'll be an amazing Pride leader. Xander nodded, then moved to Vlad's side. Come on, let's get our pack home where we belong. Gwen rested her fingertips on Xander's chin. Let me talk to Eli first, please. They made their way to where Eli knelt on the ground, Corey in front of him, talking to him. Eli's nostrils flared. He jerked his head up and zeroed in on Gwen, cradled in Xander's arms. No! Keep her away! Kill her. It's okay, I'm fine. Xander and Vlad saved me. No! Eli scrambled back. His wild gaze landed on Zane, who stood to his right, and Dante on his left. No! Keep her away from me. Keep her away. Dante closed the distance between them and gripped Eli's shoulder. No problem, Red. I'll make sure she doesn't come anywhere near you. Eli nodded, relief stamped on his face. Both males turned and moved toward the outskirts of town. Zane and Corey trailed behind, no doubt to intervene if Dante needed help restraining Eli. Gwen groaned. She buried her face against Xander's chest. He thinks he's a danger to me. That'd be Vlad's guess, too. Only time and patience would prove Eli wrong. Give him a chance to adjust. He'll come around. If he doesn't, we'll figure out a way to help him. You're right. Winchesters never give up on each other. A determined look replaced the troubled one she'd worn moments ago. Exactly. Xander kissed her cheek. And for now, let's head out. We have a mating celebration to plan. Do we? Brow raised, Gwen looked from Xander to Vlad. Vlad shrugged. He'd assumed they'd have something, but didn't know what. Yes, we do. And I predict it'll be... Xander grinned. Entertaining. As long as we're together, it will be. With her gaze locked on Vlad, Gwen rested her head against Xander's chest. Hunger slid into her eyes. I have complete faith in my mates to make it memorable. Vlad skimmed his fingers over Gwen's leg. He allowed a matching carnal need to show in his eyes. Gwen's nostrils flared, and a small, naughty grin flitted over her plump lips. Vlad stepped closer to her, hiding her reaction from her packmates. Not every encounter would be shared. Some things belong between the three of them. We'll do our best to satisfy you. Vlad raised his gaze to his friend, his partner, and his other mate. Won't we? Every day of our lives, Xander answered. That's the best thing I've ever heard. Gwen linked her fingers with Vlad's. With his true mate's hand in his, and his best friend forever a part of his life, Vlad couldn't agree more. Epilogue. From the raised dance floor of the remodeled Black Widow, Gwen surveyed the group of shifters and humans who'd gathered to celebrate her mating, or wedding, depending on the species of the guest. A warm feeling spread through her. She'd gotten a few raised eyebrows from her human family and friends when they learned she was committing to 2 men, even though her marriage license technically listed her as Vlad's wife. After the initial shock, however, they congratulated her. A wonderful sight, isn't it? Xander stepped behind her and slipped his arms around her waist. She leaned against him. Seeing our family and friends here to support us? Yes, absolutely. Xander chuckled. He rested his chin on her shoulder. The white lace of her wedding gown prevented skin-to-skin contact, but tingles spread from her mate bite to the more sensitive parts of her body. She bit the inside of her cheek to stifle her groan. Yes, that is a beautiful sight, but I was referring to Vlad. She glanced at where her other mate danced with Molly. The little shifter child who'd changed Gwen's life stood on top of Vlad's shoes, and laughed as he led her in an exaggerated dance across the room. Gwen smiled and pulled Xander's arms tighter around her. Love rushed up. She'd mated the most amazing men in the world. There wouldn't be enough days in her long life to show them how much they meant to her. I love seeing Molly happy. That smile on her face right now is for Vlad. Molly adores him. He can make her laugh at the silliest thing. He fought for her. Gwen turned in Xander's embrace and rested her palms against his biceps. When Shifter Affairs wanted to move her into a hospital where she could be evaluated and treated for her issues, he fought for Molly to stay with my family. Vlad personally accepted the responsibility for her, putting his career and reputation on the line so she could live a somewhat normal life. They fear her. A protective look she was coming to recognize passed over Xander's stark features. She'll prove the Council and Shifter Affairs wrong. I'm positive of it. So am I. Vlad moved behind her. Molly's a tough female, just like her big sister. Gwen tipped her head back to look into Vlad's face. Adopted big sister. The lack of a genetic tie doesn't lessen a bond when love is involved. She studied Vlad's expression, wondering where his deep reflective statement came from. Maybe it was hers, and he was merely expressing it. That wouldn't surprise her. They were still adjusting to their 3-way shared soul. I agree. I'm glad you feel that way. Vlad slid his hand over her bottom before moving his palm to her lower belly. Because when our time comes and you're ready to bear Xander When I'm ready to bring our child into the world, I know my mates and our pack will love and protect him or her as they would any child. Gwen narrowed her eyes, challenging Vlad to correct her. She'd already learned the details of how Riley, the human alpha female of the Kagan pack, had been able to conceive shifter babies. The triplets Riley carried weren't genetically hers. She acted as a surrogate. The detail didn't lessen Riley's love for her unborn children, any more than the fact would bother Gwen. Xander kissed her neck. I love you, my mate. You do know that, don't you? How could she not? Xander's love for her shone through her, strengthening her. She tipped her head to the side, giving Xander room to kiss along the sensitive column of her throat. He paused in his exploration with his lips at the base of her neck. It looks as if our entertainment has arrived. Gwen glanced over her shoulder at the doorway. In a shimmering, silver, sleeveless cocktail dress that reached mid-thigh, Ella walked into the bar, looking as if she was used to dominating a runway. The men close to her watched her with a mix of lust and respect in their eyes, but she didn't acknowledge any of their appreciative gazes. She scanned the room, obviously looking for someone. She's looking for Zach. By the jukebox, Xander said, loud enough for only Gwen to hear. She turned her attention there. Zach, one of the royal shifters from Lena's pride, stood rigidly with his gaze locked on Ella. Hands fisted in possessiveness stamped on his features, he took several steps toward her before jerking to a stop. Gwen glanced at Ella. Cade, the leader of Zach's pride, held Ella's hand to his mouth. Whatever he said to her had Ella grinning and glancing at the floor. Cade slid his arm around her waist and drew her closer. He bent his head to her ear. Ella nodded. After a moment, they moved to the dance floor. Well, that didn't work as planned, Xander grunted. Zach's gone. Gwen jerked her gaze back to the jukebox. The impressively built blonde shifter had disappeared. A quick survey of the room didn't reveal him either. He left? For tonight, but I guarantee you they'll meet up soon, Vlad declared. I'm assuming they have a connection?
True mates, Xander answered. And thanks to Cade, Zach's instincts were triggered. It's only a matter of time before Zach claims her. Gwen wasn't so sure. It had taken her, Vlad, and Xander many years and tragedies to find their way to each other, but what did she know? Everybody's path was different, some more challenging than others. She faced her mates. Have we learned anything about Eli's true mate? The witch everyone and their brother is looking for? Vlad asked.
Yes.
She narrowed her eyes in a warning look. This wasn't a teasing matter. From what Xander had told her, this woman had the power to strike a major blow in the quest to steal a royal's immortality. Vlad lifted her chin and kissed her softly. Leash your protective instincts, my maid. I only meant that everyone, from Shifter Affairs to the Shifter Council and the criminals of our kind, are looking for her. This woman has a price on her head. But we have the best of the best looking for her, Xander assured her. Gwen glanced at Xander.
Eli?
She didn't think he was stable enough to go anywhere alone. No. Xander shook his head. Dante is working with a small group of Shifter Affairs agents.
Is Ella part of that group?
Gwen asked. Yes, Vlad answered.
Good.
Ella would do everything in her power to help. So would Dante. Since that's settled, Vlad looked at Xander. We should share our first dance together in front of our family and friends. Xander finished Vlad's statement. Before she could ask how the three of them would manage dancing together, both Xander and Vlad stepped closer to her and slipped an arm around her waist. They kissed her shoulders, right over her mate marks. She shivered. Her body came alive with needs only they could quench. She slid her hands over their stomachs, then moved them to their waists, so they were loosely linked in what reminded her of a group hug. The music changed to a romantic song that spoke of everlasting love. She closed her eyes as her mates led her in a slow, seductive dance across the raised platform. Happiness wrapped around her. She'd never thought she'd end up like this.
I've made it the best man in the world.
And we've made it the most perfect woman in the world. Vlad spoke the words softly in her ear. When we will love with every breath we take, from now until the world ends, Xander declared. Gwen smiled. No other words were necessary. She'd found her heaven, here in her mate's arms.